Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Samiko. That by the grace we are beginning this Can you hear now? Okay. So we would like to thank all the Dhambasis and all the participants. By your all cooperation and help, we are beginning this 10th version of the conference, Science and Scientist 2022. And this year's theme is Artificial Intelligence versus Natural Intelligence. This is the part 2 version we are doing. To begin with our this program, we will first, today is the Divine Disappearance Day of On Vishnupad, Dhan Thakur Prabhupada. So I invite all the guests for the lamping, and then we will start the inaugural session. Please.
So, without further ado, we'll start with the first session. The first session introduces the theme of the conference, and the session will be chaired by Professor Ranjan Kumar Panda. Professor Panda is a professor of philosophy at the Department of HSS, IIT Bombay. His research areas include, but are not limited to, philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, philosophy of education, and he has published a number of books and articles in reputed journals. Professor Panda, please welcome on the stage. And Professor Panda will be introducing the participants, the speakers of the session. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Bhakti Niskama Santa Maharaj. So good morning, everybody. We start the session now. We are already late, as you all know. The first session is by Srila Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj. Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj serving as a director of the Princeton Bhakti Vedanta Institute, and he is a Ph.D. on his undergraduate degree at Rutgers University and completed a master's and Ph.D. in theoretical chemistry from Georgetown University in 70s. After completing postdoctoral work with the National Bureau of Standards in Washington, D.C., Dr. Puri moved to rigorous study and practice of Bhagavad Vedanta philosophy and Bhakti Yoga. He was one of the 5 founding charter members of the original Bhakti Vedanta Institute in 1976 and the original director of the office in Juhu, Mumbai, India for a number of years. After diving deeper into the study of philosophical relation between Bhagavad Vedanta and Hegel's conceptual realism, Dr. Puri returned to the United States in 1990s, and he opened the Princeton Bhakti Vedanta Institute in 2012. Once some of us early works can be in the Bhakti Vedanta Institute Bulletin Series 1980 to 82, and abundance of more recent work has been seen on ResearchGate and People Link. Dr. Puri is the inspiration behind Sadhu Sangha Google Group, which has been an active forum for the discussion of consciousness studies among many scientists and academics since 2008, as well as the Science and Scientist International Conference series in 2013. Now, with this introduction, I invite Srila Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj ji
to deliver his address. Over to Madhava Puri Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Dr. Panda. Let me first offer our glorification to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is the founder Acharya of the Gaudiya Mats worldwide, in India at least, and our Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, who founded ISKCON.
We could not hear.
Audio tradition. Are you able to hear?
We cannot hear.
It's not here. Hello? Is that better?
Could you please unmute?
We cannot hear. Is it muted? Zoom is muted?
No, no mute.
Is this computer connected to speaker?
Yes, yes.
No?
The voice should come.
Hello?
Can you hear now?
The sound is not coming.
No, I'm asking if this computer is connected.
এটা কম্পিউটার সাথে কানেক্ট আছে এটা এই কম্পিউটার কানেক্ট আছে এটা
Hare Krishna.
এখানে এখানে সাউন্ডটা দিতে হবে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এই দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও
Hari Bol.
Can you speak?
Yes.
Huh.
Hare Krishna. Can you
Yes,
hear?
we can start now.
You can hear
Mr.
now?
Bishop, we can start.
It's okay. You can hear now? Are you able to hear me? Hello? Hari Bol.
Sound नहीं आ रहा है. Okay, Maharaja, you can speak.
Hello? Yes. Can you hear me now? Can you hear?
Yes.
Hearing? Okay. All right. No, namaste. Thank you, Dr. Panda, for your introduction. And I want to offer glorification to our Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is the founder, Acharya of the Gaudiya Math, and Srila Prabhupada, who founded the ISKCON throughout the world, and to our Guru Varga, Srila Sridhar Maharaj, Bhakti Rakha Sridhar Maharaj, and Srila Govinda Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Nirmala Acharya Maharaj, who have all been successive teachers in the line of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Bhatt. And I'd like to especially thank our Bhakti Niskama Shanta Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Niskama Shanta Maharaj, who did so much to organize this conference, as he has done every year throughout the past 10 years, is due to his strong faith and dedication, loyalty to his Gurudev and his service, that these conferences are actually made possible, and also the help of Srila Bhakti Vijnana Muni Maharaj and the others, Dr. Sumangala and Krishna Keshava, so many other devotees who have tried to help, but the main work is single-handedly being done by Srila Bhakti Niskama Shanta Maharaj. We offer great respect to him. He is now the President Acharya, Sevite President Acharya of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math and of the temple there in Nishringapalli. So I'll try to be very brief today. I won't take up much time, so this way the other talks are not will not be delayed for too long. And in a brief way, try to summarize some of the things that I found in looking up this topic through Google research, and what has been the prominent understanding of these things, of the difference between the natural and artificial intelligence. what the philosophers and scientists have come up with as far as their understanding of the abilities of these machines. Of course, there seems to be a lot of hype, as we usually find in scientific advancement, scientific progress. They seem to want to encourage people to take a very serious interest in all these things in a very dramatic way. And that has its causes financially and otherwise. But what is the real substance of these things? That's what we want to discuss today, I think. And that is what our institute is interested in. We take great interest in the study of consciousness and intelligence, anything to do with the more subtle and spiritual phenomena of reality. We should not think that only material reality is sufficient to explain these things. We'll try to show how that is the case, that it is not possible actually to even define intelligence in terms of purely material substances or things. And this is being demonstrated by the kinds of machines that are coming out and being produced, and the philosophy behind that, the understanding behind that, the logic behind those things, will reveal to us actually what is the real situation, what we actually have to do in order to get for man to create an artificial intelligence or an artificial life. So let me start, if I may, with the definition that the common man and an intelligent dictionary gives. The definition that the dictionary gives for intelligence. Title of this talk, by the way, the computer smarter than a fruit fly. I got this from looking at some of the data, some of the things they've been saying about fruit flies, and I realized there's a great deal of study in these small organisms that has been going on for many years. Of course, because they're so simple organisms, yet they exhibit very complex behavior. And the attempts that are being made to duplicate or replicate that behavior through computers, and the success or failure that they've had. Anyhow, it's an interesting topic, and therefore I chose that as the title for this talk. So the dictionary definition of intelligence seems always to refer to the ability to understand. Intelligence is always referred to as the ability to understand, but we never hear about artificial understanding in the computer world. They say artificial intelligence, but the word intelligence, its root meaning has to do more with understanding. In German, the word Verstand, the Verstand, is there, and it means understanding. And Kant was able to show that there's a difference between understanding or Verstand and reason, what you call Vernunft. Vernunft in German means reason, and Verstand in German means understanding. So there's reason and there's an understanding or intelligence. Generally, understanding has been referred to as intelligence. So, but we don't hear this word, this phrase, intelligent understanding, ever spoken in the computer world, and there's a reason for that, of course. In fact, the hallmark of computer performance is that they never understand anything that they are doing. because they are simply mechanical devices. There is no question of understanding. They spew information of all types and even certain decisions, but the understanding of what they're doing is not there. They cannot tell us whether, or they cannot determine whether what they are saying, what output they are giving us, is true or not true. They do not come to that level of reflection on what they are doing. So now we can chat or talk with computer AI devices like Alexa or Siri, but we don't expect the device to understand the conversation. When a visual sensor detects an object and records the data for it on a computer, we do not expect the computer to understand that the object is, for example, an apple or the number 1. Even these simple things, they do not do. They record data, but they have no idea what it is they're recording. Roger Penrose, the great mathematician, argues that mathematical understanding is something which cannot be modeled in terms of entirely computational procedures or algorithms. A computer may use rational numbers in its processing, for instance, but it does not know it is using rational numbers, a fact which is very significant for mathematical philosophers. Now, there was an article by Peter Denning and Ted Lewis in Scientific American entitled "Intelligence May Not Be Computable." This article concludes, after analyzing a hierarchy of various levels of computer architecture, that human intelligence is not computable. In fact, the hierarchy shows that none of the machines so far built have any intelligence at all. Starting from earliest times, researchers realized that AI systems lacked even basic common sense. Now, there's a recent rage in the internet over what is called ChatGPT bot, which can give apparently authoritative text answers due to its large language database. However, one program developer warned, because the average rate of getting the correct answers from ChatGPT is so low, the posting of answers created by ChatGPT is substantially harmful. In other words, the bot does not know or even care if its answers are correct or not. So this is one of the dangers of using large databases of text and searching through that to get answers to certain questions, no matter how well written the answers are. Now, there's a biologist in Chile named Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela who wrote a book called The Tree of Knowledge in 1988. And they explained that the biological structure of an organism determines how it can interact, and that consciousness and thought will arise in networks of coordination of such actions. This means the dualistic model of autonomous software operating biologically simulated machines will not suffice to generate machine intelligence. The problem is that the intelligence, the software, which is usually referred to as the mind, and the computer itself, or the body, they have a relationship of autonomy or opposition to one another. This is called dualism. In Descartes philosophy, we find this same kind of dualistic conception being presented. He called it res cogitans, and to refer to the mind, and res extensus to refer to the body. The body was characterized as an extended substance, and the mind was characterized as a cognitive substance. And these two really don't have much in common according to Kant's idea. How the mind then influences the body has always been a problem with that type of dualistic thinking. Of course, that is a very basic and fundamental misunderstanding about the real nature of intelligence or subjectivity and objectivity. Now, we find a solution to this problem, a way to solve this problem, and a more rigorous and truthful understanding of this. And George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's dialectical philosophy of identity indifference. Identity indifference, not identity and difference. Identity in difference. There is identity in differences. There's an identity between two things, even though they may be different. That type of logic is missing in the Aristotelian logic that neglects to take account of contradictory relationships. And computers also will have a very difficult time trying to adopt that type of contradictory logic as an acceptable means of performing calculations or decisions. So his idea was that the mind or the soul and the body, this duality is sublated by the dialectical relationship or activity that logically, as thought, holds between soul and body. That's a broad subject. We won't be able to discuss that now, but it is very, very important and can solve the mind-body problem with great precision and philosophical insight. Now, Heidegger argued that we can only have a concept of a hammer, for instance, because we grow up in a culture where such objects are familiar to us. Similarly, the Dreyfus thought that computers have no body, childhood, or cultural practice, and therefore could not acquire intelligence at all. This is a publication by H.L. and S.C. Dreyfus called Mind Over Matter, a Mind Over Machine, in 1986, that was published. So we do not have to be taught an algorithm or mathematical formalism in order to learn how to ride a bicycle. We have what the philosopher Polanyi called tacit knowledge. There was a book published by Michael Polanyi in 2009 called The Tacit Dimension, published then published in 1966. Basically, we learn or gain knowledge by lived experience. This is something that the computer cannot do because neither are they living nor they are embedded in an environment which they are aware of or become aware of or learn how to become aware of. Now we realize what this is saying is that how do we say something is intelligence? Well, we look at its activity. A living entity, an organism, even a one-celled organism, swimming in a liquid solution will go in a particular direction, whereas a non-living particle in the water will move in what they call a random walk. It won't go in any particular direction, but it'll be bounced here and there. However, a living organism will not suffer that kind of behavior. And so we call it intelligent or purposeful as the real significance. It has an intent, it has a purpose. And this is the fundamental understanding of what a living organism is as different from a non-living organism, a non-living entity. Now, the next type of architecture, computer architecture, that might serve as the solution to this tacit knowledge problem is called the neural network, which tries to mimic the way the brain is structured with neurons in order to perform computations. It does not require automatic algorithmic programming to accomplish its work of correlation and probability calculation, what is called big data. This would seem to be to handle.
So I'm on to the other thing. If you want to just see if you find it interesting, if
This would seem to handle the problem of tacit knowledge, but it cannot avoid the problem that the data used is related to the human models by which it is collected. And this was pointed out by Ragnar Phelan, why general artificial intelligence will not be realized. And this was published in 2020. A modern idea that has become significant lately is called the connectome, comprehensive maps of neuron connectivity to better understand the structural functional relationship of the brain. So far, the only complete connectome that has been produced in the animal kingdom belongs to the humble roundworm, or C. elegans, with 302 neurons. But what is the result of having this map? Anthony Mupshon of New York University said, I think it is fair to say that our understanding of the worm has not been materially enhanced by having that connectome available to us. We don't have a comprehensive model how the worm's nervous system actually produces the behaviors. What we have is a sort of bed on which we can build experimental experiments. And many people have built many elegant experiments on that bed, but that connectome by itself has not explained anything. Others claim that such diagrams provide useful examples of how neural circuits work. There's an article in Scientific American on the connectome debate. Is mapping the mind of a worm worth it? At 2012. Now, the often studied brain of a fruit fly, Drosophila, is only about the size of a poppy seed. It comprises roughly 100,000 neurons. Fruit fly brain consumes only a few microwatts of power, yet is still able to integrate multisensory information, access to flight, and control over relatively complex behavior in order to survive. Much of its connectome has also been mapped out. Conventional computers are no way near as efficient as an average computer sensor node consumes about 1 milliwatt of power, which is around 1,000 times more than that used by the fruit fly. Freedom of action from automatic impulses is considered a hallmark of cognition or intelligence. What our findings show is that fruit flies have a surprising mental capacity that has previously been unrecognized, shown by the Oxford University News and Events that is talked about in May 2014. Computers are simply unable to replicate the integral multisensory navigational abilities of a fruit fly. What to speak of the engineering feat of producing an aeronautical device of such miniature size. Contemplating such things may help to create a humble appreciation for the amazing features of nature and the infinite spiritual potential of human nature that lies beyond the formal intellectual framework of which we are capable. Getting back to the Maturana's work, Maturana and Varela, on what they call autopoetic systems. Autopoetic systems are able to, are unities that are able to organize themselves and reproduce themselves. That is called autopoetic by them, and they have given a good model of what an organism must be, and how we can call it intelligent from a biological viewpoint. And the attempt to create computers, autopoetic computers, is being made, but so far they have not been successful to create such a thing. There's an autopoetic, let's see, there's a video, YouTube video on the autopoetic machines beyond half-brain AI and church Turing thesis. If you want to look that up on the internet, yeah, I think we're going to show that, but it's about 20 minutes long. So you can look that up on your own and try to see the attempts that are being made to create such things. Of course, this would be the, like I mentioned here, the half-brained AI. Half-brained AI means they separate the software and hardware as an interacting whole. That is not autopoietic processes. It will never obtain a living or intelligent organism on the basis of such dualistic thinking. So this is the main point we wanted to point out today. And I'll stop here. So this way we'll have some idea of what is available, what present ideas on these things are. And we'll leave that to you for further research and investigation. Wish you all a very good conference. We hope it will be fruitful and valuable to all of you who are participating, and anyone who wants to read about this after the conference speeches are put up on the internet. Then we hope that you will all get some benefit from it. My humble gratitude to you all. My humble obeisances. Jai Gurudev. Thank you.
Some of the impressive. I would just like to briefly summarize some of the important points that Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj brought to our notice. First of all, he tried to question the materialist account of intelligence and consciousness. According to him, only material things are not sufficient to explain consciousness. They are not learning machines. So our ability, he talked about three kinds of abilities: the abilities to learn, ability to understand, and ability to reason, are importantly connected to the biological functions of the being. And so therefore, in this context, he tried to brought two important philosophers like Karl Popper and pros and cons, and he tried to project us this idea that how important and how difficult it is to understand gestures. We're not like, learning things as he talked about the dictionaries and other things. But then he tried to brought that how biological bodies function, referring to the fruit fly. So it is in this context he tried to made a good comparison between artificial system, which has a fixed mechanical and rigid mechanical body, and the lived experiences. So with this few points that I could gather from his talk, now I open it for discussion. So some questions from the audience.
There is a very important property of the brain physiology and the structure of the neural nets. It's called the neural net spin glass identity. I ask.
Can you able to hear, Maharaj?
Because it is the property that enables
Can you able to
the
hear?
brain and consciousness to encode ideas. Thank you.
I didn't get the question.
Srila Shanta Maharaj, we can hear, but the
Maharaj, you have to listen his question.
Yes, can you repeat the question? What is the question actually?
Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, go
Can you
ahead.
hear his question?
Yes.
You would like to address that?
I'm not sure what he was asking. How does a neural net give us intelligence? What was the question exactly?
There is a very important property of the brain and the neural networks. It's called the neural network spin glass identity. It's what enables the brain to encode and consciousness to encode ideas, not just digital information.
Oh,
But did you understand, Maharaj?
yes.
Okay.
I don't know anything about the spin glass. I have not heard that term before. Of course, that is not my field of expertise, and only I was giving a summary of various papers that I have read on the subject. But yes, I know that they have programmed computers to deal with concepts or ideas rather than just simply data and other such things. Problem is, there is no self, we could say, in computer. There is no unity of the various concepts in a total comprehension. As I mentioned in my talk, the computers can give us output to answer questions, but they cannot determine whether their answers are the truth or not. Computers do not determine the truth of their own statements because they lack that fundamental comprehension, ability to comprehend what they are dealing with. This is the missing dimension in computer
Oh, goodness.
intelligence.
You lost them.
So I know they have done work with conceptual computers working on concepts. But again, the unifying comprehension of the results of their output have not been satisfactory for explaining the activities of a genuine consciousness, of natural consciousness. Do you know any computers that can tell whether whatever they put out is the truth?
Currently, we are not.
Huh?
Currently, we lost Shanta Maharaj.
Oh, they're not there.
Yeah, we lost them. While we wait for Srila Shanta Maharaj to reconnect, are there any questions from the audience here on Zoom? Namaste. Jinan, do you have a question or a comment that you'd like to share?
Sorry for this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, this topic has been of great interest to me. And I have basically looked at what is happening to children. And from that, I have prepared a very small presentation. But anyway, what I would like to say is that today, artificial intelligence is being developed by researching on how children learn. That is what most of the, almost everybody involved in trying to develop artificial intelligence is learning how children learn. And I find it absolutely absurd in the sense that the same children are being completely dumped, completely made into idiots by the same artificial intelligence. And I find that this is a very, very, extremely unethical activity. And I think there is another very important point that I've realized is that the first artificial brain, or I would call it the unnatural brain, is the brain of the literate people. I know this will be very little difficult for you to accept, but you see, we are biologically equipped to learn the real world. But right from childhood, we are being taught the written word. Naturally, the brain that gets developed because of literacy is completely different. We are not biologically equipped to deal with literacy at all. Language has a completely different, position in the natural system, in cognition, actually. So there is a complete rewiring that is happening. And so this has been my, almost my 30 years of research is on how literacy damages our natural brain. So I think in order to truly understand how artificial intelligence destroys us, I think we have to really understand how the non-literate people understand the world, because they don't create knowledge that is anti-life. The whole modern knowledge system that is anti-life is created by educated people. So the first level of destruction to the human brain is done by literacy. And I know this is going to be very difficult for most literates to understand, but it is very common sense. And I was able to understand this because I stopped reading for almost 10 years. I completely stopped reading and my cognitive system rewired. I stopped reasoning, I stopped thinking, and I began to see. And it is very strange that today in the cognitive sciences, hardly anybody talks about senses and observation as that fundamental, activity. It's always on thinking. But where do you get thought from? So, I just wanted to share this small point and in a later time, but I have a very good documentation on this, how, and I have been actually living with rural tribal people, and I have a fantastic documentation about more than 4,000 videos on children. And I've been able to really decode the whole structure of how children understand the world. How do they make sense of the real world, not the written word? And this is a study that hardly anybody has done. And right now, what is happening in the research on children vis-a-vis the developing artificial intelligence is also wrong, because they're actually treating children in a laboratory situation. They are learning children within a laboratory situation, and that itself is problematic. That's not how children actually naturally learn. So even that is going to be completely wrong, actually.
Thank you. Yes, I mentioned that also in my talk. When Heidegger brought up the problem, he said, how do we know what a hammer is if we've never used it?
Yes.
We haven't grown up in our culture to know what a hammer is. You say hammer to a computer, what is it going to think? Used to drive nails or whatever. It doesn't know what a hammer is. It simply gives a definition, but it has no idea what it is. There's no concept. And that's not how we live our life. We live what we live. We learn the concepts through living. We learn what intelligence is through practice. A small child, 5-year-old child, can learn how to ride a bicycle. But what is the formula for learning how to ride a bicycle? Computer can't be given that formula or algorithm. So these things, what we have like you said, we do not have proper understanding of learning. Education, the word education comes from the Latin educare, which means to draw from the individual what is there implicitly. But today education is the opposite. It tries to push in so much data, so much information, rather than drawing out what is there implicit in the individual. So I agree with you. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. So actually, my request is also that if we can actually set up a research team to truly understand what are the damages of literacy and how indigeneity and how non-literate people's cognition should be studied. Today, the bias is that we consider ourselves superior and indigenous non-literate people as inferior. So naturally, the whole study is going to dumb them down, So can there be an unbiased research?
Can we move on to the next, because there is some power problem and we have a time issue in the event.
Sure.
Huh? What is that?
Maharaj, there was some problem with power here.
So we have to begin, the next talk.
Yes. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Dhanyavad, Maharaj. So, Krishna Kesava Prabhu, can you give the sharing, thing to me? Science, this one. Screen sharing option. Can you help me share the screen?
Yes.
I cannot share the screen.
Uh,
It's not allowing me to share the screen. Can you give me the scene sharing?
yes.
Professor, are you there?
Yes, Maharaj, I'm trying to do that.
Yes, give the multiple share so that I can share it, screen. On the
Okay,
green scene sharing.
you should be able to, Maharaj.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the screen, all of you? Okay.
Yes, Maharaj.
Yes, Maharaj. Dandavat Pranam.
I request Professor Panda to introduce and invite our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Srila Bhakti Niskama Shanta, the organizer of this particular conference. He is the secretary of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Institute. Shanta Mahasaya has a Ph.D. in his undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from Utkal University in 2000. He obtained a master's degree in fluid and thermal science, mechanical engineering department of Indian Institute of Technology, IIT-Guwahati. In 2003, Dr. Shanta has obtained a Ph.D. in coastal hydrodynamics from the Ocean Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. In 2008, he worked as an invited scientist for Korean Ocean and Development Center from May 2007 to 2008. While working on his PhD, Dr. Shanta met his Diksha Guru, Srila Sripad Bhakti Swarup Damodara Goswami Maharaj. He thereby became inspired to humbly serve Srila Sripad Maharaj's scientific Sri Kirtan mission. After the disappearance of the Srila Bhakti Swarup Damodara Maharaj, it was under the guidance of Sripad Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj that Dr. Shanta could intimately participate in the mission of his Guru. At present, Srila Bhakti Niskama Shanta Maharaj is taking the responsibility of the leader of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math as a Guru. With this, few words about Srila Bhakti, Srila Niskama Shanta Maharaj. Now, he is going to speak on sentient machines. Advocates are probably not as intelligent as they think. So I invite Bhakti Niskama Shanta ji to the dais to present his paper.
I would like to thank Professor Panda from IIT-Mumbai Department of Philosophy for kindly introducing this insignificant self. So, today we have very interesting talk by our Shiksha Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Madhava Maharaj, and we unfortunately, because of the power problem, we could not manage to get the question answer session properly done. So we are what you can say, regretting that shortcoming. So my talk title is Sentient-Machine Advocates are probably not as intelligent as they think. First, we offer our prayers to our gurus. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurundulitam Jaina Tasmai Sri Guru Namaha. So, I met my spiritual master Srila Bhakti Damodar Maharaj during my PhD at IIT Kharagpur, and through his inspiration, I could come to this line. And after his divine disappearance from 2006 onwards, I'm serving under the direction of Srila Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj. So whatever we are presenting, it's all the ideas of Srila Puri Maharaj and his direction. So I would like to first explain some myths about artificial intelligence. People are thinking that machines somehow, by some complex programs, they become like sentient entities, like living entities. They are like some movies they are making, as if they will take over the human race, and they will control us. They will what you can say, themselves improve themselves as far as intelligence, their intelligence are concerned. All these things are propagated when they are giving citizenship to some programmed robots in some countries. So this has created a lot of confusion in the society. So we have to first understand why these all things are just myths that are being propagated in the name of science and advanced education, all those things. We have to first understand that. Then we can also help others to not get carried away by those misconceptions. So we know that the computers now, they can recognize different patterns, and they say that that is like machine learning is there in AI. So, for what you can say, recognizing anything as far as a machine is concerned, it needs some kind of particular kind of structure or some organized form of information. And if that organized form of information is little distorted, then machine will give us some other outcome, which is not what we expect. So the learning, the way the sentient being, human beings can do, that type of learning is absent in the machines. Like that's why we have supervised learning and also unsupervised learning. So supervised learning means then human input is necessary for recognizing machine to recognize something as an apple, as banana. So it has to feed a lot of data of different colors or different, what you can say, structures. Then the machine can recognize it as a particular kind of fruit. Suppose we given different, structures of fruit, but like there are twin bananas which are joined together. If that is being shown to the machine will not recognize it as banana. It will recognize it as something else. But a human being can recognize it. So there is a spontaneity in our learning is there, but in the case of machine, it is all mechanical, and it is not able to grasp the things, understand the things. Whatever being programmed, that much it can perform the task. But we have some extra ability, like Newton, Einstein, all the scientists. They are being not given those ideas. Those ideas being, they came to them. There is inbuilt our ability is there to have those ideas. But that type of ability is not there in the machines. Machines can only do that much. If you are good in feeding proper data to machine, then machine can work smarter. If you are not able to feed the data properly, and that is not properly organized, Like suppose unsupervised learning, if you give machine to just randomly scan various structures and give some names, and you have n number of names there in the machine, so it will come up with so much what you can say unwanted names, and you have to do a lot of work. Human has to do a lot of work to recognize those structures, what is correct and what is not correct, what are the correct names and all those things. So there is also learning with the memory, like we learn from the past memories, so computer also, they have to develop some systems to give some memory that is external. But the problem in those cases is our memory, where it is located is not known. But in the case of machines, we know precisely where the memory is located and we can manipulate it. But that type of manipulation is not possible in the case of organism. The precise manipulation of memory in the organism is not possible. So there is also reinforced enforcement in learning, the goal-oriented learning, that also has to be supervised, thing. It is not unsupervised. So there was a famous, Turing test argument which was being presented that if you ask question to human being and also to the computer, and the pattern of answering, if you cannot distinguish any difference, then they also declare machine as conscious. But Searle came up with a famous argument, Chinese room argument. So there is a person inside the room, you supply some Chinese, cheats. He don't know the Chinese language, but he will follow certain instruction manual, and from there he can do some action. From that, you will think that as if the individual inside the room has some understanding about Chinese, but he don't have really an understanding about Chinese. He just following the certain instructions. So in this way, the Turing test argument being challenged by Searle. So there is, basically now modern time, all this artificial, what you can say, intelligence concept is based on, development, so-called artificial neurons, imitating biological neurons. But there is a lot of difference between artificial and biological neurons. So biological neurons, they are sentient entities, and the cell intelligence has recognized that even the smallest cells, they are sentient entities. They can communicate, they can learn from past experiences, they have, group identity. So those things we cannot imitate with the artificial neurons. The communication of the neurons and the biological neurons and artificial neurons, the great difference is that there is some understanding is involved within the cells. And that understanding you cannot give to the artificial neurons. So there is a famous duality that is being proposed in consciousness studies, hard and easy problem of consciousness. David Chalmers has given this famous terms. And famously, Thomas Nagel has told, what is it like to be that? So the easy problem is that you can try to devise a mechanism for your vision. Some light is falling and, it is being processed, and then you are, what you can say, getting some data from that, sensory organ, and trying to organize it to come up with a thing. What I'm seeing is a table or a student or a deity, all those things. But the major problem is how those experiences of color or the sense of self that is coming, that is the hard problem. So even the easy problem is not yet addressed, the mechanism has not yet been successfully devised for our sensory organs to imitate by the mechanical robots, and yet the hard problem is very far thing to be talked or touched. So this is one of the important difference that scientists are facing both in computer science studies and modern scientific understanding of consciousness. So the modern science is all about physical sciences. It's tried to reduce biology to physics, chemistry. So it is trying to, what you can say, think that biology is something like a combination of physics and chemistry. So modern science assumes that the laws, the same set of laws and logics that are used for mechanical and chemical systems, that is also applicable to biological systems. So we will try to, we have discussed this talk in IIT Madras on a conference that that we have organized, ontological distinction between mechanical, chemical, and biological systems. So we want to what you can say discuss that here. So here you see there is a ontological difference that exists between mechanical, chemical, and biological systems, and it is not properly understood by the modern day, what you can say, scientists and the educational systems. So ontology of the mechanical system, there are separable independent parts that constitute the mechanical system, and the parts are related externally. You can separate all the parts of a bicycle and again you can reassemble it. That is a mechanical system. So parts maintain their identity. A wheel will maintain its identity as a wheel, and the chain will maintain its identity as a chain, and handle will maintain its identity as a handle. So external force that acts as a unity principle in the mechanical system. So it follows a linear logic. You start with a starting point where you start the assembly, and there is an end point. You come up with the bicycle. You follow that, and you can again make the bicycle. So that is basically what being followed, the assembly. So ontology of mechanical system does not allow the machines to produce biology. So one machine will not come from another machine. A laptop will not produce babies. And they are not, what you can say, the parts and the whole system are not an outcome of organic development. See, in the organism, it starts with a single cell zygote, and it keep on dividing. All different organs are produced. But that is not happening in the case of the mechanical system, and ontology of chemical system. So here we can see that parts of a chemical system are both independent as well as dependent. Parts cannot be understood without its relation with another part. External relations are formed due to intrinsic properties of the individual parts of a chemical reaction. Chemical bonds act as unity principle, and it follow also linear logic. You start with a particular chemical and you follow a pattern of reactions, and you come up with the end product. Ontological distinction between mechanical and chemical systems. So in the case of mechanical systems, there is no relational properties are there. But in the case of chemical systems, with relation to something is acidic, something is basic. So reaction potentials are there. So that is not found in mechanical systems. So, what you can say, like in the case of, the planetary system, which is assumed as a mechanical system. So mass is known, then you know what you can say, the force of attraction is there, and you can understand the equation from that equation. But in the case of chemistry, there is some potentials are involved. Ontology of chemical systems does not allow the chemicals to produce biology. We know the equation for photosynthesis, yet we cannot use that equation in our laboratory to produce a blade of grass. That's why our director and the chairman of this conference has explained, with all our science, all the scientists in the world together cannot make a single blade of grass. Chemical reactions only produce chemicals and not life. Parts in the whole system are not an outcome of organic development. Ontology of combined mechanical and chemical systems also does not allow it to produce biology. You have a cow, you can create a mechanical cow, and with some chemical parts, systems you can place inside. And can we produce milk by performing some complex chemical reactions within that mechanical cow? Can cow imitate like a natural cow? Can it eat the grass and produce the milk? It is not going to do that. So there is a vast difference in how biology functions and how a mechanical system and chemical system works. And his intelligence is all way around. So it is from starting from single cell to whole organism, there is intelligence is there. Every cell, it has such intelligence activities, like it separates one reaction from another reaction within the cell also. Otherwise, some unwanted products will come. So that type of, what you can say, checkpoints are there, error corrections are there. Dr. Jagannathan is there from CCMB, and he knows this, genetics, how it works, how much complex it is. There is proofreading, error correction. Those things are not found in the mechanical systems. Ontology of biological system. There are no parts. Participants are members of a dynamic whole. Participants of a biological system exhibit an external teleological relation. Participants do not possess isolated identities. Participants are identified only in their mutual relations. Sentience act as unity in principle, and they follow circular logic, chicken and egg problem. So, in the biological systems, there are no parts. Parts in the sense that which you can separate and you can have, an isolated identity. You don't have that type of thing in the biological system. And if you can take out the DNA, it does not, what you can say, do the function AI outside
It's a based activity. Early Wittgenstein, in my understanding, also falls to it, but later Wittgenstein goes beyond it. And embodied cognition, it's now extended to embodied, extended, inactive, embedded. So there are 4 E's in it, and then also affective. So 4E is the acronym. 4E cognition is grounded in phenomenology and biological science rather than the functionalist ideas based on computer model of mind. So we are affective beings with love and empathy as our natural disposition. Though under psychopathological condition, we may fail to empathize with others. Now, Heidegger goes beyond the computation account, and Hegelian scholars like Hubert Dreyfus fight to correct a mistake. So, coming back to problems with that one, which is inspired by the model, how much of okay, this I have already discussed. So there are problems at the level like Hubert Dreyfus talks about frame problem in the computation approach to understand mind. So under the frame problem, this is actually made by Dept, who is a proponent of functionalist or computation account. But the problem involves the power of common sense. If you have a robot whose battery has died and it needs to go to recharge its battery, and the recharging is in the truck. So in the truck, there is also a bomb, and it doesn't care. Bomb blasts and it destroys. Now, AI people, they think that we should make it intelligent, and then they try to get information that what is not relevant and what is relevant. So again, our robot goes to recharge itself, and we find that there are infinite number of things which are irrelevant, like the color of walls, floor, chairs, and so on. So meanwhile, it is doing computations and the bomb blasts. So that shows that if we make this relevant, then there is an infinite number of entities, so that we become right decision in the time frame. So that's called frame problem, whereas this is something very simple.
I have to make the sound on mute. So your sound is not going to the online participants. Yeah, you can speak. I can take the laptop. No, laptop I don't. What?
Shanta.
The central problem, as I understand, lies in the exclusive pursuit of objectivist and deductive methods of physical sciences, which might be suitable for study of physical world, but in the study of subjective human mind and affairs, and expecting an exact theoretical mind in the domains, just like this, it is expected would be untenable. The human domain.
বাইক চালানো খুব বিরক্তিকর হয়। তার থেকে শুধু অফলাইন শুধু অনলাইন ঠিক আছে। কি যেন বলো ওটা?
Yeah, it's now. Hello. Yeah. So for humans, features like qualia, which means the qualitative experience, for which one cares, and dynamicity, emergence, they characterize better the truth of human nature and not just dry factual truth or static truth. Hence, phenomenology inspired by Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, but also some part of Husserl, and dynamical system theory, Fourier cognition, I think they suit well to characterize human mind in the method of formal tradition characterized in terms of dry objective rules alone. Unfortunately, AI-influenced philosophers think that mimicking the human behavior is same as human mind. This was, I think, compulsion of engineers, but not of philosophers concerned with understanding human mind. But sadly, they have just got seduced to the wrong view in the name of making their inquiry as scientific. So to me, this seems like searching a lost key under a street light when the key was lost in a dark room. Now I'm going to describe two ideas from analytical philosophy which seems to downplay experience. And since analytic philosophy is formal analytical philosophy, I should say, that seems to be the basis of classical computationism. So I think it's pertinent to discuss them. So the first among them is Frege. Frege's ideas about objectivity of thought. So Frege's third realm, we know it contains entities like objective sense or meaning and proposition, and also other objective entities like numbers, functions, mathematical functions, etc. So they are different from ideas, the world of sense impressions, psychological states, moods, emotions, experiences, and they exist in individual mind, but like objects, like spatiotemporal objects, can exist on their own without any barrier, so they can also exist on their own. The objective truth exists in thought, in third realm, not in the minds of individual humans, because they have subjectivity and they can change from person to person. And they don't exist in physical world as well, because entities like car, they are concrete entities, tangible entities, while objective truths are not. So I see these Fregean ideas as near to Fregean sense, near to the usual notion of concept. So the sense of, say, on an object lemon would be carrying two objective, not in the idea of lemon for Frege, but in the third realm. So subjective experiences under this approach, subjective experiences with lemons have nothing to do with the truth or objective meaning of lemon. I resist this view. Why to insist so much for one and only one rigid meaning of lemon? Why not to go with radical categories, as we talk about in cognitive linguistics for lemon, which is more encompassing for certain variations in the tokens of lemons. And sometimes one may actually get actually confused between some big lemon or an lemon looking orange. So I mean, an orange which looks like lemon. So if we have this knowledge of essence using which we identify things, then there should be no confusion, even if the tokens are very far away from the standard prototype lemon. So Fregean thoughts. So further. Further, I also want to highlight that generally it is merely abstract logical form which is involved in logical deductions. The concepts involved in propositions are merely symbols, abstract symbols, without having any connection with experience. Then logical fictions of Bertrand Russell also seems to be downplaying experiences. For example, a table or numbers, they are for him just abstract set of sets. Then in philosophy of mind, we know work of Fodor and Clichy. They equate conceptual content with propositional content. This doesn't involve content from imagery or sensory experiences. Then meaning of a proposition in terms of logical form by early Wittgenstein in his picture theory of meaning, where not picture but picturing equated with logical form is the meaning, meaning ascribing agency, and it's an external agency. Then meaning of in later Wittgenstein, we come across certain utterances like slab, when a builder shouts to his assistants, The speaker here doesn't utter even a full proposition like I want a slab of rectangular shape of this weight and so on. Then a question arises that how does the parsing happen when no subject and propositional attitude has been explicitly mentioned here? I mean, parsing is discussed by Chomsky to make sense of a sentence. So in this just one simple utterance, slab, one word slab, how is parsing happening when there is no subject and object and propositional attitudes being explicitly mentioned here? Further, even in later Wittgenstein, though I have high regard for later Wittgenstein, but still, while he discusses about needle in the box argument against the private language aspect, here the qualia, like the qualia about the pain. So that is not important here. What is important is merely the language game being played around pain. Someone having no experience of pain at all can also understand the meaning of the word pain for him. So that's very surprising to me. And I think such kind of descriptions are rampant in analytical philosophy to describe concepts without experience. Now in modern times, through fMRI scans, MEG scans, we know there is multimodal activation in sensory motor cortex, and they are causally involved in encoding of concepts. They are not just there as spreading of activation as some critics describe it to be. So nothing like Fregean notions of abstract ideas residing in some mysterious third realm seems to be case to my mind. And obviously it is mysterious to talk about that where is this third realm and what mechanism assures a specific right connection of objective thought in third realm with the specific words being uttered or statements being uttered. So I propose that why cannot we accept variance in the individual experiences and actually there is a significant similarity or sameness in our experiences, making communal agreement possible for us. And we can probably surrender the chase of one, two, which even if it is possible for physics or in mathematics, it's not there in the world of human psychosocial world, in which language or words are actually used in our pragmatic affairs. Frege's ideas, to me, seems to have validity in the artificial world of computer science or in the world of mathematics, but not in the actual human affairs or in the actual human language. That is my point. So this kind of philosophy of language by Frege shows that meaning in language is relevant only for AI and a robot driven by AI, but not for actual mind, as I have already said. Similarly, then I have written another section on problems with conceiving philosophy as mere linguistic analysis or study of meaning and truth alone, at least as one third of analytical philosophy when we do formal analytical philosophy, not natural language analysis. That to my mind sounds quite sensible. But I'm skipping that part because I think it will become too long otherwise. So further, I'm moving to third section. So what should be the valid account of characterizing actual human cognition? I believe it is in Heideggerian phenomenology and dynamical system theory, emergence, and so on. So Heideggerian phenomenologists in modern times, like Hubert Rufus, I have already discussed, and then also there is Charles Taylor. So they are important. While discussing Charles Taylor, I want to highlight certain background conditions which are meaning conferring agencies, and these background conditions involve our very bodily existence, our pragmatic connection with the world, our historicity and culturality, and also what Wittgenstein calls as form of life. So they are relevant as background conditions. So these are the agencies which are not very visible. Like in analytical tradition, we talk about structure of language, or Chomsky talks about syntax, which are very much visible. In Heideggerian terminology, we can say they are ontic inquiries, something positively existing, but something which is invisible, which is laying the foundation of that. I think that thing we find in background condition by Charles Taylor, inspired by Heideggerian philosophy. So to give a few examples, like we have concept of up, down, left, and right. Now these concepts get their intelligibility for our bodily existence. Suppose like the kind of body we have, and we move on the front side and we have a back side, and alternatively, if we had a spherical kind of body having eyes all around us, then front, back, left, right would have no meaning. So this is the kind of bodily existence we have plays one background condition role. Then there is pragmatic relation with the world in the sense that we have definite distinction between table and a door, and that distinction is because they are used in our pragmatic affairs in a different manner. We use them differently. But think of a woodpecker. For a woodpecker, there is no such difference between a door and a table because it's just a wood for it. It doesn't figure in its pragmatic relation with the world in different manners. Similarly, obviously, we are historical cultural beings which have a definite saying, assigning meaning and normativity in our language and in perception. So, and the same thing is in form of life. And so I recall Wittgenstein's statement that if a lion could speak human language, say English, Hindi, still we would not be able to understand that language because a lion has a different form of life. So these are the background conditions which confer meaning in our perception and I believe also in language. Similarly, then following Dreyfus, we come to know that the life of consciousness is subtended by an intentional arc under which we get perception in the light of prior knowledge from the past and expectations or anticipation in the future. So accordingly, we can perceive even an innocent tent to be a bear. I call it a perception of tent as a bear. So what if I go for elaboration, like a person who has a prior knowledge of a wild deer roaming around in the forest and who has already killed 2 or 3 people. So with this prior knowledge, if he is to cross the forest and he looks at an object and he may perceive it as a bear. And it has actually happened. It is an actual event. So the thing is that we always project in our future the possibilities, and we also get influenced by our past knowledge, belief, or experiences. So there is an intentional arc which is going on. It's not just making a computational decision making in the present, and it's not that we are like a robot who doesn't care. We do care. We are human beings. We care for our survival, for our many desires, and we do project in the future, which is impacting our now, the very now. So past and future, they are influencing, they are constituting our experience of now. Now, this thing doesn't happen with a robot. Similarly, there are descriptions of Noema and Noesis in Husserlian philosophy. So Noema is an intended object and Noesis is the process of constitution of that process. Now, it's not a fixity of meaning. In the very process of constitution, the Noema changes sometimes. And Noema, your pre-decided goal obviously governs your process. So, for example, if you think of a potter who looks at a heap of clay, and then he decides to make a round, a spherical pot. But in the process of making it, he may end up making an elongated pot, which we call surahi. So he intends to make a ghada, but ends up making a surahi, or he may actually collapse it. So Noema and Noesis, this dynamicity is involved in our human sense making, again, which is missing in AI governed robot. So from Heidegger, we learn that we are not logical machines operating in the world in separation from the world, using some external abstract rules, the way a robot functions. And for a robot, word is like facts, or there is abstract information which doesn't matter. And for us, it matters. So we exist as Dasein, as being in the world, in an essential intertwined relationship with the world, or as engaged beings, not externally connected with the world, but as affective beings. But this mattering of world, now further I want to discuss a little bit of very abstract notion of nothingness from Heideggerian philosophy, which is very unintelligible, rather absurd for analytical philosophers. Like Karnap says, it is just nonsense. But I think it makes a lot of sense. So the mattering of world in our inauthentic Daseinness, in our usual way of existence, and philosophy of nothingness, when it dawns to us through dread, through our possible death experience. So only this dread liberates us from our inauthenticity, under which the whole world recedes away, and also one's inauthentic self that also recedes away. And this is inauthentic self for being a myth sign, that is being with others, and which operates under the dictatorship of the day. So with the experience of one's finitude facilitated by dread, one individuates, one gets rid of the tyranny of Dasman, and so one becomes authentic. So the world which we live through, our world is totality of significance. In contrast to what Wittgenstein believed, the world is totality of facts. We are not really facts gathering beings, or we are not just, our existence is not characterized by facts, but by significance, the totality of significance. So I believe that characterization of human existence in such manners can pave the way for humanity to be directed towards better characterization and towards authenticity. And also I believe that this authenticity can be facilitated through meditation when mind gets silent or still. So then I'm moving to the final section, correcting the tail. So here I am taking some 3-4 cognitive capacities, and I will try to show that the cognitive tail in the computational account or AI account is not very convincing as compared to the account by embodiment. So first among these is I will talk about perception. So in perception, we know a philosopher like Jerry Fodor, he talks about certain modules. And so for him, perception is also a module. We have distinct ones for vision, for audition, and so on. And he believes in encapsulation of these modules from each other and also from the general cognition. Now he presents Muller-Law illusion as a case for his for supporting his case, but I think the very same Muller-Law illusion can be explained otherwise, supporting the case of general cognition and the need for humans to get acclimatized in the environment or to successfully act in the environment. So that is understandable from the point of view of a person as an active being, but not from that of a person as an AI system, for whom the world doesn't matter, its own survival doesn't matter, and taking it as an entity external to the world, which is just externally mirroring the world using some abstract representations and rules. As an active being, one is reading the world in accordance with his pragmatic relation with the objects. And interestingly, there is one tribe in Africa, Zulu tribe, for whom Muller-Law illusion doesn't happen. And the reason is postulated that they live in a different kind of environment. They live in circular, cylindrical kind of earths, while we live in rectangular cross-section houses. So experience is Okay. And similarly, in perception and social cognition, we have cases from adult studies, and where the person is able to perceive facial expressions of happy, sad, and others, but not one expression which is of disgust. And the reason is postulated that he has a damaged insula, which is part of motor cortex. For that problem, he cannot map the facial expressions of others on his own face, so he cannot do what is called nowadays mirror neuron theory, that's called mirroring. So he cannot do mirroring for faulty mirror neurons or damaged mirror neurons. So he cannot experience the experience of disgust, he cannot have, and he cannot see that experience in the facial expressions of others as well. But this kind of account in social cognition in real life situations is involving an experience. It's not just using some abstract algorithm on some abstract symbols. Similarly, then I can talk about concepts. As I discussed earlier while criticizing Frege, so we have from Lawrence Barceau the idea of embodied concept, which just simply says that we have concept of say chair or bed or furniture in our sensory motor cortex and also in the affective centers. So we have certain original experiences with these entities, and when we look at these tokens of these entities, then the original experiences in sensory motor and affective terms, they get simulated, they get enacted, reactivated. So in that way, concepts are represented inside us, and they are very much involving experience in our very gross sensory motor experiences and affective experiences. Nothing sacrosanct is required to understand concepts in some third realm like Frege did. Then I also come just summarizing the language part. So in the computational account, we have Chomsky's theory, where language, especially recursive grammar, is an innate module or language organ or language acquisition device. And grammatical rules here are not behaviors, but innate and inner biological disposition, which unfolds like other biological dispositions like puberty, and it gets stimulated even by a poor external stimulation. So his chief argument is poverty of stimulus. Language for him is fundamentally just plain cold rules, not something learned from experiences. But in modern times, we know with the advent of, again, mirror neuron theory, we have proposals, for example, from Arbib and Rizaletti, where mirroring plays the role of middle ground for communication between the sender and receiver in terms of understanding the gestures, orofacial gestures, brachiomanual gestures, with the intentional content between the two. So also we have accounts from Tomasillo in his uses-based theory of language acquisition, which argues that language structures can emerge from language use, and children acquire grammatical constructs by relying on their general cognitive abilities, not exclusive grammatical ability. He discusses problems with Chomskyan paradigm, like the linguistic data, the stimulus, is also rich, contrary to Chomskyan assumption that there is a poverty of stimulus. Studies by Puri shows in 2002, they show that linguistic data exposed to the child is actually rich. So these are the problems for Chomskyan paradigm. And Tomasillo describes in detail in his various books and papers that general cognitive abilities like intention reading, pattern formation, they are enough to make grammatical constructs. I have to skip some portion. Yeah, so I think let me, how much time I'm left with? I can have, okay. There are a lot of details. So in summary, just nutshell, it is I'm trying to make the case for second generation cognitive science, which started some 30-40 years ago with the publication of book namely The Embodied Mind by Varela, Thompson and Roche. And these ideas are simply grounding our cognitive capacities like concepts, language, perception, social perception, and so on in our body and our sensory motor cortex and affective experiences. And the ideas are, as I have said already, inspired by Heideggerian phenomenology, which characterizes human existence not in a disembodied or merely rational agent, having some innate logic in his mind or innate concept in his mind since beginning, but a design, a being out there, being in the world, which is essentially engaged, and so this engagement, the learning of these cognitive capacities, it's possible. And I think that's more relevant account, even it has good relevance for psychiatry to understand psychiatric problems. There are a lot of work is being done actually in Europe in phenomenology of psychiatry, using Heideggerian notions. Historically, also Binswanger and Medard Bose, they worked on this. And in modern times, Stengeli, Thomas Fuchs, these people are working using Heideggerian ideas in psychopathology, understanding deeply meaning of depression, anxiety, and so on. So I think these two tales, the first tale is quite artificial and it misdirected our attention to the things which are not really causally efficacious. And the offshoot of this kind of approach was AI approach, which is not a genuine characterization of actual human mentality. Actual human mentality is characterized well by Heidegger and Heidegger philosophy and then in embodied cognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chopra, for opening up a very large canvas on cognitive science and cognitive philosophy. Key idea here that was presented to us, there are two different schools of thought, and he highlighted how the analytic philosophy of cognitive science fails to understand or give a proper account of cognitive science. Rather, cognitive science could be more fundamentally explained with the help of Heidegger's existentialist account of design. So, in this context, and that is precisely because Heidegger gives importance to an ontic notion of being, ontic.
Yeah.
So with this, I invite a few questions for Professor Chopra. So if you have questions.
Thank you, Professor Chopra, for nice presentations as well as informative paper on two tales of AI, both analytical and phenomenological. I have some basic questions. I know it is analytical and phenomenological. And can you please give us some philosophical argument on why AI is phenomenological and why it is analytical?
Why AI is phenomenological and why it is analytical?
Yeah. Can you give a philosophical exposition?
Yeah. It's simple. When I say the first tale, analytical cognitive science, it's just based on rules, some abstract rules. And this is the way analytical philosophy works. And concepts like in Frege, we see are just like abstract entities. They are disembodied, non-experiential entities. And they are, and in Chomsky's approach, in Fodor's approach, we see the same approach to characterize human mentality, the human rationality is just operating of abstract, non-experiential rule on abstract symbols. While in Heideggerian phenomenology, I mean, the cognitive science inspired by Heidegger's phenomenology, it is experiential. When I'm existing as a design, I'm existing in body. I'm an embodied creature and I need to act in the environment. The world has a significance for me. So like Heidegger says that the meaning of hammer is not in the objective future, but meaning of hammer is in hammering, in the very action. So all of these embodied, enacted, embedded, they are all, I think, seeds are there in the Heideggerian philosophy itself. And they are all experiential, they are all embodied. In that sense, I say that cognitive science inspired by this philosophy is phenomenological.
Can I ask you this? Thank you very much, Professor Chopra, for your nice presentation. I'm very happy to know your thoughts. And I'm sorry I could not respond to some of the comments that you have sent. And I appreciate what you have commented. And as you were saying, that for human, the feelings and that, the qualities of, the subjective qualities, which are very, very important. And that is not present in the machines. But why people are so strongly pushing this wrong idea? Have we thought about the motive behind this wrong propagation of idea, which I believe majority of people know that machines are not sentient and conscious, and there is no possibilities that majority see that is going to happen. So, but what is the basic motive behind such a wrong propagation of, this type of ideology?
Well, I think motive is one is that popular movies, science fiction movies, they also made it popular that robot run by AI is conscious, is having sentience, but it doesn't have any sentience. Obviously, we know a distinction between weak AI and strong AI. So under the weak AI scientists, they admit that the rules are made by humans, and they are just robots are just blindly following it. But in strong AI, we do have hopes that robots or the AI system will be able to make its own decisions. They have these hopes. But we know from Searle's Chinese room argument that that executing a function successfully may be mimicking the intelligence, but it is not understanding. So understanding something, I believe, is something experiential. Like sometimes we read a text without understanding anything, and then we come back, we realize that, oh, I'm just reading, but I'm not understanding anything. So that understanding is not merely successfully executing a function. That separation was there in the functionalism school in philosophy of mind. And that was open for engineers. Actually, engineers have no way to mimic consciousness, but we do have consciousness. And I think engineers are not wrong. They are just doing their job. The same is committed by philosophers of mind like Fodor, who think, Fodor or Putnam, early phase at least, who think that human mind is characterized by these computational accounts. For them, the guiding mantra is cognition is computation. I resist that. So if you have asked me that why this is so widespread or rampant, one is maybe because of science fiction movies. And I think the other is our belief that formal systems, they can explain human rationality. They are just ignoring qualia, the experiential part. And I discussed, already I have discussed while discussing Charles Taylor and Norman Noyce's dynamicity in Husserl's phenomenology and intentional arc. So these phenomena point out that AI is not characterizing human mentality at all. It's just a device to be used for our purposes. But it's not sentience, it's not having sentience, it's not having consciousness. Yeah. Okay, sure.
Said. I guess there are deep-rooted reasons.
There
are deep-rooted reasons.
Okay.
And I guess we have to look at the contemporary world right now. What is happening in the world? On the name of modernization and globalization, see, there's a tendency to capture and objectify. And this tendency to capture and objectify the whole world including human mind. Perhaps that's the reason for all these attempts to, I'm calling them attempts. And they're also not saying that, they have this hope that they will be successful someday. But, there's nothing wrong in having the hope, But as we all, I will talk about this, so the hope is that one day we will be able to capture the mind. We will be able to capture the consciousness. We will be able to capture and determine the whole world and reality. Now, this hope, after all, human mind is such that we hope against hope, we know that my mother is going to die. The doctor has said there's no way that she can live. Still, I have hope that some miracle can happen and she may still remain conscious. She may still live for at least some time. So I think there's nothing wrong in having hope. But at the same time, as I said, it's a kind of global tendency. Now, this global tendency has many complications and many layers. One of them is this artificial intelligence funding, for example. The funding for the projects comes from multinational companies.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Part of it.
Yeah.
Philosophers may resist however we want, but there are some philosophers who also are actually participating in the whole debate. So I think I'll stop here. I have many more things to say, but I'll stop.
Just to add to it, actually, I forgot to mention, Dreyfus also talks about in-principle argument, metaphysical and epistemological assumptions, which are followed by AI people and which are wrong. So that follows largely scientificizing or objectifying, which is okay for sciences like physics, chemistry. But when we talk about human subjectivity, human sense making, in perception, in language, then these methods are not adequate. Yeah, she also says. Okay.
Any online audience would like to participate? Raise any question? So, I think there is no question, but I thank Professor Chopra for his presentation. And now we move to the next presentation. Will be by Bhakti Vijnana Maharaja. Bhakti Vijnana Maharaja received his Ph.D. in chemical engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, IIT-Kharagpur, and with the disappearance of Sripad Maharaj from this world, Dr. Muni followed his Guru's instruction to continue his service under the guidance of Sripad Bhakti Madhava Maharaj, and is titled as Intelligence in Nature, Its Importance in Understanding Source of Life, quote and unquote, and the reality. So now it is over to Bhakti Vijnana Maharaja.
So my respectful pronouns to all the assembled scholars. And today is an auspicious day because it is the day of disappearance day of Vishnu Srila Bhakti Siddhant Saraswati Thakur. And when we read about him, we know he was a very great scholar, a very great personality. And people from all over the world in those days, like 1920s and 30s, from America, from Britain, from other countries, they came and had dialogues with him. And they were completely convinced with him. one scholar, Father Srila, said, when he was asked, when he was going away from the Bombay to England, he was being asked, what do you remember about India? And he said, that sadhu I met in Navadvip Dham, I think he has made a permanent impression in my heart. He said like that about Saraswati Thakur. So Saraswati Thakur's language is very extraordinary, very wonderful, and all the books that we find in our like different ashramas about Chaitanya Charitamrita and other books, the commentaries are made by him. And then he was honored everywhere, very like Bhakti, and others came to his thoughts as like one I think one professor of BHU, Pratap said, sometimes we want somebody and we go to and then he has so many varieties of foods to get to eat. But we don't know how to taste them. So that's why we are not able to appreciate what has been offered to us. So such was his greatness, and it is very nice that today we are doing a small conference on his day of disappearance. So this question of intelligence is a very important question. All living organisms are characterized by intelligence. Now, we can say there are different entities, different classes of entities, so just as the biological entities, there are also nature as an intelligent system and mechanical intelligent system. So there are, at least we can say, three different categories to begin with. But how to study to get a unified idea of intelligence, what intelligence is. So, I mean, in today's world, we have mostly a mechanical approach. But there is also the philosophical approach, and there will also be the Vedanta concept, in which the idea of intelligence is a result of the expression of the organicity of reality. It's the organic whole. That famous Chopra is that now, in trying to understand intelligence, but the kind of view AI is taking the simplified view of intelligence. And mostly it is taking the view where the neurons are the building blocks of biological intelligence, and similarly aliens will be the building blocks of machine intelligence. So this is kind of a mechanization of the concepts. So this has been argued for greater and lesser validity of artificially replicating the biological intelligence. Now, the thing is, both types of neurons do integrate signals arising from multiple other neurons, transform it with a nonlinear function, and output it to further neurons. So many say biological neurons operate on discrete signaling, means on-off. So, for example, the action potential is binary, while the ANN, it works on a continuous numerical values. So, so there is already a difference, and binary activation potential is also only purely replicated in the sigmoidal nonlinear functions used in ANNs. There are some things called ReLU, rectified linear functions. So they also help the neurons to learn in situations which was not formerly possible, but it is not even biologically plausible. So neuroscience is revealing that this integration and simple logical processing of signals happens many times within a single neuron, making the computations several order of magnitudes more complex than like this mechanical neurons or artificial neurons that we are storing in machines. So it is many orders of complexity more than ordinary elements. So while talking about the differences, for example, the biological neurons get tired, and if they fire too long, you have to rest. And their functions are modulated by hormones and they recycle the neurotransmitters, etc. So it's a very separate kind of function going on there. So we are therefore very far from understanding biological networks as far as linear logic is concerned. So then, it was thought that these intelligence centers are located in the in the neurons, but what it is being found, but even the glial cells are involved in intelligence, in intelligence, it contributes to intelligence. So they also, like receive, process, and distribute signals in a way which only neurons are supposed to, be known to do such a kind of functions. So therefore, computations are not limited to brain. They are omnipresent in the whole of the living organism. These contribute intelligent functions to the organisms. So thus, ANN are very inaccurate models of biological neurons. So really the question is, can AI mimic intelligent past of biological entities? So that means, what are the predominantly human abilities? So this has inspired different types of approaches like biomimicry. Then sometimes they cannot calculate so many things. So what they do is they make design decisions, and from those design decisions they try to devise some biological sort of functions in the artificial systems. So this has led from a shift from the AI to machine learning, because AI is just coding and computing, from many possibilities, try to find out the best fit, etc. But in machine learning, we make some design decisions just to shortcut the amount of computation necessary. So there are limitations. For example, this Deep Blue was able to calculate out of many possible moves what is the best possible move. But this is also an abstraction, because it is symbolic AI is not a solution to all problems by any set of predefined rules. For example, can the Big Blue physically move the pieces? It is not able to do that. So it needs a human help to move the pieces. So the actual biological function is much more complex and much more organic. But an abstract understanding of only the particular problem does not amount to biological intelligence. So how do you recognize a piece, for example? So how about recognizing novel shapes and which human beings can instantly recognize? There are some experiments in which when we recognize some images, so when the pattern becomes even better, so in the next iteration, it gives a completely different kind of result. But a human being will not make a complete difference in the like for example, in one experiment, it first said it is a man and an American man. But when then it said it's a woman and an African woman. So how a small change completely changed the computer output to something so drastically different. But that kind of error cannot be done by a human being. At the same time, the human beings are subject to illusions, but a computer will not be subject to the same illusions. So there are basic differences like that. So hard-coded rules of symbolic AI do not bear any resemblance to the fuzzy type of values in biological intelligence. So then this led to the idea of machine intelligence. So when machines learn to solve problems themselves rather than being given a set of rules or codes to solve the task, this is achieved by learning new rules through repeated attempts and feedback on the extent of success each time. This is the similarity between machine intelligence and biological intelligence. But still, there are important differences. For example, ANNs are inspired by neural networks in the brain. But how relevant are the ability of this technology, and how do these similarities grow? Structural similarities in neurons is not really as important property of AI. The non-real model also failed to develop any advantage to AI. So that propagation is perhaps the most criticized aspect of ANN for being biologically implausible. Biological neurons are unable to feed signals backward. There is no evidence for back propagation. And convolution seems well founded. Convolution means using filters. But current AI does not follow that line of reasoning. In conclusion, current successes are focused on how ANNs are trained and not exactly on what they are. They are a mix of pragmatic engineering decisions and questionable biological inspirations. So thus, therefore, biological behavior emerge. So the comparisons of ANN and BNN means biological neural networks. So far escapes any simple conclusions. Intelligence is a high-level functionality. Does a biological behavior emerge from a system that we have not explicitly designed to do so? The similarities between performance of aliens and humans is not very impressive. The tasks being solved are merely tasks. They are very far from modeling human intelligence. The similarity from the concept of hierarchical pattern system reflects a design decision and not any emergent property. These make a convincing argument against functional similarities between aliens and biological intelligence. So the amount of data required to train contemporary aliens is staggering. And it is clear just a position to how animals are being trained. Just from a few observations, how to make awareness apply knowledge obtained even in different contexts. So AI lacks ability to perform transitive inference. That means to learn something all of a sudden, something like, can a crocodile learn steeplechase? This was the question asked. Okay, fine. So this leads to a question. If the biological substance is driven by a mind, is there a duality between mind and brain? So this one of the thing that computers do have syntax, but they have no meaning, they have no semantics. And Srila frequently refers to this as causal properties and intentionality. And actually that artificial systems lack both, and human brain somehow has both. After all, what is science? Science means the study of causes. So what are the causes behind, what is known as biological intelligence, and what are the causes behind artificial intelligence? So we make a comparison of that. And if we need a mind, then how is this causally connected to in biology? So thus, the question of mind and brain duality, are they one or separate entities? So Srla's argument implies that human brain has a mind, but there is no mind within an artificial mechanical machine. So how can we understand that human brain has a mind, and how does it arise? These raises questions about biological substance that are not understood within any machine paradigm. So this is the big dog. So machine and organism, internal and external teleology. So for example, this big dog, it has no purpose of itself. It is programmed for that. But these ants, they must be getting some taste of the sugar. So that is, they have their own purpose. Like sometimes they ask the question, what is meaning? Of course, it's a big subject, but meaning is always connected to purpose, means to an end. So machines have no purpose of themselves, so they have no meanings. But a living organism always has certain purpose for any of its actions. So then we can say that meaning and purpose is an important aspect of like any cognitive entity. So natural intelligence is an inherent function of cognitive faculty. Organisms naturally solve problems of finding food, self-defense, playful activity, sleep, etc. Such purposes are not found in machines. Therefore, anyone can't count the term naturalistic. That means internal teleology for organisms. And this is the characteristic of life, natural intelligence. So a lot of evidence is coming in modern literature, how intelligence is omnipresent at all levels of the cellular functions, and even the behavioral level of an organism. But McClintock, she got the Nobel Prize in 1983 for jumping genes, and her life is a kind of a exemplary life of like sticking to one's inner intuitions, not being like controlled by the mob mentality of the contemporary, the way people say that or conventional science. She never gave up her inner convictions, and she always thought the plant was very intelligent, and she made numerous studies on that. And finally, she said the plant has its own subjectivity. That means it's not just an object for me, but it is also subject for itself. So therefore, she convinced that the causality of a living cell is not linear, rather it is circular. That means you cannot say from where it begins and from where it concludes. Like the chicken and egg problem, you can't say the chicken is a result of some molecules coming together. You have to say there is an egg which resulted in a chicken by a certain process. But how does the egg come? The egg doesn't come from chemicals either. The egg also comes from the nature, from the species itself, from the hen itself. So both hen and the egg are both complex. They are not simple molecules, but they are representing therefore the different stages of the species in its natural process of development. So organisms or biological organisms are not possible to be reduced to something linear, mechanical, causes. We have to account for a different kind of a thought process here, which is known as organicity or the circular causal modes. Cause, the effect is the cause of the cause. So the modern biology overcomes the failed gene-centric determinism, and life requires cognition at all levels. This is what James Shapiro wrote in his book. So natural intelligence is characterized by internal teleology. So it is also connected with notions such as self-identity, self-identity distinctions, etc. For example, why does a cuckoo have to lay its eggs in a crow's nest? This is amazing. Why? What kind of ability you get by such a process? But the cuckoo is very intelligent. It is giving its hard task to the crow, and crow working hard, and is giving him a chick the food. And why the cuckoo has to do such a thing? So, another thing is that the central nervous systems are not necessary for intelligence. They're not there are times we don't possess neural systems, but still plants display intelligence. So, Gödel, Kurt Gödel said in this regard that mind and matter, there's not some separation. That means in materialism, all elements have been the same. It is mysterious to think of them as spread out and automatically being united. For something to be whole, it has to have an additional object, say a soul or a mind. Matter refers to one way of perceiving things, and elementary particles are a lower form of mind. Mind is separate from matter. That means when we have different types of the sensory perceptions, like the sense of taste, smell, etc. So you need a cognitive faculty to unite the signals. At the same time, you need some help to again distribute them, to differentiate between one form of cognition to another. So the concept of mind arises from philosophical, considerations there. And living organisms does need this type of functional uniting concept for the different perceptions. So in this regard, Immanuel Kant, he said, to achieve recognition of a unified object, mind must perform an act of judgment. It must find how various represented elements are connected to one another. This judgment is an act of apperception. Apperception is a faculty that performs synthesis of recognition. So apperception means this thing, the mind. Means the different signals are coming, you have to unite them, at the same time you have to distribute them. But this is known as the theory of apperception. He reduced this idea for the concept of mind. So there is also one popular system of nervous system known as semiosis. Semiosis are sign-based studies. They find signs everywhere, and signs refer to something. Like the green light does not automatically mean that you have to pass, but we all mean green means you have to pass. But it is not a mechanical thing. We have a meaning to the green, we have a meaning to the red. Stop. So life is full of symbiosis. So life is an information knowledge driven process. Information knowledge is not physical, it is conceptual, and only knows source of semiotic information is prior intelligence. Life is therefore a direct result of a deliberate creative intellectual process. So what are the laws of life? If we studies this nature very carefully, we find one law, and that law is known as the biogenesis. Our life comes from life. Actually, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Thakur told this thing. When we think about the living entity, and say, for example, God, we cannot make a difference like a big sky and a small sky space contained in a small pot. That kind of differentiation doesn't work here because these are all literal concepts. But what we have to think is from the concept of free will. The abstract, what is that? Fully independent and the dependent categories. So in this way, we have to start with the idea of free will, with the idea of eternity, with the idea of but try to understand from the material conceptions, we are making many type of mistakes in while understanding the living phenomena. But anyway, and that's why we have to engage with the scholars of the Vedantic traditions, with the modern traditions, modern, like universities, and there must be a dialogue. Only then this thing can, move forward. So what we say is that there is no mechanistic law for life. And life is its own cause and effect. Life has qualities like free will, reason, etc. This is the famous German scholar Schelling. And Schelling said, nature is quasi-light intelligence. When intelligence becomes less and less and less, it becomes something like a matter. So when consciousness goes to zero, it is called matter. So it is consciousness which produces matter. How come therefore one say that matter produces consciousness? Just like when sound goes to zero, it is called silence. So silence is therefore produced from sound, and now that sound is being produced from silence. So the substantial nature of reality must be cognitive. It cannot be a non-cognitive source. So that's why Brahma philosopher told that nature is formalized intelligence. Nature is spirit in its hidden form. Therefore, nature is not producing any intelligence. Rather, when intelligence becomes less, it is called material nature. That Hegel said that nature is spirit in its externality. When spirit becomes externalized, it is known as nature. So Socrates, he gave his arguments that material realm is not sufficient. It is not enough to study only matter. We must study concepts like like he said, sensuous thought and contemplative thought. Sensuous thought means that thought which is connected to the sensory perceptions. But there is a thought which is not connected to the sense perception, but which is pure thought. So we give an example of pure contemplative thought, but how that is can be intelligible. So therefore, we say that material realm is not sufficient. It is an argument being given by even Socrates long ago. So the materialism is taking for granted that consciousness can be different from matter. The Platonic Socratic view clearly explains that we cannot explain the law of recognition from merely a material explanation based upon notion of prior experience. So even the notion of memory is not enough to understand consciousness. Consciousness and memory are not the same things. So, he gave the example of a slave learning the problems of geometry. So teacher is not telling all the steps to the student. Teacher is merely helping him step-by-step process, and the student somehow understands that when the teacher guides him, suddenly he has some kind of inner recognition of the solution of the problem. So That means so it is something innate. The kind of solutions, kind of ideas, they're innate things. But we are diving into our material conceptions, and that has been the mistakes of this materialistic paradigm. So therefore, the logical limit of physics is that it only deals with identities. It is therefore inadequate to explain life. So the notion of pure identity dominates modern physics. That means things pertains to concepts which we refer to as pure identities or something identical to itself without considering the other determinations or its otherness. Hegel gives the example of starlight. So, for example, if you think in the planetary system, the sun is there and moon is there, and it has no relation to the moon. The sun has nothing to do with the moon or the planetary system. It's just a mechanical, collection of all these luminaries. Then that is known as physics. But when we understand, say, organism, then we cannot separate this finger from the body. The finger has a relation with the body. It is dependent upon the body. Its identity is coming from the body. But in a mechanical system, the identities are not coming from the whole. Like the cycle, it has its nuts, bolts, chains. Their identities are that they are not bolts and chains. When they are within the cycle, they are still not bolts and chains. And when they are outside the cycle, they are still the same thing. So the relation of unity in mechanical systems is quite external. But in organisms, in biological systems, we can't separate the finger and say it's still a finger. It's just a collection of bones or some kind of dead material. It doesn't work as a function. Its identity, its functionality comes from within the complete, from the whole. So this is the major difference between which limits the conceptions of physics. So ancient systems did not conceive reality in this isolated way as some collection of pure independent identities, which had no relations to mediate relations with others. Modern physics sees relations among everything as something external. Physics becomes therefore a system of mechanical idealizations in modern science. So we have to compare between modern science and Vedanta. There are lots of differences, but still, in Vedanta, when we talk about the original truth, we say it is both substance as well as Adi Purusha, the original person. So it is Vastu as well as Adi Purusha, both. But in modern science, we want to reduce everything in terms of matter. It's a reductionistic. Philosophy begins with the unity of world, soul, and God, and it is culminates in what is known as objective idealism. But in modern times, we try to have something impersonal and reductive mechanistic laws. We try to explain everything in terms of laws of nature. But ancient systems describe everything in terms of will. Everything is the will of God. Modern will, but reason, and also this satisfaction. In Sanskrit, we say Allah Dini Shakti. So thinking, feeling, and willing, very important. But in modern science, what is important are the laws. But the laws determine something which is being determined by some rules. But that which is life or that which is free cannot be determined by some external laws. It has its own spontaneity. There is a major difference between Vedantic traditions and modern science. So what logic is coming in Vedanta is known as organic whole. Whereas in modern science, we have mostly analytical logic, means rule-based logics. So logic, we deal with arts, truths, beauty, satisfactions. But in modern science, we don't want to move away from being. But what is the relation of thought to being? What thought is contributing to being? We don't want to think about that. So it's modern science is quite abstract. So Hegel, he says that what may be considered as the strongest, this is actually Puri Maharaja saying it from Hegelian philosophy. But the strongest place of modern science, evolutionism and impersonalism, from a Hegelian perspective, are the two most obvious obstacles to the advancement of genuine science. So because we are stuck to the ideas, evolution and impersonalism, we are not making any genuine advancements. So we have to ask questions. What are personalities? Who are persons? We don't have any definitions of personalities in modern science. So we have dealt with concepts. Finally, the truth or the culmination of the at least the existential philosophy is that objective idealism. This is our idea, the Vedantic idea, or even Hegelian conception. So here, in general philosophy, we are dealing only with universalities. But the Hegel says that the concept becomes concrete only in the singular or in the individual. But we don't think about the particularity and individuality in modern philosophy so much. It's not highlighted. But Hegel said, you must also include talk about these things. And everything is not just a monistic or a oneness idea, but we introduced idea like unity in and through difference. And parallelly in India also, you find these developments, like in Madhava's philosophy, in Mahaprabhu's philosophy, you find this idea like Achinta Vedavit Tattva, etc. So these things are not known by the majority class of Indian philosophers. And so therefore, we can say it's a bankruptcy of ideas. And that is plaguing, the progress of modern thought or science. And they are not able to understand even simple things like what life is, what biology is, etc. So regarding the concept of person, the singularity is there to be concrete universal rather than an abstract universal. So you cannot make the person as something abstract, but the person is something concrete, and that means he is an individual. So this singularity is a very important concept. So this personality reflects the unity of being for some and being for other. But this is a unity that is free. That means a person is fully expressed when there are conceptions of love, affection, devotion, then that personality enhances. But when these things are, removed, when the person feels that, what life is, it's useless, something, he feels despondent. But the personality enhances when there is feeling of love, affection, devotion, dedication, etc. So therefore, freedom is defined and understood as being at home with oneself in another. So actually, if you have to ask the question, how do you know a person is a person? So how can a machine know that a person is a person? Or how can a machine even calculate that somebody is a person? It is impossible. So the ultimate solution is that only that it requires the cognitive entity to recognize another cognitive entity as a cognitive entity. But it requires a person to recognize another person as a person. We cannot reduce it to a mechanical or a machine kind of a phenomenon to say that somebody is a person. So here lies the problem. So therefore, in Vedanta traditions, we have, especially in Bhakti traditions, a lot of importance to love, affection, devotion. This is like a very scientific process, and we must study these things. But unfortunately, we have neglected that because we are controlled by impersonal, or what to say, dominated by the category of pure identities. So that is what we had a conference. We distinguish mechanical, chemical, and biological systems. Biological systems are not just some ideal systems, but they are both substance as well as their subjects. So how can we incorporate such logic within something, analytical, or within something linear systems of, pure entities or mechanical logic? It is impossible. So there is a lot of change happening today in 21st century biology, which was not there in the conventional biology. The most important is that intelligent and cognitive concepts of the cell is the predominant position today. And the cell will not be able to be reduced to something more simple. So we have to deal with organic wholes. So there are a lot of points. The main thing is that an organism is not equal to any machine. So this is my twin talk. I talked about her. So she is again gave a importance to the circular causal nature of the cell. Not only the genome is important, but the whole cell is important. The whole cell is controlling the genome, and genome is also controlling or co-producing the cell. So the causal modes are circular. So therefore, consciousness is very hard to explain. And why? Because modern science develops its theories and concepts of nature as if consciousness side of empirical perception has nothing to contribute to the data of observation, when in fact it is essential to it. Like I think Hegelian philosophers say, thinking is so simple, it is everywhere, but no one thinks about thinking. What thought is, what thinking is, how it is contributing. We have no, rational system to understand that within mechanistic logic. So consciousness, the same thing, the universal, particular, and individual, these three aspects, is that it is common to both I and we. The consciousness is common to the both, the individual as well as the we. So we understand both that universal and also particular I. And therefore the individual is a unit of this universal as well as particular, both. We cannot ignore the particular or the universal. So this is the Upanishadic wisdom. Nitya Nityanam Chaitanya Chaitanya. There is a prime eternal being, and there are also the living entities. But the prime is maintaining all life. And one cannot do anything without intelligence. And Krishna also says he is the root of all intelligence. Unless the person is intelligent, he cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. So what we need is not ordinary thinking, but conceptual mode of thinking. And conceptual mode of thinking is, I think, the third. The whole idea of concept and conceptual thinking is quite revolutionary when compared to evolutionary thinking. The philosophy does not stop at the comprehension of nature or life. Further development takes us to self-conscious reason or ultimately to spirit. It is the consciousness of the dialectical unity of distinct moments that can comprehend the truth of self-consciousness of the I. That means we cannot abstract the I, but it is a kind of a dialectical activity and unity of many distinct moments. So this kind of conceptual mode of thinking, we don't really, appreciate. But that's what is coming out from the philosophy of Hegel. Would you please finally? Okay, I'll take 2 minutes. So finally we come to the Vedic wisdom, the Gayatri. And Gayatri says that there is not only the first breath, but second breath. Second breath is that when you begin to recognize such concepts. So then there is the fourth stage, which is referring to the Atma or the soul. The sun which is enlightening the whole universe. Similarly, without the Atma, we cannot know anything. So we need the concept of Atma. Just as the sun shines in the universe and gives light everywhere, similarly the soul of the Atma rests is somewhere in the seated in the heart, and it spreads its consciousness from where you can know the reality. So, but there's the qualifications to attain to that truth, to that theory. That means one has to develop good qualities, means measurable qualities and disciplined qualities, become a servant and must approach a qualified personality like a, and then gradually this knowledge will be revealed. So student must inquire about the nature of Brahman or the spiritual substance, so spiritual personality. And finally, my final slide. This is our Srila Bhakti Siddhartha Goswami Maharaj, the founder of this temple, this Acharya, this Nath. He says that the venerable area, if you see the Gayatri mantra, there is a word Varanyam. But Varanyam means the venerable area, which means the super subjective area, which is the superior to the subject of the soul, which is superior to the Atman. And that word means something more subtle than even the soul. So ordinary bharga means light. It means that which can reveal what ordinary light cannot reveal. Here it means that which can predominate the soul or the Atman. Really? Okay. The bharga belongs to Deva, or the supreme personality of Godhead. So Deva means beautiful and playful, and that is Krishna, the reality of the beautiful. Therefore, the Gayatri Mantra says that we must meditate on that venerable plane. That is known as Krishnanagar. Gayatri ultimately means Sankirtan. Thus, Brahma Gayatri in connection with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu means Krishna Kirtan. Then it reaches Vrindavan, and where we have the fruit of Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. Now we have some question. Please.
At first, I would like to thank you for delivering such an illuminating lecture. I am Shubha Gupta from Kalyani University. From Kalyani University. Yeah. One question that generally we believe that all human beings have different level of intelligence. Is it so?
Level of
intelligence.
Yes, of course.
Is it so? True. And is it applicable for other animal systems?
Yes.
Okay. So what is or what are the causes behind it?
Yeah. So generally we define intelligence as solving problems, capabilities. So we can see different forms of life have some inherent capacity to solve problems. Like human beings can easily reason, but an animal won't reason. If you go to a dog,
Actually, I am asking each individual. Individual
within the same species. Yes, of course. According to their, what to say, like in Gita also, the Lord says, I am giving them intelligence. So intelligence is necessary. Like if you see the functions of mind, intelligence and ego. So the mind is something which is necessary to unite the different perceptions. And intelligence must be there to discriminate, to categorize, to understand. Intelligence is considered the understanding.
Understand the situation or what?
Anything, any problem.
As for example, we are academicians, so we have some level of, some type of intelligence.
Yes, yes.
So some plumber. One plumber, he has some level of intelligence.
So he talked about some principles like anamnesis, etc., where students simply have to recognize that what is solution. It is not that the intelligence is being produced by a material mind, but intelligence is coming some kind of, it's coming by when you apply yourself. So it develops. But there is a potential. Everybody has a potential. But the potential to become actualized, it has to go through a process. So it is also important. The process and all those things.
Actually, I would like to make a small comment, but as we have a panel discussion, so we can see it. And as your question you are asking about individual, there is cloning. In the clone, the same gene in different individuals. If you keep identical twins, there are many experiments, same environment, like lots of belief is there, honestly. So how much nature is controlling and how much nurture is controlling, how much gene is controlling, how much environment is controlling. If you put individuals of having same genome, same environment, they behave differently, their intelligence is different. Because what Vedic science says, they have different karma, different sukrut. So they obviously they are different. You cannot clone and make him another Einstein. You will all have it. Looking like you can only copy the external appearance, but you cannot copy the properties, the personality. You cannot copy that. Genome cannot copy the personality. This is the difference. Thank you.
So all the present, please come. So let me summarize the paper presenters' view on this very idea that whether there is any difference between artificial intelligence and human intelligence or natural intelligence. Mostly when we talk about intelligence, we ascribe intelligence to human beings, and the entire discourse today morning, as we began with Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj. So it also refers to this very basic distinction that what kind of abilities are intelligent abilities, particularly referring to human beings and the fly that he talked about. So whether all biological entities will have similar intelligence, or the intelligence evolves in the biological entities, and so therefore, question that she raised, referring to you, was whether there is a difference between intelligence of say lesser human beings and human beings, or say for example a child and an adult human being. So intelligence of course evolves as we yes, intelligence of course evolves as we saw. Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj talked about interaction. How does a biological being interact with other biological beings? And that is actually a starting point of evolution of intelligence. So it is in this context he referred to the significance of a biological body, and he was comparing that with an artificial body. So artificial body's intelligence is a non-experiential intelligence, and therefore it doesn't have a lived-in experience. So the concept of lived experience also figures in the talk of Professor Chopra, particularly referring to Heidegger's phenomenology and Anarchism's account of intelligence. So therefore, I'll come to that a little later. But the second paper was on sentient-machine advocates are probably not as intelligent as they think. In this context, there are several important points were raised, and one among them is how mechanical, biological, and chemical ontological categories are to be understood. So, Maharaj talked about the ontological differences, and I think that's a very important category which he brought to our discussion. That is particularly in the study of consciousness today, we have a very interesting ontological debate which is going on about how social facts are created. And concerning this notion of fact, Professor Chopra also pointed out, referring to Einstein's idea, the world is a totality of facts. Now, John Searle gave a very interesting account about ontology. Searle says that there are layers of ontology. And so far as consciousness is concerned, consciousness will have a different ontology compared to the facts in the societies or institutional facts. So Searle talked about institutional facts and brute facts. Brute facts is a fact which is independent of human intentionality or human existence or human being conscious of that object. And institutional facts are facts which are dependent on human consciousness or human intentionality. Institutional facts are collectively formed. So, for example, human being lives an institutional life. So, we are all here as a part of institution. So, we have collectively agreed upon a particular point to come here, listen to each other, discuss. So, this whole agreement is a collective decision. But brute facts, like, say, for example, the trees, the plant, the mountains, rivers, do exist as brute facts. I mean, their existence is not dependent on human existence. I think I'm speaking to Mike. So the point that I would like to refer to is this: that kind of categories where human intelligence will be figured, whether human intelligence can be completely explained with the biological ontology, whether human intelligence can be completely explained with reference to the biological or quote-unquote ontological categories of biology, or it can be explained with reference to other facts, and the institutional facts, because institutional facts also create a set of conceptual scheme through which we try to understand human consciousness. So, therefore, it is very important coming to Professor Chopra's idea, I think. Therefore, it is very important to come to the idea of Professor Chopra. Professor Chopra talked about the phenomenological approach, particularly the Anarchist, the Heideggerian phenomenological approach, where human body is given importance as a repository of cognitions, cognition and articulation of various behaviors, cognitive behaviors. Now, certainly, it is true because now one of the examples that an activist give is that, so for example, how do I hold this mind, or how do I hold this particular object? So right from the beginning of my birth as a child, I have started holding different objects. So this very act of holding is a cognitive act, and so my cognition flourishes along with my interaction with the world, or the way I try to engage with the world in holding different kinds of things. So I can measure that what kind of weight is necessary to hold this, and how is it different from holding or lifting a chair in the dance. So that is the basic idea of an activist notion of intelligence. Now then, keeping that aside, Professor Chopra critiqued the whole analytical account, considering that analytical account of understanding intelligence is nothing but a rule-following form of explaining intelligence. No, I cannot repeat the entire dictum, but you try to critique that very idea that how rule-following semantics, the way it has been articulated, is not able to explain what intelligence is. So you try to show a kind of a limitation in that particular theory. But he also tried to critique some of the very important concepts like experience and concepts per se, or thoughts. So I have some difficulties in accepting the very idea of, say for example, Frege's concept of thought. Thought is not an idea. Thought is, for Frege, is a carrier of sense in it. So thought is universal. So by saying it is universal doesn't mean that thought is not accessible to our cognitive abilities or our mind per se. So I think we need to understand Frege's notion of thought and see what kind of psychological element it has and how it is different from an idea. That is one thing. The other one is experience. So when he critiqued the whole notion of empiricists that and analytic thinkers, he said that analytical thinkers have not taken into account experience as an important category of cognition. I think that's not very true about them. Yes. Now coming to the last talk of the Vijnana Muni's talk, which we just completed, about various things. I mean, he had kind of thought he tried to brought us. It is very, very vast. On the one hand, you started talking about science and how does science explain consciousness or intelligence, and then you shifted to science and how does science explain spiritual. So there you must have enlightened us, saying that there are hierarchies of consciousness, or there are different layers of intelligence. That is what Madam was inquiring, that whether we can have different layers of intelligence. Because unless we talk about the hierarchies of intelligence, where do we put spiritual consciousness, or the consciousness which recognizes itself, because this whole idea of recognition was very important for in your paper, and this whole idea that how does I recognize myself, then you who are a spiritual practitioner, and how does a student recognizes himself, and how does an ordinary man recognizes himself, or how does the other being a child recognizes himself or herself. So we recognize, depending on our abilities. So you need to enlighten us, saying that what kind of spiritual intelligence is all about, and why we have aspired for that intelligence. Because right from the time memorial from the Upanishads, we have been inquiring about a higher level of life, a supernatural life, a transcendental life. So where this basic aspiration is coming from? It cannot just come from being a body. It should come from or being a living being. If it is, then this whole idea of purpose, because you try to give a teleological account of life. So then it is not the case that the entire nature is helping the being a human realize our higher goals. So with these observations, I try to seek some response from the paper presentation over here. So let me begin with.
Thank you, Professor Panda, for your extensive concluding remarks about the first session of introducing the theme of the event. So basically, the event was meant to ignite some thinking, because we generally do things mechanically. We don't think. Actually, generally, the professionals, they are doing their work for producing papers. They're really looking for some professional benefit, how to get promotion, how to have, some more remuneration, all these things they're thinking. But they're really not thinking that how my activities can help my own individual self. Who am I? Why am suffering? What are the individuals? How this world is moving? What is my involvement with that? Those questions are already forgotten. At present, our inquiry is very limited, and that is to say immediate biological needs of eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. So how we can raise our inquiry more than that? So machine, its whole structure, if we analyze, like life, we can see find progression at all levels. What Dr. Muni was saying is a statement by James Shapiro. He is a biologist and student of Arthur McClintock. She got Nobel Prize for discovering that jumping genes, and also stating that genes are also read-write system, not read-only systems, read-write systems. So that time people attacked Bhagwan McClintock. You are a mad lady. They even told her that you are a mad lady, and she has to fight to establish the fact that don't impose your ideas on organism. Let nature reveal itself to you, not that you have to impose nature your ideas. So what we are doing at this time, that we are imposing, or we are giving a personality to the machine, which is not the reality. Machine not experiencing, you cannot program any subjective experiences. You can only program the facial expressions in the what you can say mechanical way. You can make your face angry, but inside you may be happy. It is possible, isn't it? Yes. Yes, well, now this session is obviously for audience. We just give a few comments, some our thoughts. This is my thought. I will also give it to Dr. Chopra. And when you say that,
yeah. Any particular question? Like you raised certain things. Your thought. Well, I don't think I have anything new to say. What I wish to say, I have already expressed. And if there is any specific question, then we can listen. But yeah, nothing specific. Okay.
Yeah. I'm out of the reference now, but what when you say that how a face is different, what is happening when a robot is fixed? Is the anger is fixed? Is he really angry? I'm going to talk about it. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody have any other comments to make? Any questions to the panelists? Can raise their hands. Yes, yes, please. Yes, mic is here. Can somebody, some volunteer can give the mic?
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank panelists. And my question is, like, when a child is born, like, how can we categorize, like, is he or she is conscious or not? Is he or she is intelligent or not?
If she is conscious or not.
Yeah.
If she is intelligent or not. Okay. So the thing is that the conscious entities, first thing we have discussed, they have that animate entity. There is animate, there is inanimate. Like for example, you drop a particle, inert particle in the fluid column, it will follow Brownian motion. But if you drop a bacterium, it will not follow Brownian motion. It has its own goal-oriented motion. Bacterium will search for food, or it will go whatever it wants to have interaction with its colony, or whatever. Its movement is completely different. It's not driven by external forces. This is the first difference. The next, there are other differences. You can, when the intelligent beings, their activities are what you can say, not driven by mechanical forces. They are driven by emotions, their emotional movement, right? See, your activities are not just moving by some wind is coming and you are moving. But somebody is making you do something also because of some emotions, you are doing things. So thinking, feeling and willing, these are there in different degrees in different spaces. Thinking, feeling and willing. This is the major difference between non-living and living. Of course, a living being can be less intelligent, certain living entities are more intelligent, but intelligence are there. And this, self-determination, what I was explaining by giving the example of a bird. You can release a bird, and that bird, where it will go, no physics and chemistry can determine. It is the bird who will determine where it will go. So there is some limitations. That's what my humble expression is. Anybody wants to say? Hello? Esteemed panelists, dear participants, we know that something is with me by which I can able to speak here, listen. That means all the actions and reactions are going on only because of that being which is within us. One thing that we know, something within me by which I can able to listen, I can able to hear, I can able to act, I can able to or we can say all the actions and reactions are going on because of that being. The being may be the soul or the consciousness. Most of the philosophers they speak soul as consciousness. But how consciousness operates in the soul, I actually not understanding. How consciousness operates in the soul. Yeah. Maharaja.
It's a person. The soul itself is efficient. So consciousness, how consciousness arises in the soul. It is that's why I say quote of Hegel. Consciousness arises in the soul. So actually, many people think that, like if you say this house, this room, there are so many electrical gadgets are working here. So they are somehow working by themselves if somebody thinks. But scientists will know that it needs electricity. And from where electricity is coming, he will inquire. Then he will say, I don't see any source of electricity here. The source of electricity is generated. It is far away. Okay, it is not here. Look at it far away. Similarly, we are all conscious beings. But how this consciousness is being produced, this is the question. And if we analyze the body, then the sages concluded it is not arising in the body, it is not arising in the senses, it is not arising in the intellect, it is not arising in the mind also, or even in the ego. So the soul, or the Atman, the actual word is Atman, is situated far away from this body. So, and that we see by evidence also that in this world nothing is conscious. And I mean, an inanimate source, rock, they don't become conscious. If it doesn't become conscious, air doesn't become conscious. But we see that consciousness is coming in the biological processes, like when somebody is born to a living human being, then automatically he is conscious. Or a cat or dog is conscious in that way, as a cat consciousness, dog consciousness is species specific. So consciousness has a form also, which is specific. However, many people say consciousness is awareness, this and that, many things. But really consciousness takes many shapes. So it comes from, I think, Latin word, concitro or something. It is a result, it's a what to say, production of the knowing faculty, knowledge-bearing faculty. So suppose in front of you, a tree is there. You don't immediately say it's a tree. First, you come to say something is there. It is, you say it is. But there are no specific determinations there in that. But it's an immediacy of, the knowing faculty, the knowledge-bearing organ. Then we determine it. Determining is again a form of negation. You say something, it has a leaf, it has a tree, this, that, and then you unite all the perceptions that it's a unified idea of a tree. A tree is many details also. So these relations, dialectical relations, which connect the contents of knowledge, this with the self. In that way, the consciousness is being related. So today we are not being educated in what to say, this philosophical or this so that means when we say consciousness, finally we say it is connected to the knowledge gaining organ. So we have to study how knowledge is being produced. Therefore, another question.
So I want to present alternative view actually. Like, where is intoxication in alcohol? I mean, intoxication, or how intoxication is produced in alcohol. In the ingredients, we don't find intoxication. It's not in the jaggery, it's not in the water, not in the yeast. So there's an interactive process happens between these constituents, and over the time, yeah, it's an interactive activity, or if you prefer to call it dialectical. So the interaction produces, it brings about changes in the chemicals at molecular level, and new compounds are formed, fine. And even after that, intoxication is not there, I believe. It is after consumption by the animal body that intoxication happens. Otherwise, the bottle which contains alcohol should dance. The bottle doesn't dance, right? So intoxication is an emergent property. So my view is contrary to what you have been saying.
consciousness might be an emergent property out of interaction between inanimate. This is an alternative view. And well, I would stop there. Yes.
Want to say something? Yes, but you can. Yes. So what I wanted to say, as Dr. Chopra said, there are no doctrines for happiness or unhappiness. Like scientists are doing some research, putting some chemicals within the different points, different chemicals in different points of the brain to see if some happiness can be derived without earning money. People sometimes become very happy when they get a lot of money. So some chemical a certain phase, so it can be happy. So they are set up applications and yes, we find in the research work. But of course, as you were saying, it's not short to that. Whatever you like, you can do. But I'm saying there must be some rationality behind research we are doing, because after all, you can do whatever you can do, but using the current money. So how we can also go so when we will some kind of rationality behind what we are doing, that is very important thing. Rational in the response to when we say, and consciousness, what I want to say, consciousness arises in soul when soul acquires desire. See, there are different rasas in the Vedic tradition. Santa, Dasya, Sakya, Vasalya, all these things are there. Santaros means no desire. Like Maharaj, for example, you say, the Santaras. So actually, there, this is spiritual thing I'm talking about. But when you come to the mundane plane, because mundane is the reflection of the spiritual plane. So the Santaras, when you say the reflection of that, you see that there is Java. Java actually means mountain, there are rocks, all these things. So then the gradation of this consciousness you find in material world that is reflecting from the spiritual plane. There are also different grades of consciousness. So there is like Srila Maharaj has explained, book is there, you can read. That is subjective evolution of consciousness. This Max Acharya has written a book, Subjective Evolution of Consciousness. So you cannot change your consciousness by yourself, but your association with another conscious entity can change your consciousness. Like you are associating with a physics person, you can be level person in physics. We all do our PhDs in different fields, and we associated with an individual who has some experience in that field. So we learn and do things by associating. So that association can change our consciousness. So inanimate thing can also become animate. Like example, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is in lotus feet, there is a rock in Satyagota, in Nath. You see the rock is melted. Animate by the touch of high conscious beings, the transcendentalists. So that is there. The consciousness can arise. Like Lord Ram made inanimate the rock into the conscious entity, right? So this is there also. Another question. How? I had something to say about your earlier question. Life begins with life, or life starts with life. The thing is that when consciousness comes to zero level, that is too much matter. What Maharaja said. I encourage that whole consciousness enters into the human body. The human body. Hello. Hello. One sentence. Okay. Actually, the entire process is cognitive. The very moment of conception, it is already conscious. What is spermatozoa?
that is having the consciousness or not. But it's the consciousness. Life is combination at all levels. This is the answer.
Everybody is hungry now. I think we have to break for lunch.
Hello.
One of the questions we take online, what you can say, speakers, the participants. And those are the screen that have.
Hello. Can I ask a question, please?
Introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Okay. Dear programmers and the panelists, and Dandavat pranams to all, to Maharaj. And I am Dr. Srinivasan, Ph.D. from Madurai. Basically, I have been doing research on spiritualism and not on scientific things. But this is a wonderful opportunity for me to learn about something which is beyond my capacity, I would say. That as recently as last week, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk are going in high speed to develop artificial intelligence. In fact, Elon Musk has one step ahead of them by stating that he is planning to implant a chip on the human brain. How do you envisage this kind of approach is really life-threatening? What is your say on that, professors, please? Anyone can answer me kindly.
Yeah, something similar has been said in Extended Cognition by Andy Clark and David Chalmers. So they do talk about enhancement of memory, enhancement of logical ability, maybe through such kind of extended cognition program, as they call it. But I do have reservations against this thing, actually, because I don't think that enhancing memory merely that is to be called up as mind, because mind is something more than mere memory. But they are complex issues.
Okay, my second question is, sir. Hello. Can I proceed, sir? Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, my second question is, sir, can artificial intelligence solve the problem of Malthusian theory of protection versus population? It's a very simple question. That there was a famine in Russia. Malthusian scientists invented a theory called Malthusian theory, and he presented a paper on that relating to protection and population. Will artificial intelligence do such things like to solve the problem of the humanity, like poverty, hunger, drought, and displacement and refugees?
Yeah, I mean, artificial intelligence can solve provided human beings give up their greed. So I think this whole idea of, as Professor Mukherjee raised this issue during Professor Chopra's paper, that what kind of intentions are involved in bringing artificial intelligence into the entire discourse of business and globalization. So if artificial robots are used in various fields in contemporary societies, then what is the purpose of using them? So we must question whether the purpose is a genuine purpose whether the purpose is going to do welfare to the humanity as a whole, or there is some other negative interest involved in it. So when we ask this question, whether artificial intelligence can solve the problem concerning humanity, such as poverty, then whether humanity has given up greed. If so, that is the, I think, the basic question, because that's where we are rooted, and that is what will define in what way we are going to use these machines. So that's the best, I think that's the response. The other response, with very brief response, and then I will conclude the session. That is referring to the question, and when we awake. Now, if the entire nature is a living entity, and there are multiple living entities, all living entities are interacting with a purpose. But when an entity wakes up, that's the basic question. See, when an entity interacts or tries to attach itself with the other, there is no awakening. Awakening happens only when it detaches itself. So there is a sense of withdrawal. Because in both mode of engagement, the basic intent of this engagement is to recognize what it is, what comes out from these engagements, from attachment and detachment. So with this evaluation, awakening moment takes birth. That's the basic idea of awakening as I understand. So with this, I conclude the session. We break for lunch. I thank all the audience for their patient listening, and I also thank. Shall I go now? I thank all the presenters, because I cannot just say give a that. That's become very indecent to me. So the point is, we conclude this session. I thank all the presenters and the audience, and now we break for lunch. Thank you very much, and we'll come back at 2:30.
importance to note that Professor Nath has written a book on the philosophy of artificial intelligence, which several people are now referring all over the globe. So with this introduction, may I invite Professor Nath to come and then take over the dais.
Thank you, Professor Jagannath. Respected Shanta Maharaj and respected Maharaj and other dignitaries at Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Institute. I thanks to Dr. Shanta Maharaj for his kind invitation to present a paper on the paradox of artificial intelligence and intelligence looking to artificial consciousness. That's creating problem. I have been working on this area last more than 15 years old. The problem of consciousness, especially in relation to artificial intelligence, plays a very vital role, not only in philosophy but also in science. Therefore, there are many theories that have been developed while talking about consciousness in relation to artificial intelligence. As you know, there are many theories, and all those theories I would like to categorize under the idea of each consciousness and of consciousness. As you know, AI is the study of how to make computers make things which at the moment people do better. And it does many activities like speech recognitions, smell, taste, object, intuitions, inferencing, learning, new skills, decision making, including abstract thinking and many more activities. At the same time, in the case of mind is the process or a result of recognizing, interpreting, judging, and reasoning. It also involves how we acquire, store, retrieve, and use our knowledge. It is a process in which information is encoded in the brain by receiving signals from the outer world through our sense organs. Keeping all these ideas in mind, I would like to talk about mechanistic theories of mind. Here, most of the mechanistic theories of mind talk about AI model or robotic model of mind or consciousness. There are views also which talk about naturalistic theories and which is under a naturalistic dualism and which has been advocated by David Chalmers, as well as biological naturalism, which has been advocated by John Searle. But I would like to talk introduce here because for me consciousness is there and it is a introverted consciousness, and introverted consciousness is not a mystery. It is a mystery for the science because there is no scientific tool to explore that idea. But in the case of understanding consciousness, and that tool is not necessary. Let us see some of the definitions of AI. If you read any book on artificial intelligence, you will find the idea of mind and consciousness. Whenever they are defining mind, whenever they are defining artificial intelligence, at the same time they are defining mind and consciousness.
And therefore, for them, there is no distinction between mind and machines. And the same way, the John Hogland in his book on the very idea of artificial intelligence and said that the exciting need to make computers think, machines with minds in the full and literal sense. In the same way, Bellman says that the automation of activities that we associate with human thinking, activities such as decision making, problem solving, and learning, we need, according to Winston, the study of the computation that make it possible to perceive, reason, and act. Therefore, there is some kind of functionalistic notion within artificial intelligence, and they talk about mind as a system or as a computer or as a kind of machines, and which performs like human beings. Therefore, there is no distinction between mind and machines. Also, there is strong AI in the UK has been advocated by John Searle, and he has done that kind of distinctions, which I am not going into details. Keeping that in mind, I would like to go to some of the mechanistic theories of mind, consciousness, like functionalism, and it is a theory that explains mental phenomena in terms of the internal inputs and the observable output. It takes mental state as the internal causes of the behavior. It admits a network of interrelated mental states and processes, which explains the mind as a complicated system of processes that can be multiply realized in machines. And with this functionalistic notions has been spoken by early Putnam, because there are many Hilary Putnam changes his view from many times to keep his philosophical engagement with science as well as with philosophy. Therefore, this kind of movement is there in the case of Hilary Putnam's ideas. But his ideas is mostly later on he changed his view, and he criticized all his ideas, whatever he has spoken in the early views. And in the early views, he has spoken about the idea about this multiple realizability thesis, and this multiple realizability thesis spoke about the idea that there can be indefinitely many different physical properties which constitute the realization of the same functional property. However, it is also true that the same physical state can realize different functional properties at different times, in different circumstances, in different creators also. And even for AI as well as for most of the functionalistic theorists, for them, and there is no distinction between even mind as well as machines at the same time. Mind, the human mind or animal minds also. Yeah, I have scared. Some problems there. Do not change the slides. Yeah. Okay. Really? I don't know why that is. He said he's coming. Because you converting from here to there. It was coming there. Sorry? Change. You share, stop, then you share again. They are saying the slide is not changing. The online people are saying. Technological glitch. उधर आया? This one, right? Yours? Yeah. Yes. I'm changing. Yeah. Thank you, Shanta Maharaji. It talk about that there is some kind of isomorphic between mind and machines at the same time, any kind of AI or some other things. For example, in the case of multiple reality model, this thesis talk about the ideas. Suppose even if I am feeling sorry, at the same time, maybe my system also feels sorry. At the same time, animals also feel sorry. Therefore, it is the way human mind functions in the multiple way. In the same way, it functions, computer also functions in the multiple way. And it talks about the idea that by or argued or presented by Hilary Putnam that this idea is that whenever we think about multiple things, I am also presenting here. At the same time, I am thinking about my friends, family, and many other things. And at the same time, there is a possibility the system can do these multiple tasks. But whatever he was predicting around 30, 50 years back, and now it is possible and it is practical for our own purposes. Therefore, there is some kind of a multiple realizability thesis, not only applicable to human mind, but also applicable to artificial intelligence. And Daniel C. Dennett, he proposed multiple draft models, and Daniel C. Dennett is one of the prominent philosophers in this area, and he has been proposing that we have variety of perceptions, indeed all our mental activities are accomplished in the brain by parallel multi-track processes of interpretation and elaboration of sensory inputs. The multiple draft model of consciousness is a kind of a physicalistic theory of mind, and we talk about cognitivism within, and cognitivism in the sense that we can able to explain, although the idea of cognitivism has been in philosophy spoken or talk in ethics, or the cognitive ethics. Ethics is cognitive or non-cognitive. And the same idea can be applicable here also, because cognitive, but many philosophers, they have been arguing it is a non-cognitive consciousness, is a non-cognitive idea. And this cognitivism can be explainable through information processing. And he claimed that the idea that this multiple task and multiple ways we can represent our ideas about whatever we have been doing, or activities we're doing, or playing cricket, pick up to somebody from somewhere else, or riding cycles, or listening music, all about many other activities about the world also, which is related to us. Therefore, these are the processes which has been happening in our mind in a multi-track process, and that multi-track processes plays very vital role to know human mind, and the same process has been happening in the case of artificial mind. There are many other theories, like which presented by Jerry Fodor in his book on representations, a foundation to cognitive science, and where he talk about mind is a kind of a representational, and this representational is a kind of and this representation which talk about the knowledge of the world, which is represented in the mind, and which is represented in the form of mind, which we call it as a propositions, and all these propositions take place in the language, and which we call as a language of thought. And this, the same language of thought is completely, for him, is a kind of a mechanical, and that mechanical aspect which is possible in the case of there is a possibility that in the case of essence, and the same mechanical process also in the case of human mind. But there are lots of limitations about all these theories, and all these theories are not talking about those limitations, because they talk about the idea which talk about the possibility of artificial consciousness and artificial mind, which can be compared. For them, there is no distinction between mind and machines. Rather than there is a comparison between the mind and the machine, then there is no difference between both the things. And in that way, because of the time limit, I did not prepare my PPT accordingly. There are some of the philosophical questions arises if the mind is like a machine, the mind is like a computational system, or even if the mind is like a biological things also, which has been proposed by John Searle also, also by other biologists also. But now the question is, what does it mean to think or to feel? Does mind really exist? To what extent are minds functionally dependent upon the physical structure with which they are associated? Our minds are subject to the laws of physics because whatever the material things are there, which are subject to the laws of physics. We see my body is subject to the laws of physics. So the mind is, my mind is, or consciousness is subject to the laws of physics that we have to see. Does the digital computer give us the right picture of the human mind, or does a computer machine have intelligence, consciousness, shown in the way human beings have? There are many philosophical questions. Can a machine ever be consciousness? And keeping that in mind, it's very difficult to say because machines are conscious. Because we can say machines are consciousness, machines have consciousness, but not in the primary sense, but in the secondary sense. You see, secondary sense in this case that suppose Wittgenstein has given an argument. Suppose small kid, he or she is crying. We are saying, please don't cry. If you are crying, your toy will cry. Here, a toy is a kind of machine, you see, and which also cry like human beings, and because of that, and he's taking, the kid is taking it in the primary sense. But actually, this cryness, according to Wittgenstein, is a secondary sense, not in the primary sense. And there are many other arguments which has been argued against this idea by Wittgenstein in his idea of when we are talking about the philosophy of language. Therefore, machine consciousness is very derivative sense, and it is derivative sense in the sense we are deriving it. And we are, it is a kind of adjust conscious, not in the sense of real consciousness, you see. That as if it is a kind of as if machines, you see. And therefore, that as if and real, there is a strong distinction of both of things. Therefore, there is some kind of, although the hard problem of consciousness has been spoken by David Chalmers, and he has drawn the distinction between hard and easy. But his hard problem of consciousness, especially is relative, because he talked about materialistic dualism, where one day general science can able to explain the consciousness. That means it is relative. It is relative to the present science. Therefore, in that sense, whether the really hard problem is there or not is very difficult to predict. Therefore, there is some kind of explanatory gap and subjectivity and qualia, which he has also done on this kind of distinction. And this qualia is the kind of things which is something consciousness, and which plays very vital role to explain the human mind and consciousness. Because now the question is, what is the nature of mind which is the subject of consciousness, where the subjective there is? The nature of mind is neither material nor psychological, nor psychological experiences attached to it, but it is something mystical. It is mystical because there is no scientific route to know the consciousness, and that is to say that consciousness is integrative mysticism. This is called because there is no awareness of external world per se, the experience of the self itself. And this idea, or this view, is mostly identical with other perspective of consciousness. And this idea of qualia or qualitative experience although has been denied by Dept while he was talking about that there is some kind of limitations to this idea, and we can coin qualia, or we can ascribe qualia, or coining qualia plays a very vital role while we are explaining about artificial intelligence, view of theories of mind, perception, or consciousness. Sometimes this kind of the way in which qualia has been defined by Dept, and which seems that it is very much private, intelligent, immutable.
Although it is not trouble because I cannot explain what is consciousness is, and it is intrinsic to me, whatever I am experiencing, then it is private. And this is because you cannot, the strong sense of privacy is not applicable in the case of consciousness. Because in the case of Wittgenstein's private language argument, if you see, anything else, there is nothing else private, everything is public. Therefore, consciousness or mind cannot acquire cannot be publicly. Whether the benefits very much right in explaining in that sense. But Daniel's Dennett can explain this because he's talking a qualia or conscious experience is a kind of atomic way. But consciousness or qualia is a kind of a holistic. Whenever I'm experiencing this, some particular chair, I am experiencing size, shape, color. It's a holistic, meaning holism also is there. You see, it is not that atomic. I see only one point, single point. You see, and that point you cannot be explainable, further dividable. In that sense, if you accept atomic, then there will be problems. So there is a mechanistic way of believing in that sense. But we have to see that qualia is some kind of holistic, and holistic plays a very vital role. And again, I have already spoken about these ideas. Again, there are some of the philosophical critics about biological origins, which is intrinsic to biological phenomena. There are many philosophers they have been claiming. Therefore, this way they have been drawing some kind of a property dualism, and they are committing some kind of paradoxical monism, and which is scientism. That means blindly believing about scientific things, and therefore, for them, the mind and consciousness is a kind of a hallucinatory factors in the world. Therefore, we should not believe on that, and we should believe on everything, whatever is available in the science. In that sense. But what I said a few minutes back, that consciousness is some kind of interpretive mysticism, and which is there in our experience, and which is very much identical with the Advaita perspective of pure consciousness. The Advaita view about consciousness is explicitly borrowed from Mandukya Upanishad. The Advaitins are proposing the concept of Brahman and Atman, that are the absolute, at the source of all form of consciousness and the world. They are existing perfectly identical between Brahman and Atman. The pure consciousness or Atman cannot be known as an object, immediate knowledge. Yet it is known as involved in every act of knowing. Therefore, to know the world, we should know that there is a knower object. If there is not to know, it is very difficult to have knowledge about the world, because otherwise there is no relation between mind and world object. It is mind which fulfills the gap, which gives knowledge about the world, the forms, morality. There are many other things which gives that. Therefore, neither for me, neither we can deny the world, nor we can deny the consciousness. You see. And both the things exist for the introspection of knowledge about the world. Since I have received indications from chairpersons, therefore I have to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nath, for finishing on rapid time. There are any questions on this? Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nath, for nice presentation. So I want to ask you about the origin that you have written, biological origin. So here you are talking about origin of consciousness, or origin of the form, or origin of the soul. You accept, I believe about soul also. So we are talking about what? Like, I want to say a few, points that we are interested in. Like in modern science, they say all the life forms, they originated from non-life. So this attempt to give a personality to AI, it's one such attempt to reduce life to matter. So what's your take on that? Thank you very much, Santa Maharaja. I spoke your origin in relation to that according to biological naturalist, consciousness is originally from biological sciences or from the biological things, whatever is there in the world. In that sense, I used. But there are many philosophers that have been also arguing on this aspect, and they say that even if the consciousness is originally from these, but like when it is origins, it is emerges its own identity. Like John Saul has given an example, H2O is equal to water, 2 hydrogen molecule and 1 oxygen molecule. I am getting water. The properties, whatever is available in H2O, the same properties are now there in the case of water, liquidity and solidity, and which are the emergent properties. And all those properties are irreducible properties. Even if it is the origin, suppose if we believe in biological things, there are, in the same sense, consciousness and all these kind of our imagining, thinking and all these things, even if it is origin from the body, but it has its own existence. And they are keeping some kind of idea here, a non-reductive vision, non-reductive physicalism, and where it can be non-reductive physicalism because they keep some kind of a paradoxical monism. Paradoxical monism in the sense that they are reducing, or for them matter or biology is the primary. In that sense, I do not accept this view that matter is the primary actually. For me, both are primary. Consciousness is primary as well as matter is also, both the things are primary, because I am a neo-Cartesian way of talking about consciousness as well as the world. Body is the world, you see. And again, in the case of artificial intelligence, I deny the very idea of artificial consciousness or artificial mind, although the AI has given some kind of a scope for human life to know certain things, because many times machines are making us to be good. I am supposed to steal many things are here. I am not stealing because the machine visions are there. Later on you may capture that. Because of sometimes machine making us to be good, to be rational. Although we are rational maybe from, therefore technology sometimes helps for transparency, for our societal need. Societal as well as technological need. In that sense, we can say in some extent, not in the sense of human consciousness, but in the sense of artificial life, the way scientists are talking about. In that sense, in some weak sense, I am accepting, not in a strong sense. Achha. Okay, after Professor Panda, we can take that online question. So I want to say that this emergence, that you are talking about, like to see what the scientists' idea about this emergence is, you cannot see property like waves in a glass of water, but you see wave property in big like domain, like ocean. So they say that when something big happens, then something emerges. The small chemical reactions are there, then life does not exist. Then when you do chemical, vast amount of chemical reactions, then life emerges. But there is a problem, you see. Even though there are no waves in a glass of water as such, you can create wave. I am an engineer in wave mechanics, so I know that we will some wind. There are small ripples of waves will be created there. Okay, so these are all driven by the unguided natural forces. But in the case of life,
those kind of emergence is not happening. See, forces are not creating the species or individuals. They're coming from, one individual is coming from another individual. So this is my small observation about this.
Yeah, thank you very much for this comment. It's a comment, no? Yeah.
In the beginning, you mentioned about each consciousness and all consciousness. So can you just elaborate on that?
This is actually my idea of each consciousness and of consciousness. So many times we have been defining consciousness. Whether consciousness is machine or consciousness is nothing but the central nervous system, whatever is happening in our mind or the synaptic relations among the neurons, that called as the consciousness, which is each. Consciousness is. Whenever we talk about each, it is a universal truth and philosophical, actually, because something is, it is identical. That sense, all the theories, we talk about each consciousness. Many times they talk about of consciousness because I am conscious of something or awareness of something, some other kind of. In that sense, because that of consciousness is a kind of a micro consciousness. That consciousness is macro. And there's a difference between micro consciousness and macro consciousness. Micro, even if I am not aware, I may not know many things, but still I am there and being conscious here. But many times you say, oh, I was absent. You are present physically, but you are saying you are absent because you are not, and all these ideas very much talk about of consciousness. Many theories of consciousness, they spoke about of consciousness, especially cognitive psychologists in present time, those who are experimenting in the laboratory. They talk about of consciousness. They show something in front of monkey, one banana, monkey behaves little in two banana, then monkey shows teeth. Then therefore there is some kind of interaction happens in relation to banana, some object. And here it is a kind of consciousness. In that sense, there are many other theories also. They talk about in that sense. One question is, can I read it?
There is one more question here.
Yeah, I can read here also.
Yeah, you can read. Yeah. Can you throw some light on NLP and chatbot for understanding issues?
Yeah. Can you throw some light?
NLP is asking.
Yeah. There's a chatbot for understanding issues. Yes, many times this chatting system has been there. Understanding plays very vital role in the case of consciousness. I can read it. Small. Okay. Yes. No, there is some translation issue. So if you can stop, sir. Yeah, now it is okay. Okay, no? Yes, now. This natural language processing and this, I think, the way we have been chatting, because the understanding plays a very vital role. If you, many times nowadays, whenever you're typing, Google, talk about the next sentence. Thank you very much. I received some other thing. Yes, it is okay. But many kind of things, it may be working in the case of syntactical, but the meaning plays what you want to represent or present to the world. In that way, you have the present. And in the case of, even if when I was doing my Ph.D., that time I was chatting with a system. I think it is 2002 or 3. Then chatting, when I asked, do you know Mahatma Gandhi? When the system says, what is that? That means I am chatting with machines or with some programs and which has no idea about Mahatma Gandhi. That he or she is replying because there is a gender neutral in the case of machines. And that reply was something syntactical. And the meaning plays a very vital role in the case of consciousness. And therefore consciousness is the central to the understanding of knowledge in the world. Yeah, maintenance. Yeah. That's true.
See, I will give you another example. Earlier conversation. See, in 2002, the system used to ask, who is this? If you ask who is Mahatma Gandhi or any such small person, then they may ask. But nowadays, see, there are programs. If you ask, write a poem by Gandhi, then immediately you have a response relating to Gandhi's idea of poem written. So you have, that is how the system is evolving in a much larger scale.
Yeah, that is possible because of big data, machine learning, and all those things at a glance. Sometimes you have to edit actually. You may get some other message also along with that. That may not be appropriate to your subject that you are writing.
Yeah, I also wanted to make certain observations regarding multiple realizability. So some work in cognitive neuroscience, I guess, from John Bickel, and also Gualtiero Piccinini nowadays. So they are talking about that multiple realizability is not very valid thesis because the neural processes happening down to the molecular level, they are actually playing a role in the cognitive functioning. So, and also I have certain reservation like this idea of like painkiller. So when we take painkiller for relieving from pain, it's the same medicine which we give to buffalo, but in the larger quantity in terms of buckets. We take just one small tablet, but they take buckets. So I think that, and also I studied, I come across some studies of octopi, and they have some neurochemistry very similar to human neurochemistry when they feel affection and love for their conspecifics. So when they display that social behavior. So I think if we follow evolutionary thread, it's not very hard to understand that we do share a lot of neurochemistry with other species. And multiple realizability might be true for simple cases like spoon, whether it's made up of wood or iron or gold, it doesn't make a difference. That's fine. That's a small, simple device. But as far as human cognitive functioning is concerned, things are far more complicated, and there is much element of neural processes which are relevant in the cognitive functioning.
Thank you very much for your response and comment as well as some distinction.
Multiple realizability cases developed to have some artificially machines, you see. But in the case of the example which you have in painkiller, which is very much associated with biological things, and which has been denied by Hilary Putnam because he doesn't believe in either biological science or the psychological sciences. For him, psychology is a pseudoscience. In that sense, I don't have much idea about that biological. The example which I given, yeah,
that in the case of multiple persons.
Use that painkiller in different systems.
Yeah.
What happens is we share common genetic or some biological process similar to animals.
Yeah.
So therefore we can use, that's why animal experiments are carried out. Because how do you do a medicine on animal that is subsequently used on human? Because animal models we use because we share some biological similarities between the animals. Wherever the similarities are there, only those traits are to be used, not for everything. So similarly, so this medicine that is used here in higher quantity with the kg weight of the body, kg weight, they use how much the medicine has to be used. This is all calculated. So that is how proportionately they will use it in the animals. So wherever these interleukins and all those things, cytokines are released and we know the pain. So how to kill that pain, specific drug is designed and that can be used in both the systems. So therefore that is for the specific biological processes you can definitely design and that can be done. So this is, that is as far as the biology is concerned.
I think these aspects, because this school of philosophy of the mind, they are just concerned about the function being served to define a mental state, say pain. So if you are crying, wincing, only then you are in pain, and they downplay the neurochemistry beneath it. And they say, like, if there is an alien having very different kind of neurochemistry, if there is a dog as in the diagram or a buffalo having different neurochemistry, the neurochemistry is not really different. That's my point. And regarding alien, who are we to make a comment on some alien if it ever exists? I mean, we cannot project anthropocentric mental states on some alien if it exists. We don't know. So, it's, I think, absurd to talk about some alien and saying that alien is also having pain with different neurochemistry. No, man, you cannot talk about an alien. First, we don't have any alien. If it exists, we don't know what kind of mental states they have or they don't have. So, as far as the Earthian species are concerned, we humans and these other species are not very different for the same kind of mental states like pain and emotional state and etc.
Yeah. So you have to make a comment further?
No comment. Thank you very much.
So,
as Dr. Chopra was saying about aliens, their neurochemistry, they are saying different. You know, the origin of life, the place they have changed now. They say that on Earth, it is not originated. No, the life is originated somewhere else, not on the Earth. So they want to search origin on other planets. So we just changing the location. They are not going to solve the problem. The major question is how, if ever, it has happened, the chemicals they come together and produce a single cell. That is the question. We cannot change the problem to another location. That's not the solution. So, yes. Yes.
Yeah, philosophy mostly talk about thought experiments. Yeah.
as far as origin of life is concerned, so far most of them remain only at theories. Scientifically, none of them have been proven. So, no, that I do. I synthesize proteins in the laboratory, synthesize nucleic acids in the laboratory, and the nucleic acids are the proteins that I have synthesized. I can introduce into the cell and ask them to function. They will function whatever I ask them to do. That's not a difficult job. That can be done routinely. But what here the question is, does life happen on an accidental get-together of some biomolecules? That was the doubt. And how does that accidental get-together are coming to the association and then life came is a question, and such an accident, that's what I was initially telling, such an accident is very unlikely and it will not happen. Even it is a Mahapralaya. Mahapralaya means everything, even according to Vedantic use, if you want to go for Mahapralaya, even during Mahapralaya, all life forms are not destroyed, let me tell you. All life forms are not destroyed. There are a few still remaining. That is how the biodiversity is continued on Earth, according to Vedantic theories. Okay, then we have a very interesting session with this. Let me thank Professor Nath for presenting a wonderful presentation, and also the discussion that it has, continued further. Thank you very much, Dr. Nath. Then we have the second speaker of today's second session. Ankita will be speaking to us on the challenge of sharing content, a reflection of learning with intelligent mechanisms. Who is Ankita? I should tell now. So just wait for a minute. So Ankita is a senior research scholar pursuing her Ph.D. in Professor Ranjan Panda's department at IIT-Mumbai, and her research interests include philosophy of language, semantics, and so on. And you can tell all your interests also along with the presentation that you are going to do now. Thank you. Now the session is for you. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Jagannatham. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Maharaja Bhakti Ishkam San and Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Institute for this opportunity. The title of my paper is The Challenges of Sharing Content, a reflection on learning with intelligent systems. I have developed this paper jointly with my PhD supervisor, Professor Ranjan Kumar Panda, and I'll be reading some major sections of the paper in order to highlight the main theme. So, communication is an integral part of humanity, and we not only communicate directly with other fellow human beings, but rather in this day and age, a large part of our communication is performed through intelligent systems. Artificially designed systems like smartphones, personal computers, and robots have advanced technology to sense the speech content. However, machine-centric communication is not free from its own challenges. All of us have sometime or the other struggled with our interaction with Alexa or Siri, who have left us with an "I don't know that one" as a response. We know that intelligent systems such as Alexa depend on computed data, and Alexa is a learning machine that computes data while interacting with us. The syntactic engine of the learning machine receives voice signals, collects data, and computes it, and then responds to the stimulus. Artifacts like Alexa and others do not genuinely think while responding to our questions. Another widely used intelligent feature of modern-day artificially intelligent devices is the autocorrect function. While attempting to write a text or an email in a language on our phones or computers, we have often been autocorrected by the system. In these cases, the meaning of the sentence so formed is often far removed from what we actually intended to convey. On the basis of the stored data, locally or elsewhere, an autocorrect function can exhibit our regular use of terms and expressions while writing. We purposefully engage and share content with fellow human beings and other artificial intelligence systems in our everyday social interactions. Content is intentional content expressed in words and well-articulated sentences. The process of reception and recognition, though mechanically explainable, still the machines are intelligently able to process the content and share them with us is something which is philosophically significant. When we look at the aspect of computer language or machine language, the sophisticated multiprocessing units for signal processing and parallel computing, we realize that it is strictly processing the sense data with a coordinated function of different parts that bring about a desirable condition for developing the representational states and making desirable expressions. The emergence of the representational states is the bearer of the content and is linguistically expressible. Since linguistic expressions are always in a structural form, it is caused by the structural rules or syntax of the mind. The syntax is the underlying generative principle that formulates the language or linguistic representations. The syntax plays an important role in composing as we transform them into expressions. In other words, the compositional feature signifies the processing of syntactical and semantical elements, though predominantly the process is defined by the syntax because it encodes and decodes the linguistic expressions while processing the language. Thus, the syntactic process is carried out by a human agent when he programs the system at a given point in time, which can then be updated. Thus, the nature of sharing content and how it impacts our language and meaning becomes important. Further, in this context, it is crucial to bring our focus to J.R. Searle's Chinese room argument that expresses its reservations against machines having the power to understand content. This has also been referred in the earlier presentations today. So for Searle, the content of expression is intrinsically related to the conscious structure of experience. Human linguistic attitudes are conscious and reducible to the functional analysis of language processing in the artificial system. Searle, via his arguments, attempts to show that there can be competence without actual comprehension. So while an AI may respond completely based on syntactically computed data, it cannot comprehend the response or what it is responding to. AI machines cannot think. Machine language used in AI systems cannot often recognize the aspect of intention, which is an important component of natural language and semantics. Thus, it can be seen that AI systems cannot grasp or understand how natural language is actually used. Natural language is quite dynamic and can be used in various creative ways, involving mechanisms that include metaphors, irony, sarcasm, ambiguity, misspeaking, humor, etc. It is as dynamic as the culture of human civilization. Language rather operates on the socio-cultural background. A machine language doesn't recognize intentional semantics because these machines are not adequately programmed to receive the stimulus accurately as it is spoken. The variation in speech of a native speaker also creates a similar hindrance. The challenge mostly lies in facilitating the accurate sounds of natural language in human communication. The failure here is due to the lack of ability to understand the natural language accurately. Now, human linguistic activities can be explained through intentionality. As Searle maintains, it is because intentionality per se is prior to language. The content of speech act or linguistic expression is derived. The content of speech act or linguistic expression is derived from the intentional content of mental states. And so far as the Searlean biological naturalism is concerned, consciousness or the mind is caused by brain processes and realized in these brain processes. This raises the question about representation and its causal relationship with neurophysiology of the brain. Now, when we consider some of the critical perspectives to this, some of the Searlean critics have explained the notion of content by emphasizing the causal relationship between language and the mind. For critics, the intentional content is causally related to the brain's neural structure. Moreover, this is precisely shown in the thesis of the generative grammar given by Noam Chomsky and also Jerry Fodor's conception of the language of thought. So, when we look at this critical analysis or the critical perspectives to this, Chomsky defines the innateness of language, referring to his notion of generative grammar. Generative grammar operates on two levels, surface structure and deep structure. Chomsky defines, it seems to be reasonable to propose that every human language surface structures are generated from the structure of a more abstract sort. This will be called the deep structure by certain formal operation of a very special kind called grammatical transformations. The function of grammatical transformation at the deeper structure helps in both linguistic experiences as well as having to give a rational flavor to human intelligence. It has some specific properties like phonological rules, principles of rule ordering, etc., which correlate with deep structure. Chomsky relates the deep structure of language with the mental states. The mental states are linguistically identified by just being characterized by syntactic states, which are causally related to the neural states of the brain. Thus, according to this perspective, there is no division between language, mind, and the brain processes. Furthermore, Jerry Fodor's conception of mental representation comes closer to Chomsky's conception of generative grammar. The mental representations, according to Fodor, have two basic concerns. Firstly, they must specify the intentional content of mental states, and secondly, the symbolic structure of mental states must define the functions of the mental processes. The specification of intentional content of mental states describes the relationship between propositional attitudes and intentional content, and how the intentional semantic content of the propositional attitude is incorporated into the mental state or the network of mental states. For Fodor, mental states are total neural states which are syntactically characterized. Semantics is not undermined in the Fodorian schema, rather the very function of the brain organism and the characterization of syntactic mental states is such that it has a specific mechanism that transforms mental representations without affecting the content of those propositional attitudes. This process is carried out by qua language or language of thought. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Searle holds that consciousness is a biological property on the ultimate analysis and not a physical one. He argues against materialism or a physical reductionist approach. However, at the same time, he favors a naturalistic view. According to Searle, human consciousness has evolved following Darwinian evolution by natural selection, and ultimately the reality is physical in a biological sense. In terms of ontology, for Searle, there are three layers. The physical layer, which consists of the existence of facts, the mental layer, which consists of intentionality and subjectivity, and the social layer, which comprises of the society's ontology. Now, coming back to this idea of content sharing, we have discussed that there are some challenges that such content sharing with intelligent systems brings about. And some important questions that come forward are whether artificial intelligence system can understand the rich and flexible natural human language accurately, and can it come to understand human intentions, which is an important aspect which is distinguishing the natural and the artificially intelligent systems. Now, though artificially intelligent systems often show responses that are intentional. For example, when any artificial intelligence system responds by saying, do you mean this? Do you mean X? Now, for Searle, intentionality is a biological property that is intrinsic to consciousness. Further, in the human linguistic action of performatives, humans not only speak, they also mean what they say. So they not only act or perform the utterance, they also make an intentional move in speaking. So meaning thus is understood as associated with human experience. In the computational linguistic process that is syntactical, there is a gap in explaining such a kind of content. Following Searle, it is important to note how humans perform acts and form principles and rules which are useful for making institutions in the society, which is in fact achieved through a collective intentionality. So the intentional responses are not just individualistic, but also collective. We need to understand human intelligence individually and as connected. In this regard, let us consider Wittgenstein's remark in the Philosophical Investigations, where he suggests and says that what if the lion speaks? What will you do? He answers by saying, I would run away, because I do not understand what the lion speaks. I do not share its language, game, and context, or the form of life. I do not have any shared content with it. Searle argues that some animals can think minimally while others don't, but they express intentionality. Human intelligence is much more sophisticated than that. Humans can performatively make declarations and make promises, which they fulfill or do not. The aspects of trust, cooperation, and sincerity come into play in such human situations. One may ask, can AI deceive, lie, or pretend? One can say that there can be a case where an artificially intelligent system, such as Alexa or Siri, can give a wrong output. But this is a case of malfunctioning of the system. In the case of lying or deceiving, the agent knows what the agent is doing. We have also heard of a study around Drosophila being given motherly experiences of childcare and maternal emotions. But in such a case, the AI would just be exhibiting certain commands or instructions and will be far from the actual and genuine human experience. For the audience, it will just be a matter of pretension. Further, we have all had experiences with AI where it fails to grasp the dynamism of natural language. AI lacks semantic decision-making because it is purely syntactical. Furthermore, any aspect of communication that cannot be reduced to the syntax will always evade the AI system. Now, let us take an example when a person says something ironic or says something sarcastic, and the AI is not able to recognize that. Sophisticated robots like Sophia can make a joke or can imitate human laughter when they are told a joke. But this is different from what a human and how a human being would respond. So consider a situation where the same joke is being told to a person more than once. And the person may not laugh after a few times. However, alternatively, even the second time the robot hears the joke, it would imitate the same laughter, even if it is being told the same joke a number of times. So the robot is so programmed that it will imitate the laughter every time the joke is said to the AI. So further, what an AI misses out in communication are the following elements: the tonal elements, the facial expressions, the intentional elements, and the context sensitivity of communication, to name a few. It will always be missed out in any artificially created system because these elements cannot be codified. They change and vary with every individual. Now, if we consider another example of language learning in kids, Paul Bloom talks about the power of mind reading in kids. Here, the phrase mind reading is not used in some magical sense or in the sense of some magical power, but more in the sense of intelligence. When one of the parents show an object, say a ball or a dog, and tells the kid that this is a ball or that's a dog, the kid picks out the reference as a ball or the dog. It seems obvious that this is how it happens. A question can be raised about why the kid did not pick out the color of the ball as the reference, or the texture of the ball, or the color of the dog, or its fur, or its leg, so on and so forth. How did the kid know exactly what to pick out as the reference in the language learning process? However, the kid can sometimes pick the wrong reference, but it is proof that all of us end up learning language of our parents and that we somehow learn to pick out the right reference. And here, we need to recognize that intention recognition has a crucial role to play in this whole process. And this is not possible in case of an AI. The reference must be specified and computed for the AI system to work correctly. Now, on similar lines, further, when we consider any case of misspeaking, no AI system can identify any case of misspeaking. As stated earlier, all the commands that the AI system runs on are the ones that have been codified, and it is almost impossible to codify all possible cases of misspeaking in natural language. Even if all these elements that we mentioned, of the tonal elements, the facial expressions, the gestures, even if they are codified, it will be a problem for the syntax-dependent AI, as an important point here is the recognition of intention. Therefore, to conclude, one may say that while interactions with artificially intelligent systems in some way or the other have indeed become an almost indispensable part of our lives today, this fact has to be taken with a grain of salt, as it is not bereft of its own set of challenges, as we have seen in our discussion. And despite this fast-paced, technologically advanced day and age that we are situated in, we can say that the concepts such as thinking, intention, understanding, intentionality, intelligence, etc., cannot be applied to an artificially intelligent system in the same sense as it does to a naturally intelligent human being. In a broader context, such aspects in the artificially intelligent systems are borrowed and derived from human agents and their context. No matter how evolved and intelligent a non-human artificially intelligent system may become, some or the other aspect of human communication will always be there, which cannot be translated into codes of a purely syntactical system. AI cannot grasp and interact with humans in the same manner as other human beings do, and hence it has its limits. Alexa still has a long
Let me discuss briefly Tagore and Einstein dialogue and point out some limitations of the mechanical treatment of human and living beings. Now I'm focusing on Tagore-Einstein dialogue. On truth, Tagore says, we individuals approach truth through our own mistakes and blunders, through our own accumulated experiences, through our illuminated consciousness. How otherwise can we know the truth? Einstein replies, I do not know how scientifically, I do not know how to prove scientifically that truth must be conceived as truth and be independent of humanity, but I believe it formally. I believe it formally. I believe, for instance, that Pythagorean theorem in geometry is independent of the existence of man. If there is a reality independent of man, I believe there is also truth related to this reality. Again, he says, the question is whether truth is independent of our consciousness. According to your conception, which means Tagore's conception, which may be the Indian conception, truth is not illusion of the individual, but humanity as a whole. Tagore answer, what we call truth lies in the rational harmony between the subjective and the objective aspects of reality, both of which belong to the personality of man. In any case, if there be any truth absolutely unrelated to humanity, then for us, it is absolutely non-existing. When there is a harmony of mind with the Supreme Being, beauty is revealed and the truth is gained. Then our self subsumes in the universal mind. A beautiful flower blossoms when all the petals open up with the perfect balance of its stem and leaves. A perfect cricket shot reveals the correct head position, the timings of the ball, the correct footwork. A beautiful scientific or mathematical discovery happens when all the facts and reasons are perfectly aligned and are in harmony with each other. A beautiful song rings the innermost chord of our heart when its tune, pitch, sound, and rhythm are in symmetry. Think of an opera or a concert of Mozart and Beethoven. It will only sound beautiful when those 100 chords, harps, violins, and pianos are in perfect harmony with each other. Beauty is also only revealed when there is an ideal harmony as coined by Tagore, and this harmony happens when there is a perfect union of Supreme Being, the universal mind. Tagore completed the statement by telling, how otherwise can we know the truth? This means that there is no other way of knowing the truth except your own experiences. Einstein says, I cannot prove, I'm quoting Einstein, I cannot prove that my conception is right, but that is my religion. I repeat, I cannot prove that my conception is right, but that is my religion. Because whatever he was arguing, he was arguing on the basis of his beliefs in Pythagorean, etc. Now we observe that Einstein, being a man of science and logic, cannot prove something that he believes. Yet he continues to believe what does Einstein mean to be his religion. If religion is religion just a faith? Is religion blind? For Einstein, religion meant something which he believed yet cannot be proved. I am of the opinion that same applies to the AI scientists as well. They cannot prove, but they believe in many things. There are things which we cannot prove, but we believe. The notion of science, the good feeling within us, the manifestation of nature in the 1,000 billion forms are all that we believe. Yet everything cannot be proven. Does it not seem here that Tagore is the scientist and the Einstein is the poet? Just reverse the role. Einstein was a poet. He cannot give reasons. So he becomes the poet. And Tagore gives all the reasons. So he becomes the scientist. So Does it not seem here that the Tagore is the scientist and Einstein is the poet? Does it not seem that Tagore has every argument and logic under his sleeves to prove that Einstein is the mystic man who believes and wants to keep his belief in his soul? That's the question which I leave behind. Lord Tennyson, in his famous poem in Memoriam, has written, strong, to quote, strong Son of God, immortal love, whom we that have not seen the face, by faith and faith alone embrace, believing where we cannot prove. Einstein argues and says that he believes in the Pythagorean argument, as we have seen in his dialogue. And actually there was a picture which I can't show you right now because it was on internet, which I had downloaded and I couldn't really find it, in my notes. So there was a picture of Plato and Aristotle, which I'm referring to. If you, in fact, you can, maybe I can send you later, and if anybody researches, I do have that picture, all right? But I'm describing the picture, so you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So we could see Plato and Aristotle. Plato is pointing his finger towards the heavens, and he's holding the book, Timaeus, while Aristotle, a little bit younger, is holding his book, Nicomachean Ethics. This is the picture I'm referring to. Okay? The most interesting point is to note that the preaching of Aristotle and Plato are the same as the belief of Einstein and Tagore. I repeat, the most interesting point is to note that preaching of Aristotle and Plato are the same as the belief of Einstein and Tagore. As Plato points out his finger to the heavens, so does Einstein. And he believes in the Pythagorean argument, whereas Aristotle holds his book, which speaks of ethics and reality. The book Timaeus actually reveals in the summary about the creation of the universe, the different elements of the universe, and it tells that everything in the universe is happening because of some reason, and that reason is God. The responsible for the demiurge responsible for the creation of the universe. Hence, using the eternal and perfect world of forms, as Aristotle does, or ideas as a template, he sets about creating a world which formerly only existed in the state of disorder. The creator decided also to make the perceptible body of the universe by 4 elements. On the one hand, Aristotle in his book Nicomachean Ethics begins by saying that the highest good for humans is the highest aim of all human practical thinking, the eudaimonia, a Greek word which translates as well-being or happiness. This is something similar to what Tagore says. Tagore said that the nature of reality, the universe is in harmony with humanity. There cannot be any beauty that is devoid of humanity. Aristotle went on to the discussion on ethics. Aristotle ethics is about what makes a virtuous character possible, which is in turn necessary if happiness is to be possible. Book 1 of Nicomachean Ethics opens up with the following lines. To quote, every art and every inquiry, and similarly every action and pursuit is sought to aim at some good. And for this reason, the good has rightly been declared to be that at which all things aim. Tagore unites humanity with the supreme being into beauty and happiness, just as Aristotle did in the expression of Nicomachean Ethics. It is not a question of right or wrong, and it seems that both these personalities have swapped their role, and it was not so. But the philosophy merges at the same ocean where all the waves of bubbles cannot be distinguished. Einstein's belief in the truth never seemed to be in conflict with that of Tagore's. The assimilation of thoughts merged into the vast ocean, irrespective of the diverging paths of flowing rivers have taken. Just as the different rivers and their tributes take different paths to reach the sea, similarly human beings use different tastes and methods to reach their destination. Now let me briefly discuss the phenomenon of human hope. Vision of heaven in robotics, and the visual representations paradise or Swarga using neural networks and virtual reality. Hope is one of the most fundamental traits of human nature, since it is the key which opens up hearts and helps us to go beyond all differences. Hope defines man in human life. In all human adversities, one looks for betterment, for a change that will bring some good. And if the hope are not fulfilled in this life, then either we look for fulfillment in heaven after death or in the next life after being reborn. At least in our tradition. Punarjanma is the concept in which we believe. So thus hope clearly involves desires. We hope for what we want, miss, or feel lacking. Desires may also vary great. We may wish for things that we claim are impossible. Thus hopes could be realistic or they could hardly be possible to realize. On the other hand, does hope always involve desire for something we know or expect to happen? Can hope be completely objectless, involving nothing we know? For instance, can we hope for a surprise, novelty, the unthinkable through desirable mystery? Perhaps yes. I'm not going into the details here, but actually this is the position which I'm talking. Occasionally, we also hope against hope, relying on the medical science. The doctors tell us the patient will not survive more than a week. I think I have discussed this thing earlier. Or on the contrary, does the hope require a belief that the object of our desire is possible? But we may never be sure. Frankly speaking, it is a mixture of possibility and uncertainty. This also I think I have discussed earlier. So conscious attempts to change for the betterment from one state to another, the capacity to move out and move back is the most inexplicable fact that self-consciousness encounters when it reflects on itself. This capacity is the foundation of that feeling of freedom and hope that self-consciousness invariably finds in itself. There's also a feeling of constraint or determinism, which is freedom and determinism, as we have talked about, and self-consciousness is a kind of dynamics between the two. None of us can guarantee that the future will be better, but hope can distract us from the negative things in the life, anticipating the future. A person could be faced with a traumatic experience, but hope can allow us to ignore it and move on with our lives with a lower quality of stress. Medical researchers show that hope is one of the greatest solutions for difficult times in our lives. Life has never been and will never be easy, but we must overcome our difficulties in life through various ways of coping. Religious beliefs are one of the factors that affect levels of hope. In a study on dying patients said that religious beliefs are, in fact, beneficial to individuals' mental health through meditation. Religious beliefs such as praying may improve a sense of control over stressful events. Furthermore, they provide a sense of purpose and meaning for events which are apparently meaningless, thereby strengthening the sense of belonging to the whole and to the universe. Despite repeated emphasis on the importance of hope in relation to chronic diseases, most studies have primarily investigated hope and factors affecting it in relation to cancer. Most people understand hope as wishful thinking, as in, I hope something will happen. This is not what the Bible means by hope. The biblical definition of hope is confident expectation. Hope is a firm assurance regarding things that are unclear and unknown. Hope is a fundamental component of life in the righteous. I repeat, component of the life of a righteous. Without hope, life loses its meaning and its death. And in death, there is no hope. The righteous who trust or put their hope in God will be helped and they will not be confounded, put to shame or disappointed. The righteous who have this trustful hope in God have a general confidence in God's protection and help and are free from fear and anxiety. The certainty of this blessed future is guaranteed through the resurrection of Christ. Hope is produced by endurance through suffering. Those who hope in Christ will see Christ exalted in life and death. Trustworthy promises from God give us hope. Along with faith and love, hope is an enduring virtue of the Christian life, and love springs from hope. Hope produces joy and peace in believers through the power of the Spirit. Apocalyptic AI, vision of heaven and robotics, artificial intelligence and virtual reality. This actually I found in the website, which has very beautiful and interesting pictures. The hope that we might one day upload our minds into robots and eventually cyberspace has become common concern and now affects life across a broad spectrum of Western culture. Popular science books, we were talking about science fictions in the morning. So actually science fictions also, create this kind of AI pictures of heaven and hell, and mostly heaven because, that has a positive attitude and positive effect on the mind of the people. So basically they are developing the concept of heaven. This has a very interesting results, how this is affecting the religious life of the people. So popular science books on robotics and artificial intelligence by Hans Madhava and others argue that the advances in the robotics in the field of AI and neurobiology, one day will enable us to copy our conscious selves into machines, which will take over the cosmos and live eternally in a perfect world of supremely intelligent mind. Such views borrow from apocalyptic traditions of Judaism and Christianity and influence the life in online virtual reality environment and conservations within philosophical, legal, and theological circles. Apocalyptic AI is important to scientific research residents of the online world. Second, life. So they call it as a second life because you create a virtual reality where people is literally living. All right. Now this is a kind of second life, they call it. All right. So this is a kind of online second life in which they live. I have adopted it as a worldview that gives meaning to their activities, and many already wish to live in the second life or a similar environment forever, just as Madhava and Roosevelt promised they will. So these are high hopes, as you can see. And as I have said also during the discussion, that, even AI has the right to hope, Everybody has the right to hope. So if they are hoping that this can happen, well, hope will be fulfilled or hope may not be fulfilled, but they have the right to hope. So finally, several of the claims of apocalyptic AI have become a serious topic of debate of philosophers of mind, legal scholars and theologians, as we have been arguing right from the morning. The successful integration of religion, science, and technology in apocalyptic AI creates a powerful worldview with considerable influence in modern life and challenges many of our long-held assumptions about the relationship between religion and science. So, as you know, from the 16th century of scientific revolution, the whole relationship of science and religion has been absolutely tensed, because the modernity was the age of science and not religion. So the world was divided, in two parts, either with religion or without religion. And most of the countries, the big so-called big powers, just decide not to have religion. And therefore, we started talking about secularity. So all this, the science and religion divide was very, very prominent. But now we can see in the last 100 years or so, we can see the return of the religion. The whole West is looking for meditations and, vipassana and, yoga and whatnot. So different forms of religions are coming up in the whole world. So now the world is, the whole world has realized the limitations of science. And therefore, they are turning their face towards looking for the insights from the religion. Therefore, as we can see that the influence of religion on the modern life is coming back. So the influence in modern life and challenges many of our long-held assumptions about the relationship between science and religion. Let me read one sort of paragraph. To quote, show an AI-enabled algorithm a photo of a woman and her dog enjoying at the beach. And the computer screen shall read the right results almost every time. The algorithm will also be able to detect a smile on the woman's face. So the woman is walking with the dog, and the algorithm can read even the smile on the face of the woman. All right. Yet for humans to get the picture shall evoke emotions and memories. And this is what engineers are trying to infuse in the current powers of AI. If future algorithms are able to understand advanced human emotions and thought processes, AI could either lead us to the stairway to heaven or to highway to hell, to unquote. I'll conclude by just a few lines. In a TED talk, Google scientist Margaret Mitchell showed her computer a series of images depicting a burning home. The machine responded, "This is an amazing view. The home is burning." And the machine responds by saying, "This is an amazing view. This is spectacular." The computer detected the high contrast and the bright colors and mistook a devastating event for a positive one. So this kind of mistakes actually computers do. Part of the issue is that humans tend to use positive images to describe their experiences, creating gaps in the way AI interprets and understands human reality. Moreover, data such as photographs contain biases. Narrowing to a single data set of problems of customary AI research, but this approach is developing AI that amplifies human biases. Humans grow and change slowly and thus have time to address their flaws. AI evolves quickly, so immediate correction of any biases is crucial. Technologists must think about how AI they are developing will look in 5 or 10 years. AI can turn out in many different ways, but in this case, it isn't a self-driving car without any destination. This is the car that we are driving, Margaret Mitchell says on Google. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asha madam. It's a wonderful talk. Actually, as far as Sanatana Dharma is concerned, it is never worried about the queries or questions that has come out because Vedas and Upanishads, they are dependent on question answers. The Shishya can raise any kind of a question, or life or death or anything or living. No question on any issue that is there. There is a threadbare discussion on any issue. So Sanatana Dharma or the Vedas or Upanishads will never run away from any question, from wherever it comes from. The questions, people are afraid. Maybe from other society, they don't want to comment around. Because they will be afraid of the questions and their religions will be afraid of. This religion is never afraid of any question. And it is a scientific way of living. Sanatana Dharma offers a scientific, universal scientific way of living. Those who, there is no blind beliefs here. They are only hard facts. And as far as coming to our Punarjanma, our robots will have, as long as the instrument are made, the spare parts available, the instrument works. So there is no problem. When the companies starts making those things, it will stop. So that is the Punarjanma. The instrument will be thrown off. So these are the kind of differences between these things. Now the session is open for discussion. Those who want to good discussion on tolerance time. You said that everybody has a right actually that it can become something. But when he answered, thoughts without content are empty. And Hegel said this thing. Rights don't become objective until they are recognized. So scientists can hope in many ways, but unless there is some kind of evidence, some kind of tangible direction to proceed with a particular thesis, then it might be just a kind of misleading the society into thinking that robots are also going to become conscious or they can think, etc., without really understanding what those really are. So shouldn't be in a question that right also, that why scientists should think, that without any evidence that one day they can have, conscious robots.
Well, scientists have given enough evidences that robots are helpful. Robots are helpful in the life of the people.
Yes, yes.
Let me not question that.
Yes.
All right. And if that is the case, your argument stands. I mean, you have no argument. You have
No. Okay. We can.
Yes, robots are helpful in many ways. Okay. And that is proved by medical science, that is proved by all sorts of sciences.
No, but the question of the symposium is that whether they can think, whether they can, I mean, what is exactly the same as living organisms. So that question.
I don't think they're so strong. They've never thought that they're, I mean, they know their limitations, but they have particular purpose. And the purpose is right there. There's, I think the other lady has said in the morning, they have their objective, they have their teleology, they have their objective. For that they're working. They actually, they put their everything in such a clear manner. Their language is clear, their algorithms are clear. On the basis of that, they are building their chips. So therefore, they are not really talking about you and me, that they can, whether they can create you or they can create me. No. They know their limitations. They're not so fools. So let's not, question their integrity and their work. Of course, it has, greater implications. That, of course, we have the right to talk about, And they also realize that these are their limitations. Therefore, they're always trying to improve.
May I pose a question?
It is their objective for themselves. That's it. They're all objectives from their perspective. If you look from the scientific logician, mathematical logician, physicist, and all these perspectives, they're absolutely. Look at this lady, she has developed the program. Ask her, is this subjective? No.
May I pose a question? Possible? May I pose a question?
Is that if you are a scientist, you will understand the objectivity.
Clarify here, madam, here. What she says, if we design a particular robot or an instrument for a particular purpose, intended for it is doing perfectly, much better than a human being. Then what is the question? It is not meant to do something else. That it is doing, that's all, that's its job. And it is done. That's where our arguments starts from, So therefore, whatever she says is perfect.
May I pose a question?
That's all. So as long as you function within those protocols and the guidelines, as far as the robot is functioning for the designed effect and they will function, their purpose is served. And that is what they are for. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
All these multinational companies, they are paying for all this. In the morning, you were saying it. Where do they get all this money to do the research? These companies are funding them. The huge big brothers are funding them. Are they fools? No. They know what they want and their purpose is fulfilled. Therefore they're winning. If the robots are not created, now they're thinking of running the planes by the robots. There will be no pilot, right? Now, if they can do it, and if they can successfully do it, they can sort of remove the human involvement and the human errors. Perhaps that will be better service, perhaps. Whatever money is spent on this, So if you can provide a better service, maybe you and me will be traveling in the same plane. Who knows? All right.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
See, the question is not about applicability. This conference we are not discussing about the AI's application. That is not a question. You are not understanding the process of this event. It's not about applicability. It is about misrepresenting what AI can do. See, you will not deny that computer has some use, that everybody accepts. But to say that computer has a personality without any evidence of that and giving it a citizenship, that makes, too much hype. That's what we are saying.
This is where the claim comes into picture. What is claimed after making an instrument? What are the limitations that an instrument can do are defined. When they are defined, then for such kind of things, whether an instrument has to enter in a particular country or not, is the country will decide. whether they want to give it in the form of a citizenship or whether they want to give it in a conditional purchase or conditional input into the country, entry into the country. This is all country's requirements. So the passports and the visas have nothing to do with these things. This is an instrument. We have made an intelligent instrument. And our question here is it challenging the human being in certain aspects? That is what we are trying to worry. So that means we are a little bit extra worried about the artificial intelligence. Exactly. Rather than examining maximum possible extent that it can do. This part is important. No, I agree. Now, your point is whether artificial intelligence is challenging the human intelligence. No, not afraid. No, I'm not talking about afraid. Afraid in the sense, yeah, we shouldn't be threatened. Right? Are you threatened by No, but you can say this. But see, the limitations of the robot or the artificial intelligence are already claimed. What is it? AI can? No, I didn't get AI can.
AI is voting anyway, you can't stop it.
Yeah.
For last 12 years it has been voting. You can't do anything.
If somebody gives some citizenship, it is up to them. Who are you to? No. See, citizenship, no, this is what I'm telling you. That is all business terms. Whether you give a citizenship, or whether you want to purchase the instrument or not, or whether you want to allow them to use their computer in the rights or in the country or not, it is up to you. Well, that you want to do it by your citizenship and the purchase of the instrument is up to you.
Now, if you are about EVM, there may be some change in that, and it can be regulated by, remote.
No. At that point of time, during elections, they will take care of it. They will take care of it because they know the technological limitations.
Mobile is the thing which actually is curtailing all your freedom. You are being looked where you are, what you are doing, what you are eating, what you are talking about, with whom you are seeing, meeting, everything is.
Yes, actually, this is what the data science business is doing. Now you can earn so much of money by selling data. Your mobile, actually this region people, what is the teachers are doing, what are the students are doing, which field students are interested in what. This data is being sold in the companies. Yes.
You cannot be part of the economy and all those things are changing is not beyond the scope of our education. Because cryptocurrency came, that cryptocurrency, overtakes all other currencies, but is not properly handled. So these things are beyond the scope of our meeting. Our meeting, whether artificial intelligence is superseding our intelligence, or is it going to be like a human being? Is the question that we want to ponder with.
No, that is not. Okay. That is the focus of this event.
Okay.
Thank you.
What is the biological intelligence and are we able to implement programming that
Thank you for your votes.
They are not the original.
My video can be blocked.
Straight away, that's the answer. You cannot replace the natural intelligence by AI. No way. All right? That's it. That's it.
You mentioned the natural intelligence.
No way.
May I pose a question?
Good. So it is going well. So the arguments are heating up from starting. So any other questions? So there are no more questions. Madam, thank you very much for the wonderful talk that you have.
May I pose
discussion
one question? Last question.
And next we have the last speaker of the session.
Last question. May I pose one question? No?
Uma Anantani. She will be talking to us between the difference between dance performed by a human being and a robot. See, now we are getting dances of robots also. So there were several things that are happening. So they are entering into various fields. Now I will introduce you the speaker. Uma's dance philosophy and teaching pedagogy reflects her long academic experience as well as choreographic activities. She has several productions to her credit based on Sanskrit Vedic literature, Bhagavad Gita, and on other languages, including English. Uma's dance productions reflect her versatility and her interest in music, literature, theatre, folk dance, theosophy, and spirituality. She has redefined mythology in her dance productions, some of which are Shodasopachara, Rasaraja Krishna, etc. As of 2020, she has been a Gujarat University guide for a doctorate researchers in dance. So we have now a slightly different talk from a different art and science coming into and an extension to that, So we say, what is the relationship between art and science? It's an interesting area because the scientist does not feel arts have any of this one. There is one commonality between arts and science, that is creativity. Creativity is the commonality between these two. Let us see what kind of creativity in her talk that we are going to get it now. Let us welcome Dr. Uma. Thank you very much, madam. We can start.
1 minute. Yes. Spend right?
It is there.
This one, there, right? Which one is yours? This one, right? Which one? This one?
PPT. Calcutta PPT.
No, yours is Sony.
Sony.
This one, right? Yeah, this one.
Calcutta PPT. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, first. Let me
first put it in the Zoom share. This one, right? Yours?
Yeah, the one which just this.
This one?
Yeah. That's next.
Yes.
How to go about? Just by clipping.
Yeah. And just go next, right? Like going down.
Going. Yeah, yes. Sir. Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaskar. Pranam. And Dandvat, as we always say, to all. To Bhakti Nigamji, Shanta, Bhakti Vijnana Muniji, and also Krishna Keshav Das for giving me an artist to share some of the thoughts on the topic like science, artificial intelligence, technology, etc. in the presentation through dance. What is the perspective in this? Where dance stand today? Since morning, where are we as artists? On behalf of all the performing art fraternity and practitioners, I sincerely thank the organizers for putting art to the level of science and artists to the scientist. When we talk about art, and then we say, what is it? What is the purpose? And we call it aesthetics. Aesthetics is the Shastra of Saundarya. It is known as Saundarya Shastra. So when there is a Shastra, it is a poetic Shastra. We have a Rasayan Shastra. And so we have Saundarya Shastra. So when we think of dance, sincerely, seriously, It is a shastra. It is a science by itself. So I think thanks for inviting us, the artist, in this conference. I also would like to say that I'm also fortunate for having Muniji in previous session and Ashaji prior to me setting a foundation for me. So it was almost like a foundation setting, a dance, performance. So my focus will be on the performance area, human versus robot. A 17th century saint poet Sant Ramdas Ji to set a tune of discussion on difference of dance performance by human versus robot. I would quote, information is bit of data. Knowledge is putting them together, and wisdom is transcendental. 17th century, we had the foundation already. Talking about the dance performance, one can say that dance is not a mechanical product. It is an artistic creation. As a holistic practice, dance facilitates self-realization and mental purification through mind-body wellness, kalyana. Its dynamic experience is different from a kind of imposed concept where art flourishes and the stereotype is forgotten. This is a state which is shallow conditioning and cultural programming for a thinking dancer. For a thinking dancer, performance first takes place in the laboratory of life. It is a voyage within. This philosophy that encapsulated in form of art guides one to Satchit Ananda, kind of a pure joy. So, the highest goal, the highest gift the world has received from India's civilized culture is the primordial values comprised of two ideologies. One is the spiritual art, the adhyatmic, and the second is the aesthetic enjoyment, rasaswada. My thinking on the topic and discussion is guided by this outlook with reference to classical dance. Classicism, the tenets of which are rooted in structure format and in a refinement. So when we say all these things, we have the science and technology, the principles, the tenets, the forms, the format in our mind. Oh, sorry. So entertainment, as evocated by the legendary Bharata Muni in the Nath Shastra, is the first and foremost origin of performing and plastic arts. As we are this morning, we're talking about the intuition, the idea, why we do so. So it is the entertainment. The performance of dance comprises the principles of form and content. It appeals to the visual and auditory senses as also to the mind. Drashya Shravya. It is the entertainment through audio and the sensory delight also to the mind. At the same time, the spectacle nourishes the spectacle in a manner comparable to juice, the essence. Flavor called rasa. Rasa is the essence. This aesthetic experience is termed rasaswada, which I have already mentioned. The references pertaining to rasa are found metaphorically in Rigveda and metaphysically in Thakurtala Upanishad and identified with Brahman. This, according to the spiritual tradition, is Ananda Mimansa, the analysis of the nature of happiness. Happiness, the ultimate goal. This school advocates that bliss Is Brahman the highest of its kind? The question now is, how does a dancer artist strive to achieve such a sublime goal? Branches of science are rooted. Branches of science are rooted and emerge from five elements, Panchabhutas, we know, earth, water, fire, air, and the space. Phenomenally, our human body is also constituted from these five elements. Therefore, understanding the outer world with scientific reasoning under the study of cause and effect relationship is also a contribution of natural intelligence. Incorporating the influence of five fundamental senses, Panchendriya, man has mastered the property of natural intelligence and continues to do so with the method of science, technology, reflecting the advancement of every generation. From generation to generation, we are progressing on this line of understanding the Panchamahabhutas surrounding us and within us with the five senses. And now, over the last century, mankind is moving to experience avatar of this evolution process, the artificial intelligence, broadly understood as the study and development of a computer system that can copy intelligent human behavior. Can copy human behavior. When it's installed with an artificial one, consequently, we have a whole generation of people surrounding us and are merging with us in our day-to-day routine. We call this process as being scientific and technology. It is also Vyakta, manifested. So what we see around us, everything, through the artificial intelligence, through the science, is Vyakta, manifested. Now, embrace with this. Whatever I say, Panchamahabhuta, Panchabhus, we sideline the fact that man is carrying other baggage too. Also, along with the support functioning of mind, which understands the matter. He is also gifted with the following components as described in the scriptures. They are latent, avyakta, and gross, not gross. 1. 8 fundamental emotional mental states. Sthayi, they are permanent, they are with us. We have not borrowed anything from outside. We are born with this as human beings. Love, laughter, pathos, enthusiasm, fear, disgust, anger, wonderment, plus tranquility as the 9th one. They are dormant because they become active on the spirit resulting in cause and effect relationship, karana karya. Second, 3 gunas, the basic qualities. We have uttama, madhyama, and adhama. We have tamas as negative, rajas, desirous, and sattva, the divine. And third, 2 genders, gender quality, masculine and feminine. We are born with this. This is our baggage. The difference in, this was discussed in the morning by Muniji, the difference in degree and its balancing ability. The difference in degree and its balancing ability makes an individual different from other individual. That is how we are different than what is programmed in the robot. So, therefore, when a dancer artist, Nartaka, arrives on the stage to perform, to execute, communicate, his approach becomes multidimensional and multi-layered. This principle of grammar of art exhibition was studied and laid down by legendary Sage Bharata, whom I already mentioned, around 2nd century BCE, or even slightly before that, in his magnum opus treatise, the Natya Shastra, the Shastra of treatise on dramaturgy. This manual of performing art has passed all litmus tests over the centuries. Going through even a fragment of it and practicing means working in a laboratory or practicum. Even today, even after spending 21 years of 21st century. This treatise is also known as the 5th Veda, is like Bhagavad Gita to us, the dancers. 30 out of 36 chapters of the Natya Shastra define and explain rules on performing practice. 3 modes of communication, the physicality and the form swarupa of a chosen idiom of performing or plastic art with extreme precision. If you read a fragment of it, how the audio, even the fragment of it, a page if you open, I think you one spends entire life on it. It is that precision has been given in this Natya Shastra. This teaches an artist how an audience is to be entertained. Our first question, our first aim, that depends on the merit and demerit of an artist who tries to achieve a sense of perfection through 3 prescribed modes of communication out of 4. These are voluntary, tangible, sthula. One is through Angika. Angika means the body gestures. Second is Vachika, literature, speech, sound, poetry, music. And third is Aharya, the costume, props, performance space, everything. All these in sync with the time and place. In sync with the time and place. So it is not fixed. It is in the sync with time and place. It can be different in Manipur, it can be different in the South Africa. So it is sync with time and place. The technique and tool of which dancers borrows from the outside world. This is very important. And that is why they are sthula, they are vyakta, they can be seen, drashya, shravya, and kavya property of dance. Fine. According to the classical scholars, this is a foundation ground and practice, talent, and mastery of these crafts is a prerequisite. It's not that it should not be there. It is a prerequisite for any dancer. With reference to today's discussion theme, it is tangible, cognitive, and robotic. But art emerges, flourishes, evolves, and becomes sublime from here onwards. Sage Bharata, again I'm mentioning his name, spends only 4. He spends only 4 to 5 chapters on the process of 4th final mode of communication known as Sattvika. So it was Angika, Vachika, Aharya. They borrowed from outside. Angika, we learned for years and years. So all these are borrowed, but this is the 4th one is a Sattvika. Sattva means the prana, essence, the inner nucleus of being. The dancer takes a voice from tangible to intangible, from outer to inner, from cognition to recognition, from awareness to realization, from sthula to sukshma. The dancer transforms, transmits, and transcends his cultural and emotional memory. He's born, as we are talking about the genetics and whatnot. And so he's born. He has this package, but the dancer transforms because of his sattva. transforms, transmits, and then transcends his cultural emotional memory to muscle memory when he performs. The question is, does the robot perform the way dancer performs? We know what dance is now. It is not just something coming on the stage and do something, throwing arms and feet here and there. So can a robot perform the way we, over the periods, through centuries, I also quote Rigveda, they understood dance this way. Can robot perform this way? Can robot perform with its artificial intelligence system that do not reflect human emotions? An artist who exhibits the emotions, the power, is trained in a particular method and manner as to give rise to a peculiar effect. Again, the intention, a peculiar effect, and that is rasa, the aesthetic enjoyment. And then the three aharya, was satvika, and three components are done. Now the fourth. Rasa. Thus, the term rasa combines in itself the tenets of exercise and art experience. Continue. Abhinav Guptacharya, a medieval scholar, divides aesthetic experience into the 5 stages of progression. These 5 stages are 5 senses. We have Panchendriya, imagination, Kalpana Shakti, emotions, Bhavatmak, catharsis, Shuddhikarana, and then transcendental level. They are Adhyatmic. So from Bhautik, Adhyatmic to Adhyatmic, from Laukik to Alaukik. The aesthetic experience thus is transcendental bliss, accompanied also by sense of wonder, chamatkara, chamatkriti. Even Einstein has agreed to this, not only in sense of art, but in sense of mysticism. Another scholar of the same era, Hemachandracharya, holds the rasa, the aesthetic enjoyment, suggest, and is always in the process of bhavati. It is a suggestion. It is symbolic suggestivity. It is not narration. Through bhava, rendition of these bhavas arise from the dominance of sattva, which elevates one's creative instinct that recreates. It recreates. Consequently, the presentation and the combination of all this, the dynamics of the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary systems of dance is far more complex, where skill and talent alone are not sufficient and is not limited to certain locomotive action of a human body, which only robot can do. It acquires more universal and metaphysical significance. Let us examine certain technical aspects now, since we are in front of the scientists here. The technique of dance does not depend on anunkarana, imitation. I would like to remember Plato here. Imitation of imitation is choice removed from reality. So Plato, the time when Vedanta was busy qualifying his principles on dramaturgy in Bharata, Plato was saying this in his own world, his own space. Imitation of imitation is far removed from what a robot can do. So imitation of imitation is far removed from reality. Aristotle says it is the strength of the performance of this technique is rooted in anukirtana, that is symbolic representation. So how parallel the things are gone? Both the things are gone, have parallel. Within the initial words of training, am I running short of time because I have to show? No, I will not take more than 25 minutes. 30 minutes I will take. No, not more. totally. I will be comfortable. I will finish it that way only. Thank you. People have tendency to call the performance, the training, which we call monotonous or mechanical exercise. If an aspirant still continues to practice and performs in a similar monotonous mode, there is a tendency to call the performance as robotic. The mode hampers the natural growth of artistic program process. Artificial intelligence can copy, mimic, imitate human emotions. It cannot symbolically represent the inner sensibility of human psyche. Anukarana does not grant independency. Untitled does. The Vedanta trains one to think independently. Second, I'm sorry. In dance, a word, a phrase, when performed with the adequate use of technique is not viewed on its face value. Contrary to this, a robotic dance is viewed as it appears without any experience value to its appearance. The dance is expected to contemplate its past, present, and future. This was discussed in the morning. Continuing past, present, and future references. According to Vaisheshika school, knowledge and liberation are achievable by a complete understanding of the world of experience, the highest testimony of knowledge. It is true to the science and scientists, it is also true to art and artists. The third, when a dancer is performing, the entire space of the stage transforms into different moods. The contemporary dancing body, which is more flexible, is becoming more eloquent. Improvises continuously. Robert can't. In the process, dance becomes a whole new experience each time. Once programmed, a robot stops to evolve on its own. To quote Benjamin Franklin, I quote, when everyone is thinking alike, then nobody is thinking, unquote. Monodharma is dancer's ownership. The dancer derives his material from collective memories and transforms it to personal emotions. This is Bharata's idea of sadharana dharma, universalization, a universal wholeness. The dancing principle liberated the fourth goal of life from technical constraints and becomes open to emotional expressions and personal interpretation. This is subtle and inner quality that makes the fundamental difference between an expert or a skilled dancer or a robot and the thinking creative artist. For many of art, went from performance of a robot to a dance, artificial technological intelligence to artistic emotional intelligence, intelligent person to emotional, from a perfectly flawless mechanical product, robot, to a sublime pinnacle. A dancer finite microcosm pulsates with infinite universal macrocosm. The dance becomes spiritual from here onwards. In Martha Graham's view, dance is a hidden language of the soul, unquote. Otherwise, how can a dancer handle, manifest, and transform a dull reality of life into an aesthetically pleasurable experience called bliss? The art of dance shares the responsibility, along with yoga and metaphysics, of representing indigenous culture of the world at large. All the classical instruments, especially gongar, which dancer tie on his ankle, symbolize dance, metaphysically, metaphorically, and metaphysically. Gongar connects one from soul to soul and to the soul. With this, I would like to, with the permission, 3 minutes of my small video clip. No, I have it. It will go. So this is like, so we have come to the point where the focal point of conference is the scientists can explain science, but science can't explain the scientist. In support of this discussion, I would like to take permission for 3 minutes of video based on a production called Gandhi Gita. 3 dancers reflect a single mind. Who I have known into the field past 20-25 years, they are learning and understanding and practicing dancing, but particularly for this. Now, when we talk, we just talk. I don't just show how to do the physicality of it. So, it is an individuality, it is an individualization. So, the 3 dancers reflect a single mind which passes through a chaos and complexity to peace and harmony. And from there to ultimate bliss of Mahatma. Mahatma. Don't worry about who that Mahatma is. Mahatma. And we can read. If you can read, it is the combination, the parallel reading of Bhagavad Gita and the Satyana Prayoga, Gandhi's experiment with truth. And Gandhi's entire life mirrors the thought-action conflict between the pluralism and dualism. When they debate on individual laws, restraint, equilibrium, non-violence, and sacrifice of an ordinary mind. So the central theme is this, in which the Gandhi doesn't come on the stage as flesh and blood reality. It is just the mind. Anybody's mind is reflecting. And ultimately, Gandhi, at the end, I have shown it in 3 colors that we have Dharma, Artha, and Kama. And the 3 colors are green, orange, and yellow as Karma Yogi, Shanta Dutta, Shanti Dutta, and then of nature. Supported by Ministry of Culture, Government of India, this production was. Okay, now here I might require the help. I will have to have the larger. Yeah, this it should be on the yeah, please.
This one you are playing, right?
Yeah. And if you could click here.
Okay.
No, we just have to click there.
No, it will not come because.
Can you?
Yes.
Yes.
It is sound?
Yeah, there is sound.
But I think this is not connected with the sound, right? Let me see if it is. And this sound also video? Video এখানে ফেল করে sound আসবে? আসবে না?
Sound হলো কি?
এখানে sound দেওয়া আছে?
दिया है sound? कैसे दोगे? मेरे कंप्यूटर में
এই তো পেন ড্রাইভ আছে তার নিয়ে যাও এই ইয়ার পেন ড্রাইভ আছে নিয়ে যাও পেন ড্রাইভে প্লে করো পেন ড্রাইভ দিস মি ইয়া প্লে করো সো হি উইল প্লে ফ্রম देयर
The ideas of one's own ideas. And then, so it is a parallel journey with, I read Bhagavad Gita and Exploring Truth. So when it is Indriyani, when you have the Sanyama on the Indriya, ultimately you are in harmony. So the dance, they show harmony, and the ultimate is the bliss. So this was the idea, which one can symbolize, can suggest. And as I told you, that it took almost 3 years, which is a piece of hardly 30 minutes, to make the dancers understand. I mean, first of all, they read and then we discussed. Sometimes we used to spend even rehearsals after rehearsals without getting up. We were just discussing the Gita and this. And then whatever we want to show on the stage. So it was out and out a symbolism. So this is what dance is.
May I pose a question? It's possible to pose a question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just 1 minute. I'll give you, please.
I am Mamuka Dolize, Professor at State University, Georgia.
Just wait. We will give you time for questioning. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Let me finish. Let me finish. What we have seen, but please listen to. We'll continue. We'll open the session for questions. What we have heard just now is beyond artificial intelligence. I agree with that. I will tell you how it is. You might have heard of music, Tyagaraja. Did you hear the name of Tyagaraja Swami? Those who heard of music will definitely know about him. If you see Tyagaraja Swami's kritis or songs, when a person is singing on the stage, here there are Triputi that is called. One is the song that is being sung by an individual who is singing on the stage, and there is somebody who is listening. We have Triputi. There are 3 things in this. The songster, as she was mentioning, is singing the song, and while singing the song is completely immersed in the Bhakti Tattva of Rama. He has forgotten himself and he is singing and singing and singing. And those sitting there is also listening to this. Listening, while listening, he also went into the transcendence of Rama and only listening the song and nothing else, and he is no more there. So here, there is neither the person who is singing is there, nor the person who is listening is there. Both are immersed. Then what is there? Can anybody tell me? Those who is singing is completely immersed and he is doing that job. He has forgotten himself and he is singing. And the listener also is listening, forgetting himself. What is there in between those two? Huh? Only song. That is the pure consciousness. Nothing else. This is Advaita Sthiti. This is called Advaita Sthiti. There is no two, only one. That is only the song that is there and nothing else. And that is the stage, and that power, that capability has only to Sangeeta. Masalak Kesalayate. For music, if you put a stone, this one, it gives leaves on that stick will give you the leaves, the wild or rotten stick if you put there and you sing, it start giving leaves. So that is the power of music. So that's what he said. Between the this, you want to say something?
Yeah, this is the oneness.
That's called Advaita Sthiti. Several people are asking what is Advaita. This is Advaita. There is nothing else, only oneness. There is no songster, nor the listener, only song is there. That is Advaita Sthiti. So with this, let us open the session for questions. And somebody from online is asking. Namuka. Yeah, please ask your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the possibility to answer. Thank you for your report and video. I'm very grateful to you. My question is, you mentioned the natural intelligence. And my question is, does the natural intelligence exist at all? Because intelligence is always connected with language, and the language is artificial phenomenon. You cannot imagine the thinking without language expression. So we always deal with artificial intelligence. How you can distinguish natural and artificial intelligence with each other? It's a general question. It's not refers to your concrete text, but my question is this in general existence of natural intelligence.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we say that artificial intelligence, we condition, we borrow the things from outside. I thought that is what my understanding of artificial intelligence is. I don't have the car. So I will so many things, but I don't require, I just do the work myself. So in artificial intelligence, according to Shasta, what I said of them, the main purpose of art is to communicate. A being layer. People, emotions, whatever we want to communicate, there is an audience. So out of there are 4 modes of communication of which the body, the music, what we just explained, and the costume. Through this, we borrow from outside. Artificial, this is an artificial thing, intelligence, and as the way we were doing initially 50 years ago, and what we are doing now, our performances, the way we work with all these, the way we experiment with all these things is different now. We are not performing the way we are performing now. So we borrow this intelligence from outside. But the 4th one is sattva, sattvika. It is power, the predominant, the essence itself. And for that, I gave the examples. Well, if I'm in love with whom? At the moment, I'm in love with him. I'm in love with love. I'm in love with nature. I'm in love with somebody. So there are so many connotations, so many, as I said, the combinations that come just to show love. Now, we have the word, a sentence called aphorism called Vidhava Vichari Sanyugat. Sanyugat is a combination, it's not a mixture. It is not a mixture. We can't separate one from the other. In artificial intelligence, you can separate. Oh, this is the costume. Oh, this is the hand gesture. Oh, this is the music. But when it is added with the 4th one, which is within, he has internalized. It is a long process. Everybody can't. Even after performing for 25 or 30 years, you will get that result. It is called organic. And so when this kind of performance we call it robotic. We often sit in the audience and say, oh, it is good. There is perfection of everything, but it is robotic because you don't have that sattva emerged out of it. And the oneness, what he says, it can establish. So that is the difference when the 4th mode of communication, sattva, and one has to have the experience. As I said, the Vashishika says that is the highest testimony. I don't have to look at the Nyaya or anything else. It is the Anubhava. So his laboratory, as I said, is the laboratory of life. Okay. And from where he emerges at this level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. You, in the description, you mentioned 8 permanent emotional mental states dormant. So I would like to know what those 8 states are. I said love, laughter, sorrow, anger, pathos, fear, wonderment. 8 plus I said 9th one is, they added this 9th one only after a medieval period. The scholars, they added 9th is the Shanta. It is the Shanta rasa. So they are quiet instances. So this also is a rasa by itself, and Mahabharata is the predominance of Shanta rasa. There are many categories of, for example, laughter. I laugh, but I laugh more than I say 3 gunas. If Rama is laughing, Rama would laugh, we'll not laugh. No. So I have to internalize how Rama can laugh, because he is sattva and he is uttama. And in which relationship is laughing or smiling? Looking at him, looking at Sita or what? So all this is a complex thing, and one has to undergo the experience of life. We have to keep our eyes open and understand this. So this production is actually the minimalist production in which without bringing Gandhi or even some of the slokas from Bhagavad Gita, how I felt when I primarily read those things. Gandhi as a sample figure. So without bringing Gandhi, what a mind like this, mind of Gandhi could have experienced. So yes.
You made a point about the 5 levels of the dancer. 5 levels of the dancer. Are these parallel or identical to the Panchakoshas of Taittiriya Upanishad?
Panchakoshas, Ananda. The first one is, that is, I have a book. So the first, Annamaya, Manamaya, Buddhamaya, Vijnanamaya, and final is the Anandamaya Kosha. So that is what I say. The Anandamaya Kosha is the Brahman itself, Ananda. That Kosha talks about the Ananda Mimamsa. This appears in the Ananda Mimamsa of Taittiriya Upanishad. So Ananda, it is the principles of happiness, how one becomes happy. And but the initial few of 4 are gross. The 5th, which is Ananda, is divine, or it is intangible. The 4 are tangible. The 5th one is intangible. And so in the 12th century itself, Buddha has, we can reference to performance he talks. We have the sciences with us. All the Upanishads, even the yoga, they said. But he relayed this, even the 4 abhinayas, for Parasharthas, this 5 koshas, he relates with the performance practice. So that is very important, that when somebody is performing, maybe like only few performances. Otherwise, we just clap and go and forget. But only few performances, they stay in our mind permanently, and we feel blissed. What he said, wellness, Advaita. So it takes place of almost the sense of Advaita, the blissfulness. Thank you. I hope I could explain this to you.
Our temple says Bhakti.
Yes.
Because the deities, they are actually dancing forms. And this, whatever we do glorify, the service, that is also part of the temple. So everything, so all these activities are actually glorifications. To understand the very how, it needs some point of view. Understand the meaning and purpose of it.
I tell you one thing. We are gifted. In the morning, somebody had said, and as a human being, I think this is the most beautiful form, living form, the human form. It can look behind, it can look up, it can sense, it can enjoy, it can feel. And then dance is the highest of the beauty. So this is the highest of the purpose. To be with dance in the temple is the highest of the upcharas, of the 16th upcharas. Nataraj, all the dance, they are so beautiful. All the gods and goddesses are God, they are so beautiful. And that's why when we come to the stage, we see to it that we also are, we just can't come like this and then no. Because we internalize the beauty of the form first, and then the soul and the blissfulness later. It doesn't come automatically, no. So the first 3, what I say, the robotic, it comes. One can be perfect. That is why there is a difference between the perfect execution of 3, but one cannot even reach even after 75 years of dancing, and somebody can reach even in 5 years. So it is just in internalization that one has to, when one comes to the stage, they have to pass through certain experiences. Yes, this is, so they feel best. Thank you so much. So many dancers are blessed. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, madam. For the final session of the day, I would request Professor Rajakishore Nath from IIT-Mumbai to kindly chair the session. Sir, please come on the stage and introduce and invite our next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Abhishek. There are 2 speakers in this session. The first speaker is Professor M.V. Jagannathan. Professor Jagannathan is a visiting professor at the School of Life Sciences, University of Hyderabad. Professor Jagannathan is also the Vice President of IGNA Hyderabad. He will talk on the utility of artificial intelligence and its effects. Now I hand over the mic to Professor Jagannathan. Utility and effect. File name, Dr. Jagannath. Yeah.
Good evening to all of you. Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavad-pada Shankaram Loka Shankaram. Sabhaya Namaha. Today I will be speaking to you on the utility of artificial intelligence and its effects. Before doing so, first let me do 2 jobs here. Number 1, I have to conclude the earlier session as a chairperson of the session. Let me thank the 4 speakers who has made wonderful presentations and subsequent discussion went so live. I thank one and all for that. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Bhakti, Niskama, Shanta, Vijnana, Muni for their consistent efforts to continue this dialogue and discussion between science and spirituality, or to bring the realism that is present in the Vedanta to the audience that it has to reach. Because we do have a discussion. I remember I came to contact with Bhakti Niskama Shanta through his paper, through a scientific paper that he has written. He has published a paper on life and consciousness where the Vedantic views. This is Taylor and Francis. It's a scientific journal. It is published in a scientific journal, not in normal journals that regularly publishes. It is peer-reviewed, and subsequent to that, there was a strong criticism for the work that he has published on, because he has presented some Vedantic views. These Vedantic views are so scientific, none of the scientists could question these things, and they started criticizing. That's what has happened. And the most important observation, some of them which I will be talking to you during my talk, is he said life comes from life. This is a Vedantic view. And so far, if you look at any of the theories of origin and evolution that are so far present in the scientific community all over the globe, they remain only theories, particularly with reference to origin of life. There is no proof for any of the theories. There are 7 to 8 theories that are present, which I am not going to present here. 7 to 8 theories by renowned scientists all over the globe, but none of them have any proof. This is with clear-cut evidence with scientific in the literature, anybody can go and read. And when he presented a form from the Vedantic view, then suddenly people felt that Bhakti, Niskama, Shanta is questioning the religion. This is again another mistake. Shanta did not question the religion. Shanta presented what is there in the Vedantic view. It is already present. He did not say anything new. But they are not able to digest this. Unable to digest, they started attacking him. Then I wrote a counter to that. His name is he is an evolutionary biologist, and we invited him for a talk last year. The person who has attacked him, I don't want to take the name. If you want, you can get into the literature and see. We don't want to have any personal distinctions on this basis here. We want to say he has attacked the theory that he has proposed, and we have invited him for a discussion and debate in the last year's online Science and Scientist conference. Initially, he has seen my email and he agreed to come and present his presentation. Subsequently, what happened, I do not know. He has gone through our publications, and he has seen he doesn't have permission for making the presentation. If any scientific organization says he doesn't have any permission for presentation, what is the science that he is doing? Science is questionable. Science stands to scrutiny. Science accepts only evidence. Science does not accept any post-dated check. And science is working in the welfare of humanity. And the scientific theory that is present today can change tomorrow. So therefore, those who are doing science should come out and then discuss their point of view. There is nothing wrong in it. If there is wrong in the point of view that you have presented, we need to accept that. That is what Upanishad says. From Vedas, Upanishad shall come. Guru Shishya, this entire parampara that what we have is based on the questioning and reasoning. If questioning, reasoning, discussion and not science, what is science? So this is the question that we have asked. Why I am presenting this before you is, so the Vedantic views that were presented by the renowned person that were sitting before us are the ones who seriously challenged some concepts in science, which they have not been able to answer. One of them, during the discussion, I will also present one of them. So coming to the today's topic of this artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? It is the ability to think and solve the problems and make decisions for the benefit of individual or to the society. This is what it is. For intelligence is that. AI, artificial intelligence, is just imitating that. Imitating these characters with the help of an instrument or a computer or a robot, whatever you call, through a mechanical, electrical or electronic systems. Make those systems and ask them to carry out certain jobs that we are required. And that are important, they are also important. The first time this word coined by 1956 by John McCarthy, he is the one who coined the term artificial intelligence. The ability of the machines to perform the functions like thinking, perceiving, learning, problem solving, and decision making. These are the jobs. Whatever we say, Panchabhutas, Jnanendriyas, Karmendriyas. What Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas are doing, now we are asking the instruments to do those jobs. And how far these instruments are able to do it? Will they be able to do on par with humans? Is the question that we are pondering with. Are they going to compete with humans or are they going to replace humans? Is there a possibility? If that possibility is there, what are the areas in which they can do that? These are the things that we are pondering with on one hand. And on the other hand, artificial intelligence will give us advantage. See, what are the expectations of this artificial intelligence? So simple things, like we want an automated transport. So by 2030, we want a car, driverless car on the roads. So if we give that GPS system to the car, that car should be able to go in the traffic that we are going on the Calcutta roads or Hyderabad roads or Bangalore roads without doing any accident, following the traffic rules. Right now, technology, what we have, if we have a GPS system, that GPS system will show you the route in which you have to go and reach your destination. That we have been able to do. Earlier, we used to do it, stop at every street and ask for address, which side I have to go, which side I have to go back and forth, all these things we used to do. But now, that hassle-free travel has now come into picture. So if you put your address, it will automatically take any city, you can go, there is no problem, no need to ask anybody. So it takes you exactly before the house or before the organization where you are intended to go. That is doing a good job. Employment generation in AI, entertainment, just now we have seen dance and music and all those things. Can a robot replace the natural dance of an individual? That's what I have already agreed on the madam's talk, that we never achieve to the precision of an individual who performs and puts you to the Advaita Sthiti. That's why I said that. When you are singing, a robot cannot sing in such a way in an immersion. A robot will sing a song like any other gramophone recorder. And if we give some programs, it will dance. No problem. That also it will do to the amusement. It will give you amusement, no problem. But to take you to the level of immersion, it cannot do that. Number two, it itself cannot immerse in that. It will only do the program that you have asked it to do in whichever song, in any language. It doesn't matter. It will be able to perform some dance which you have given it to do it. To that extent, true. That is the difference between these two. So therefore, when it puts you on the spiritual plane on a higher order, that higher order can only be felt by an individual, a human being. Whether other animals will have that particular feeling or not is something difficult for us to say. But some animals also shows some behavioral aspects. For those who are studying the animal behavior sciences, so they will be able to understand. Like if a tsunami is coming, there are animals which give some indications that tsunami is coming. There are indications. So therefore, that is animal behavior. If you study properly, it will help us to some extent. So what essentially a scientist is doing, essentially a scientist is trying to understand the nature and see what are the natural processes and exploit them to our advantage. Or make use of the natural principles and create alternate systems to our advantage. For example, if I have to go from here to Calcutta, I have several options. I can go by walk, anybody. If I have a cycle, I can go by cycle. And if I have a taxi, certainly much more comfortable, I would like to prefer. And even faster if I want to go, if I have a helicopter in my hand, I certainly prefer. Is there anybody who does not want to go from here to Calcutta by helicopter which is available? Anybody? We prefer. So, science and technology, the purpose, on one hand, is giving you happiness. Happiness is one of the Purusharthas. That is also required. So that it is giving. Science is giving the even materialistic advantages. Even nobody knows spiritual leader also denies materialistic advantages. They have recognized material advantages. But some people renounce those material advantages, a few, which we can see one or two people before us. Not everybody. They are above us. We definitely agree because they have renounced and they are working for a particular cause for a society, they are above us. A robot will never work above you for a cause or for a society. That will never do that. It is only humans we have to do that. There is no other go. So no amount of intelligence will tell you how to work for the society and put everybody take along with you. A leadership quality. If a spiritual guru comes and gives a lecture here, there are so many people who are willing to come and hear. But in the same lecture, if a robot gives, I don't think anybody will come and applause for that extent. Because the spiritual guru, he has the capability to put in the point across thousands of millions of people in a single shot, which the other mechanical systems will not be able to do that. What this is doing. So that is where the difference lies. That's what we are trying to understand. So even weaponry with artificial intelligence is more dangerous. So when I say artificial intelligence or science for the welfare of humanity, is weaponry is in the welfare of humanity? Is biowarfare is in the welfare of humanity? Making chemical warfare is in the interest of humanity? Now some people say yes. Power respects power. So we need to try to make it. And if by chance, if these weaponaries falls in the hand of a miscreant, see, technology you can always make a cell phone. Now cell phone is there. With even terrorists they can handle. Normal person also can handle. Cell phone is available for everybody. And if a technology comes, it can be with anybody and everybody. So therefore, those are the questions that requires to be handled carefully. Artificial intelligence to the extent that we require and which serves our purpose. We should be able to do it like any other science and technology. And I will add one more point here. Whatever science and technology is doing, a scientist himself will come and tell you that these are the limitations of this. When I myself sitting before you, standing before you and telling chemical warfare has a problem, biowarfare has a problem. We know the problems. But whether the regulatory authorities or the controlling authorities listens to you or who will be controlling these things, they are all different matters. But your capability is doing them. So the capability of science is different and those who are controlling science is different. So these are also important aspects which several scientists are also pondering with. In such site of critical situation when human interests have to be protected, whether scientists have a say in it or not. That's a different question. We can debate it later in different organization whenever meeting that they do. We'll do that. Right now we'll confine ourselves to the artificial intelligence. All these areas where artificial intelligence can be used. In weaponaries it can be used. For example, like COVID came. Tracing, contact tracing is a major issue. There are asymptomatic people. That means a person who is infected with COVID, but he doesn't have any symptoms. Now, how do we detect? So that's why they said test, trace, and do that. And all those things have been done. And in our country, I will tell you, we ourselves have used app during the COVID time on whether our neighbors have the COVID, whether anybody has COVID. If you take your mobile phone and go out, it will tell you whether 1 kilometer radius or 2 kilometers radius, whether anybody is infected with COVID. We ourselves see the advantage of that. And when we see the advantage, we should be able to use it for our purpose. That's what I mean to say. So as far as the purpose of that is concerned is unquestioned. So we have to use them. So if we look at the medicine, now they are trying to use robots. Robots, what I am showing you here are examples from scientific literature which are already proven. It is not, I am not speaking in the air that robot will take you to moon. No, I am not telling you that. An artificial intelligence system will take you to somewhere else. I am not speaking to that. What I am speaking, what has already been done and what is being done, and whether it is useful or not. If that is useful, whether should we continue that or we should not. This is the first part of my talk. And the second part of my talk will come into the constructive criticism. That's what we are talking about. That criticism part will go into the second part. This is my whole talk. So now they are using, for example, the hip replacement, kidney transplantation, coronary artery bypass. See, earlier people used to do this bypass, even angioplasty and those things. They used to open entire system. Nowadays, with this precision and improved technology, they just put a small needle, put a bulb to that rubber, and then they seal the hole in the heart. So simple. So the technology is helping you to do that. And earlier people used to spend lakhs of rupees. Now it is just going to the hospital, going like a 5-star hotel, coming back home. Reason because of the technology. So technology is helping us certainly to our advantage, whether it is healthcare system or other systems. So what has other advantages that we have? So if a surgeon has to do manually, it will take a long time. But if you use these intelligent systems or the technology, time is less expensive. So definitely it is useful. So why don't we use it? So we should use these advantages, and we should also do research in those areas also. It is not that we have to leave them aside. We know the limitations. So knowing the limitations is more important of the technology and then use it. So physicians require for updated information and correct diagnosis. So artificial intelligence will not only help you in just only doing surgeries, it will also help you in the diagnosis, even for diagnosing a disease. And also, when they are doing this, existing branches of medicine that deals with huge data, people are talking now big data analysis and big data analysis, like human genome, human proteome. There are large amount of data. Trillions of base pairs are there in the human genome. So if you want to know a particular disease, seeing manually the entire for an individual. But if you have this electronic recording systems nowadays, even medicines also, they are coming out with electronic record systems. So all our history will be recorded in that. Whenever we go to hospital, whenever we go anywhere, the entire thing will be recorded there. What kind of tests have been done and what are the diagnoses, everything will be there. So based on not only on that day's diagnosis, doctor has the advantage to look at what was the history of the person. So these things, even if you take a book with you and sit with the doctor will not have the time to look into all your data. But with a click of the button, he is able to know all these things. So do we have it or not? We should have it. I don't think there is any second opinion over that. So we used Arogya Setu and other things, COVID, these apps during the coronavirus we have seen. And not only that, artificial intelligence will also help us to a great extent in drug discovery. Drug discovery means, I will tell you a simple example here. All living systems, I am slowly now shifting to from molecular biology and molecules to Vedanta from here onwards. If you take any life form, the entire life form starting from a unicellular bacteria to the highly evolved human being, all have same genetic material that is called DNA. All living forms have DNA. All living forms have protein. They will have small molecules. So this is all. So if you take a bacteria, now I am coming to you with that. In my laboratory or a laboratory where I have worked, now has the capability to dissect all the molecules that it contains. For example, whatever the amount of DNA that it contains, what is the sequence in which it is present, and what is the quantity in which it is present. This can be done. I can also give you data on the number of proteins that it synthesizes. Proteins are used in the drug discovery and other parts. They are very extensively used. Protein structures are a very important part. So all proteins that it contains and their modifications and their quantity, and also all molecules that it contains. So essentially what I am taking, now I have taken a life form, a bacteria, and they gave you the information on all the chemicals that it present. Now I will ask you a question. I will give you all these molecules. in a bottles, all the molecules. Can you produce life in the lab? Can you answer me this question? I will give all the molecules to you. Can you produce life? Because I am giving you all the molecules for you. What a bacteria has. Can you produce life? That's what the chemical biology says. What that evolutionary biology, the evolutionary chemical evolution says, we have atoms and molecules, and these some molecules have formed, somehow formed macromolecules, and these biomolecules, what are all present, somehow come together and life came. What is that somehow? Where is it came? Can anybody answer that? Even if I give all the molecules, there is nobody who can assemble it together. That means, if the evolutionary theory has a proof, that the chemical evolutionary theory, that's what I am asking you. The evolutionary theory that they have said, this is how molecule hand. The same thing is also present. Now, we will conclude this general conclusion. It is important to appreciate that artificial intelligence can assist doctors, but cannot replace them. That we have seen, because even if all the records are there, you require a doctor to catch your hand and then say, yes, it is okay, you take this medicine. That is important. Ultimately, doctor seems to be still an essential component. We have not replaced the doctor with artificial intelligence. We are only using artificial intelligence to assist the doctor in all his functions, various functions, whether it is surgery, whether it is diagnosis, or whether it is other things that he want to do, examine the files, all these things. So what exactly is happening to science? If we look at carefully, there are three revolutions that we have seen in scientific world, which has really influenced the humanity, which has given so-called advantages that we are feeling. The first one is steam engine. I'm concluding. Steam engine that has really revolutionized the first mechanical system that has come into picture, and the trains and all those things have come. The second revolution is industrial revolution. Industrial means we have science and technology, particularly chemicals, production of pharmaceuticals, production of other industrial products. These are all definitely they changed our life, and they have influenced our life, and all of us are using on a routine basis, day-to-day basis. And the third revolution that has is recent. This is the digital revolution. This digital revolution started recently. When you see from 1980s, 70s and 80s, that is the decade at which it has started. Now it is such an extent that we have gone up to the stage of artificial intelligence now, which we are very close to getting the scientific advantages of the artificial intelligence soon. Somebody was telling, is it 5 years or 10 years in their slide? Certainly we are going to see some changes in this short span of time. In the long run, how it is going to do, we will see. What are the changes that we are going to see? And when you look at the theories of origin in or Vedanta also, even in Vedantic views, people have said molecules and atoms are there and they are essential for life. They did not say that how life has formed there. They said they are essential for life. That theory was already there. And there is also theory that Shrutis, it happened from atoms and subsequently it has come. And then there are 3 or 4 opinions even there. Even Vedantic views, I put these things, you can, those who are interested, they can go through those things. And some people, those who read Sanskrit, I think, or Vedas may be knowing all these things also. So in that, ultimately, what has happened, where is from this Jiva is coming, Jivatma is coming, then ultimately it shows that it is life come from life. This is what Vedantic views that these people have published in the journal. That is widely accepted even in Vedanta. So life comes from life. So a bacterial cell comes only from bacteria. An animal comes only from animal. There is no question of any ambiguities over that. And what is the ultimate truth? Here there are difference of opinions even in Vedanta. Even Vedanta has difference of opinions. Some people say there is only one Brahma Satchan Jagam Vijja Jiva Brahma Para. There is only one existing system, that is Brahma, and from Brahma the whole thing has come. So if Brahma is existing, who is Brahma? What is his function? Is he the reason or is it coming from him? What they say, Vedanta says, it is both. He is both. So therefore, the ultimate truth is only Brahma is existing and the entire world. Illusion means they do not say that you and me are not existing here. That is not the illusion what they said. What they said that illusion is whatever we are thinking permanent is not permanent. That is what illusion. Whatever we are thinking permanent here are not permanent. But the permanent thing is different. You recognize the permanent thing. And the entire world has generated from the permanency. Okay, this is what it says. So there are some different opinions and other things. Essentially, what is happening with the revolution that I have said, scientific revolutions, we just have to conclude those things. The scientific revolutions that we have got, as I was mentioning to you, is telling that we can understand the nature, and nature is for my advantage. So I have to take everything from nature and siphon it out and use it for my advantage. So science has come to a stage where you want to exploit everything that is present in natural resources, you want to exploit, any physical resources that they are there, they want to exploit. Everything is to our advantage. And the entire other species and the nature, other living beings or nature are all subsidiaries to me, they are secondary. So I am the supreme. So humans started thinking that they are the supreme. And this is where the problems have come into picture. And science, here I would like to add, is not an atheism. Science need not have to be an atheism. Science also should understand if there are any other branches of it, and if there are any theories, we should accept. If you say that some reality I don't accept and only that reality I will accept, then how can it be science? So to accept if there is reality wherever it is. So that should be the reason. So what should be the happen? If humans feel humbly that we are part of nature and we should not make any destruction to the nature, environmental pollution, or even with artificial intelligence, what is the kind of radiations that we are going to have in the future to come are still to be predicted. We don't even know. Even the mobile phones that we have been using, they are generating a lot. Is Sanatanam. Samanvayam means divergent views, bring them together and then put a coherence between those two. Even if they are divergent, bring them to harmony. That is what Sanatana Dharma says, and that is where it stands. Thank you very much for your patient hearing and also for giving me an opportunity to talk to you and interact with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bhaganathan. And it was a nice talk. And Professor Jaganathan spoke on utility of artificial intelligence and its effect, and mostly it was on what artificial intelligence can do, and he has shown that it can do many kind of activities, including in medicines, as well as in other applications like defense sectors. There are many other sectors it has applications. But in relation to intelligence and consciousness, he has some reservations against that. And he has compared his ideas with Indian philosophical thoughts, including Sanatana Dharma. Now the paper is open for the discussion.
There are any questions?
Thank you, Professor Jagannathan. So, this last point that you have made, bring divergent views to harmony. So can you please elaborate what is that process of harmony? Because actually, the aim of the dialogue is to have a harmony between, like if two different views are not able to convert somewhere, so we must have a kind of a platform where we can bring different views to accept at least some ground.
Here, it is one need not have to accept the other point of view. You can agree to disagree, there is no problem. But what is the guideline for which whether you agree or disagree? That is important. Our Vedantic philosophy says, as you are also aware, that Vedas are the Parama Pramana. Vedas will tell you on how to live in coordination with the nature. That's what essentially they preach. And we are part of the nature. And the modern science, I need not have to tell, the environmental pollution and the other pollutions that are coming due to the revolutions. But at the same time, all of us want those things. If you ask the population, general public, whether you want an aeroplane, whether you want a helicopter for yourself, or whether you want a mobile phone or not, how many people today say that they don't want it? So everybody wants it. I do not see anybody who is not even going to a hospital. Even big saints and other people also are now visiting the hospitals. Now, why I say they are visiting the hospitals is, if they have a confidence, complete confidence system in their own system, they need not have to visit the places which they are visiting. A mobile phone, I can see with among different people, those who doesn't require to use a mobile phone, also having mobile phones with this. Even consumerism, that is crept into the people. So we need to educate on the consumerism part, and we need to tell wherever this environmental problems and other things, how Vedas or Vedic literature preached us to live in coherence with that, and whether that is attractive to the common public or not, and what are the attractive points that are present there, which requires to be highlighted. And once you can make people to appreciate those points, certainly people will be attracted towards that. Why not? If I like a technology, I will like the other technology also if it is more attractive to me. So we have to make it more attractive. It is mostly the way you present. That's all. Thank you.
Any more question?
Can I? Yeah. Jagannathan, I want to ask you, do you believe the function of the cell is based on programming?
No, there is no program for the cell functioning. Cell is autonomous and it functions on its own.
So there is, like they call about codes.
But just 1 minute. We can make the cell to function differently. For example, you take a bacterial cell, you put slightly heat, it knows it has to go away from that. If you put an acid environment around that, it will try to escape from that. But in case it cannot do, it will develop a mechanism with which it can withstand that. So this is called an adaptation process. For example, if you create extreme conditions to a bacterial cell, when it is not able to escape those things, it has an internal mechanism which helps it to rectify those things and adapt to the conditions. This is what we call about drug resistance. When you use an antibiotic, initially antibiotics are the wonder drugs. Today now you go to the market, any hospital, doctor says don't use the antibiotic. So within 50 years of span, how come a wonder drug on one day today become a drug that you should not use it? Because now bacteria is now adapting to the drug that you are giving. So even if you use that, bacteria does not get killed. So bacteria has its own ways and means to adapt to the environment and then still create trouble. So this is where we are not able to understand. That's what we should understand. It has its own way of living. We have our own way of living, and we should live in coherence.
There is a concept called programmed cell death. Not in bacterium, but in multicellular organism. Our fingers are formed.
Yes.
So in between cells has to die.
Yes.
The fingers to form.
Right.
So do you agree those commit the cells which are committing suicide? Those are due to some programmed.
Yeah. This is an important question from two aspects. This is an important question from two aspects. Number one, when we started our journey as a single cell, the cell has the information on how much height to grow and what is the weight that we have to grow and what is the color of the skin, all these things. And let me tell you, the program is so precision, so accurate. Anywhere on the globe, you will have a human being with 2 eyes, 1 nose, 2 ears, 1 leg, 5 fingers, legs and hands. Everybody, it is so meticulous. And the process that you have told, that the cell death happens, these fingers are like this when they have formed in the womb. But the programmed cell death, that is called apoptosis. That programmed cell death will remove all the deaths that is present, combining these things, and you make the 5 fingers. That is how they make the fingers. And this programmed cell death has a function. People are trying to imbibe this programmed cell death into the cancerous cells. Cancerous cells are the cells which grow uncontrollably. So can we use this program that apoptotic pathways that disease is adapting to the cancer cells to reduce it, to control the cancer? So that is how they are trying to exploit the mechanism with which it is doing to the medical purpose and to our advantage. So this apoptosis is for our advantage. And the cells does not die on their own. So they grow, uncontrollable growth will be there, and that leads to cancer or some other disease due to some genetic mutation or a disorder. These are people are trying to understand various reasons why it is happening. And the programmed cell death is, some programmed cell death is to our advantage. Like when the fingers are together, these 5 fingers forming. And this happens universally everywhere. How that single cell is meticulously doing all this job? A bacteria that has the DNA, RNA, which I was talking to you, in a matter of 2.5 hours, it can synthesize so many chemical molecules. If you want to synthesize those chemical molecules, this is crores and crores of money that you have to spend. But if a bacteria can synthesize an antibiotic within a matter of 2.5 hours, and it will give you, if you grow the bacteria in large quantities, you can isolate and use this. That is how the penicillin notatum, which Alexander Fleming has taken from the molds. He has isolated that particular antibiotic because he could reuse that particular molecule. So a bacteria or a fungus, a natural system, can synthesize so many thousands and thousands of molecules in a fraction of an hour or so. I do not think so far we have any system which we have produced in the laboratories who can do that. So what we are trying to do?
I have one question to ask you, please. So far, as far as biological research are concerned, they never discovered where that program is located. And any such program really exists. It's only term being used, but they're not recorded any such discovery so far about the programs. Like we have neural codes in the neurons. They try to search that, and they have also at last concluded there are no such codes. So in genetic codes also they search, but so far they have not successful.
See, we have different kinds of cells that we have. We have around 206 types of cell types that we have. Even bones also the equal number. So for example, some cells which form a kidney, they form only kidney. The cells which form a heart will only form heart. They are all present. This genetic information is present in the single cell that is formed as a zygote. There itself it contains all the first 2 cells, egg and sperm. These 2 combine together and form a single cell, that is a zygote. That zygote, where the DNA came from the mother and father, has the information from both the sides on how it has to go, and the general program what you are asking is already there in that. Remaining certain traits coming from the individuals. The other program, housekeeping genes, all those things will already be there on how to do that. And what is that program that people are trying to unravel now? What are the single cell stage, what proteins it contains? 2 cell stage, how many proteins? 3 cell stage, what are the proteins that are contained? So now people are trying to understand this, and up to 8 cell stage, where this development is taking place, where all the 8 cells are identical and where the branching out is happening. So this is what people are trying.
Let me put it more clearly. Now they were thinking the cell is controlled by the codes in the genome. But if you enucleate, means you remove the genome from the cell, still cell functions naturally for a few months.
Yeah, this experiment has been done. In fact, this experiment has been done by Craig Venter's laboratory. What in Craig Venter's lab they have done is they have taken a bacterium and they try to remove the genes. Their experimental objective is to see what are the minimum genes required for life. Actually, question itself is a tricky question. For life, how many genes required is not a answer that. But anyway, they have done that. They keep on doing several knockouts they have done, and they have come about
gene knockout.
Wait.
I'm talking about the enucleate.
No, for that only I'm telling you. That they have done that. What they have done that? They have removed the nucleus from that, and they have synthetically made nucleus from the laboratory has incorporated in that. So the nucleus, that whatever the nucleotides that we have made, whatever the genes that we have made, we can put chemically synthesized in the laboratory molecules in the bacterial cell and ask it to make. And cloning purpose people do the technology what you are talking. They remove the nucleus, enucleate the cell, and then they put another nucleus into that, and they make it. That is how cloning is being done. In the cloning technology, what you are asking, similar kind of techniques are used in cloning technology general. I don't not going into the specifics. That is how that cloning purpose and other things people are doing. Dolly was cloned, an animal was cloned. So, but here what is the question? The nucleus is removed, but did you remove the life? Actually, even very high positions, people have said that we have created life in the lab. Subsequently, they have touched their tongue with the teeth. It is, they did not create life in the lab. What they have done is they have put some synthetic nucleotides in that. For example, this Craig Venter's lab and other people who have done the minimum number of genes and other things, they have incorporated the outside synthetic nucleotides. Tried, it works. But actual life is present in the enucleated cell. In the enucleated domain, you still have life. The forces required for protecting your life is there, not in the minimum number of genes. Because the minimum number of genes that are present in this are not universal, and all bacteria, they are not the minimum number of genes. There are other genes that are from bacteria to bacteria. So finding out that a process is on, let us see when people are really coming out on that. It may take some time. So that is how the science is progressing.
Yeah, one small question with this discussion, nothing with your paper,
Yeah.
but the cell divides and the new cell is formed. So now when we age, the age is, for example, take just the skin. The skin shows that this is not a young skin or old skin. You can see that from the skin itself. So now the cell is dividing and the new cell is formed, and the new cell has to be a fresh, or what I should say, let me use fresh. So how does it show that it is an old skin?
Yeah, this is a wound healing process. Okay, what you are talking, whether there is a cut or an operation, there is a wound healing process. That is an immune system is capable of taking care of that. Some T cells and other cells will come there and they will patch up the system. That is in some cases where a skin does not form on its own, depending on the.
No, I'm not having that question. What I'm saying is the cell is dividing and the new cells are forming. But then still, how does the age is?
This is where the program in the cell, that is what people are now trying to understand at what cell stage is deviating to the complete formation of the human being. For example, there is a zygote or from an animal. At what cell stage it is remaining identical, and at what stage it is deviating and other genes are getting expressed. And which are the genes that are getting expressed to form which organ first, and how these organs are developed. This is called developmental biology. People are very rigorously working on this and trying to understand this process. With the technologies that we have now, with genomics technologies, we'll be able to understand that in a much better fashion, in a more precision in the years to come.
That means the different program is expressed when.
It is no different program. Gene remains the same. There is no change in the genome. Only a particular set of genes are expressed at a condition, at a time. The particular set of genes only will express. Not all the genes will express it.
And they will show the age.
And they will show. And they will tell you which way to go and how to progress of the cell division and how complete human being is formed inside. That is still people are trying to understand, and I think we'll be able to understand these things slowly. It's not a difficult job. With the technologies that are available now, it will do it. Yeah, it's a natural process. Yes, that is how it is happening. Say, single cell is there, it starts dividing at maybe up to 8 cell stage or 16. Pre-established. That single genome, that zygote, has all the information, has all the program. Which one? Several labs are working with human genome and other things. This laboratory is in the human or in the animal. That is what I said. We did. No. That's what I said. That's what I said.
We are running short of time, madam.
That's why science is interesting. We are doing science because of this kind of an interest. Science is very interesting. So that is why all the life we have spent so much time on science. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. But I am having one doubt. That is, what is science having the consciousness? Yes or no? This is what
Second thing is that most of the time we speak as Adnan Brahman, the Jnana Brahman, Anandam Brahman. So for that Brahman is. See, the cell has consciousness. All the cells have. All the living cells have consciousness, and all the cells are individually, they are living beings. Okay? They are living beings. But what happens? Does the cell has consciousness in what they are also asking? If I combine these two questions, you require an environment for the cell to grow. Madam, your question, you require an environment to grow. If you have a zygote, bring it in the laboratory here, it won't grow, it will die. So it requires an appropriate environment for it to grow. Then only it will grow. That is why, you know, nowadays people are also doing the zygotes, they are growing in the infertility clinics and all those things have come. That is the technology they use. You know, so the environment should be proper for the cell to grow. So environmental factor plays an important role in the growth. This also we should understand. That is an important aspect. Yeah. Cell consists, yeah, it has. It has that. Yeah, it has. Yes. What is?
There is no time, we can discuss later on during dinner time.
Thank you very much for your.
There are many online participants. Do they have any questions?
Yes, can I ask?
Please, please ask. Please go ahead.
Yes, the lecture was highly informative. I'm not just going to the technical part of the site. I'm just asking that what I found that you are trying to give a kind of taking science and spirituality together. And my question is to you that how do you explain the Vedic concept of Rita? If you go by these two notions together, can we establish the idea of Rita, which is there in the Vedic concept? That is one thing. And second thing is that how far, even if artificial intelligence has succeeded enough in our life, but there are certain areas still artificial intelligence cannot establish any successful things like the emotions, like the subjective experiences of the people. Do you have any answer to that? How do they explain the subjective experience? And how do they explain the emotions and the feelings and the desires? Do artificial intelligence succeeded in doing this thing also?
Let me answer first. Yeah. I will answer the second question first. Any artificial intelligence that we are going to use, we have a defined goals for that. We will not do for everything. Okay. Right now, they are in the, as I told you, some of the areas in which we are trying working on. Once they are successful in these areas, then they will go to areas. The objective of the artificial intelligence is not to replace the natural intelligence, but to assist to the extent. But it may happen, some people's apprehension is that it may happen that it may be on par with us. That's what people may be feeling. And it may be possible also because this is an apprehension most we have. But any artificial intelligence, we will design what it has to do, and subsequently it will do only those functions. It will not be done, and also doing experiments in artificial intelligence is not so easy, madam. You require a lot of money, and for getting that lot of money, government will support from the private agencies to do that. So unless you have that, nobody will artificial intelligence. The money is submitted for supplemented for that. Coming to the first question, what is it?
Rita.
No, first question, what is the question?
Concept of Rita. RTA. Rita.
Rhythm. Rita. Universal law of order.
See, cosmic power is something that, you know, you need to understand. A globe has a, see, if you look at the globe, it has to certain extent gravitational force. That means it has an aura around it, if you want to call it. Globe has it. And individuals also, some people will have some big people like those who become rishis and munis, they will have some aura around them. That's what people will say. They acquire some energy. Why you go and then, if you look at a particular big person, you are putting in namaskar, you are not doing it for everything in this country. Because they are
analytically they are able to cross to a particular situation, and that kind of a feeling you also got it. And that feeling, when you get to human, these are all individual choices, you know. So therefore, there are certain things which are subjective. These subjective things will not come into the realm of science, you know. Science always rooted the objectivism and an evidence based. We should require an evidence, then only science believes. As far as Adhyatmikta is concerned, this spirituality is concerned, people may believe that it is there, and we may have to accept if you believe in it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. If you have any questions, those who are offline, they can discuss during dinner time, and those who are online, they may write to him. Now we have a last paper by Dr. Alex Hanke. Dr. Hanke has done BA and MA from University of Cambridge, Ph.D. from MIT. The work is on physics of critical phenomena, and he has done postdoctoral from Stanford. And he is also teachers of Transcendental Meditations in 1973, student of Bhagavad Gita and Vedanta since 1970. Professionally, he is working at Maharaja International University, Department of Physics. Then right now he is working at Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Sansthan University from 2000. He is a professor of yoga and physical science as well, and he is working at MIT World Peace University, and he has 2 book publications. He has more than 100 articles. He is also in the editorial board of 5 scientific journals. And now I invite Dr. Alex to speak on difference between artificial and natural intelligence. Now the dais is handed over to Alex. Alex, please. Dr. Alex. Dr. Alex, yeah.
You have only PPT, right? What? You have only presentation, right? Yes, yes. Just holding it. Okay. You use the pen. Does it go in this way up or the other way? See? The way you pushed it. Which one is this? Right? Is it the one? Copy this, all right? Paste. Okay. I pasted it. Which one is that? Sentient machine? What? Which one? AI. Science and scientists. Yeah. Okay. Right. Show the times. What should we divide to 30 minutes? 30 minutes? If you give me 30 minutes, that's all. Then there will be discussion. Zoom? Yeah. Why? I'm just sharing through Zoom to the audience. This one, right? Yeah. This is what yours is? Okay. So how do I get it to move down? You can move down just arrow. Move the down arrow. Okay, good. Good evening. I want to thank the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Institute very much for inviting me here to give this presentation. It's an immense honor to be able to talk to you about my theories of how consciousness arise. I've been working on these theories for, in the short term, about 8 to 10 years. I first gave a presentation on the subject in 2008 at the Science of Consciousness conference, but I started publishing in 2014. I want to particularly note particular examples that I don't think artificial intelligence can emulate natural intelligence, because the knower can understand things without using mathematical logic or human reasoning, but just by plain intuition. The prime example of this is Srinivasa Ramanujan, the man who knew infinity. And his intelligence, he said, came from no less a being than Maharaja Saraswati Devi. So that is a first example. Secondly, in yoga, there is a concept, one of the 5 kleshas, the second klesha, asmita, the sense of time passing. And this is well known both in East and West, because the eternal sense of the passing of time was the concept which the famous Western philosopher Edmund Husserl used to found his school of phenomenology, which is the Western school of the study of consciousness. And a computer based on digital information only has a static picture of where it is at a particular point and can't generate a continuous experience. So digital states couldn't have a sense of continuity. And then I really admired the wonderful presentation we had earlier this afternoon on Bharatanatyam, Indian dance, and wonderfully explained ways that a dancer transmits different aspects of her being, feelings, body, and so on. Now, I took one of my PhD students to meet a master of Nachyan, Bhakti Nachyan, in Bangalore on one occasion. And he was my PhD student in Drosophila microbiology, in which I've had two wonderful PhD students. And he asked her Kundalini. He asked the time, date, and place of birth. And she replied, she gave them the data. And after he'd constructed it, he looked up in amazement and he said, "But you were born enlightened." And she looked embarrassed because nobody else in the room knew this. None of her students knew this. And then she said, she smiled and she said, "Yes, it's true. When I was 2.5, all the mudras, like Vrishabha, for example, came back to me from my previous life. I did not have to learn them in this one." So she was a reincarnated master of Bharatinatyam. Now, I think this experience tells us something extraordinarily profound about the nature of human intelligence, and particularly also the fact that the yoga marga through enlightenment, moksha, paraya, is actually available on other paths as well. And in India, you know well, that each of the 64 arts, be it painting or sculpture or whatever, dance, is considered a path to moksha. And that is how the Maharshis of the ancient times constructed those paths, and that is how they remain until today. Okay? So we know that robots can't achieve moksha. So there we are. So I thought I would give you these preliminary thoughts so you know what the general tenor of my presentation is liable to be. So this presentation has 6 parts. I've listed 5 here because the 6th is conclusions. And the first part is the background of natural creative intelligence, and it complexifies systems. It generates things that are increasingly rich and complex. Part 2 has to do with single cells, and I'm replacing a presentation by my dear friend Brian J. Ford, who, as you see, was going to speak on natural intransigence. And the intelligence in single cells is one of his great specialties. Then I'm going to put down my theory of natural intelligence and how it's located at physical systems with very special properties. They are unstable, they are very well known, and they are called instabilities, and they occur in the field of critical phenomena, phase transitions and critical phenomena. Then the 4th part will be the general phenomena of natural intelligence, of which I have started by telling you 3, which weren't on my list, but I was stimulated to think them and put them down by the wonderful presentation on Bharatinatyam. 5th, short talk, dismissal, essentially, of artificial intelligence, which is going to cause us all huge problems. particularly when we get 6G and governments start trying to turn us all into slaves, which has to be stopped. So, here we have the background to creative intelligence. It complexifies systems, and the Santa Fe Institute, founded by great physics scientists, Murray Gell-Mann, Nobel Prize winner, Jack Cowan, head of the Nuclear Research Institute outside Santa Fe, were the two founders. And there is a book about it that I would recommend everyone to read. It's absolutely wonderful, by Mitchell Waldrop. It's called Complexity. And there's very important work I shall refer to later by a famous US scientist called Stuart Kaufman, which was largely, but not exclusively, performed at the Santa Fe Institute. Then when you look at examples, you think how prokaryotes, the very simplest single cells like bacteria, gave rise to eukaryotes and the three kingdoms of life. This is natural intelligence complexifying itself. Then the structure of computers and how they have got very much more, commerce, how limited companies have got more and more complex and given rise to larger and larger systems. Then you have increasingly complex digital machines designed by human engineers. Examples in government, monarchies giving rise to democracies with increasingly complex structures, and the United Nations organization with lots of its subdivisions like UNDP and UNESCO and all those, so on. World Health Organization, which is currently scheming to turn us all into slaves. So, natural intelligence in single cells. Brian Ford relates how single cells can do very remarkable things. His book on single cells is called Sensitive Souls. So he obviously seems to consider that they have a very soulful kind of inner intelligence. It's a very remarkable book. I really recommend everyone to read it. He talks about how algae growing in chains collaborate to keep a living cell in each part of each link of the chain, so the chain maintains its integrity. If one dies, the cell on one side will move in, undergo mitosis, and one of the halves, the new cells, will move back to its old position. Amoebae living in a puddle will note when the dry season comes that the puddle is about to dry up. It will then collect particular kinds of tiny little building blocks around itself, and it will construct using pseudopoda, which it reaches out from its cell membrane, using its internal cytoskeleton. It moves them out, it picks up single building blocks, and it constructs something which is a little like an Eskimo's igloo around itself. Now, how does it complete it? It's not going to be effective in keeping it dry unless these beautifully glued together components can actually be complete. Imagine what it must be like to have just 3 or 4 building blocks needing to be put in here and here and here. It manages to know where to put those building blocks and then pick them up and put them in the right places. That takes very considerable skill, which can really be called a kind of inner intelligence. Now, nervous systems have key properties. These also have to have a very highly intelligent structure because they have to control cells which themselves have a very intelligent structure. So that's a necessary property of nervous systems. And how do they achieve it? Well, I mentioned one this morning to your colleague in Princeton who hadn't heard of it, but it's an absolutely fundamental and foundational property of networks of neurons. And we know that because it's a mathematical theorem on what we call neural nets. It's called the neural net spin glass identity. And it means, in my interpretation, I won't go into this in detail, but it means that the neural nets have the ability to directly encode ideas. Now, this concept, we as human beings encode ideas in our consciousness, and not words, can be understood from several perspectives. First is the perspective of Shiksha from the Taittiriya Upanishad, which declares that we have 4 levels of speech: Parapashanti, Madhyama, and Vaikari. Vaikari is what I'm using now to communicate with you in words. It's perfectly digitizable, so it's a form of digital information. Underlying that, Madhyama, are the ideas coming up, the words coming up in the back of my mind, so that I know what I want to say next. Right? So we all have that experience as speakers in conferences and lecturers in colleges. We know what we want to say, and then we say it. But what is the level at which we know it? That is the level of Pashanti, which is identified by Shiksha as being at the level of the spiritual heart, the Hridaya. Now, in the Hridaya, we don't have words. We have ideas. And when the ideas come up, we know how to turn them into words. One of the ways we know this is a very sad experience of people who've had strokes which prevent Broca's area up here on the left-hand side of the brain from functioning. When you have a stroke in that area, you can't turn the ideas into words. This is what transforms the ideas at the level of the Hridaya into the subliminal words at the level of Madhyama. So if, as I have had the experience of talking to someone with a stroke who has had a stroke, then they know what they want to say. You can see it on their faces. They get terrible frustration.
from not being able to say it. So this tells you, because you can see what's happening to them. They know what they want to say, but they can't turn the ideas into words. But there is a level that we all know about, and it's famous, it's named in the philosophies of East and West by Plato and Socrates' discourse on an ideal society, and in Descartes, and in much later philosophers as well. The human mind encodes ideas. Computers do not. Right? So I think that's probably enough from this section. Oh no, how do we get those ideas into consciousness? In the book of the famous neurophysiologist, surgeon, neuropsychologist as well, Carl Prudhomme, he names 4 stages of processing that digital information has to go through, received through the eyes or the ears or wherever, the 5 pancha gyanendras, the stages of information processing it goes through before it enters conscious experience. The last, on the level of the cortex, there are 4 processes, is called the inhibition of lateral inhibition. And in that process, which is a general linear transformation, to talk about it mathematically, rather analogous to the Fourier transformation, which is much more famous, that transformation evidently turns it from digital information into an idea. And it's very complex, and it requires large areas of the brain cortex all functioning at once. Okay, so without wasting more time, let's talk about natural intelligence. It's located at critical instabilities in the nervous system. Now, the idea that nervous systems contain critical instabilities has to be looked at very thoroughly. One of the properties of these critical instabilities that I published about 2014 is that they contain perfectly self-observing loops of information. Now, a loop of information sends information from, or an information process, transmission, goes from an object that is unknown by a process of information transmission, often light or sound waves, to a receiver. Now, if the process becomes a loop, then the object of information becomes the subject that is also knowing it. And this essentially is what becomes possible at these instabilities in the nervous system. It's quite a lengthy process to go through and to prove it conclusively, but this is the central idea that I have been presenting since 2014 when I first published it. The knower becomes the known if you look at that loop in the middle of the diagram. And in reality, this loop, where the knower, the process of knowing and the known become one, is an infinitesimal loop. And it's the key
but the knower knows himself, herself. So the whole secret of self-awareness is generated by this process of self-knowing in a loop of information that is made possible by the critical instabilities in nervous systems, rather parallel to those critical instabilities in single cells, which can therefore also be attributed with a sense of self and self-awareness. Now, the first person to show that instabilities occur in nervous systems was on physiology, was the Danish physicist Per Bach, unfortunately lost to us. But he wrote a paper that I've referred to here, a Physical Review letter, in 1987, which postulated that the properties which have been observed in physiology, which I'm going to talk about next, meant that you had critical instabilities by a process called self-organized criticality in physiologies. And the man at the root of all this was a famous physiologist called Stanford, also Stanford-educated doctor called Stuart Kaufman, who wrote a book which I would again recommend to anyone who's interested, At Home in the Universe, published by Oxford University Press, and I think it was 1995. Yeah, 1995. So, what are the processes of natural intelligence? Well, there are three, and I shall deal with them in more detail next. They reduce quantum wave packets. That is one of the physics things. Good. They support self-consciousness, as I've just told you, and they can support siddhis like telepathy. So in more detail, if you look at the reduction of quantum wave packets, the instabilities have had their quantum fields which stabilize them annihilated. That has to have happened. If you annihilate quantum fields, then you reduce their corresponding quantum wave packets. So they have the all-important property that they can collapse wave functions, reduce quantum wave packets. This is regarded in physics as the essence of consciousness. It reduces quantum wave packets. Secondly, the perfectly self-observing systems shown in the last slide, or slides, previous section, contain the infinitesimal loop of information flow, perfectly self-observing, which makes knower process of knowing and known one. So that's a very interesting Advaita property. And then when they encode ideas, as I've mentioned, when they encode ideas, there is no energy requirement. Now, because there's no energy requirement for this encoding of ideas at instabilities, there is nothing to violate special relativity by transmitting an idea from one consciousness to another. I'm not going to talk about the evidence for this, but there are vast amounts of evidence for this happening. And all of you will have experienced an occasion when you got a telephone call from someone you know, a good friend or a relative. It depends on the heart. So the greater love between the two people makes it easier to happen. And the telepathic communication takes place and you say, oh, that's a telephone call from Mary or whoever it might be. And here are some of the physicists who did the physics, particularly John von Neumann, after whom the Wigner von Neumann interpretation of quantum theory is named. And then I ask you, if artificial intelligence, which we all know is based on digital information and material stable systems, if it can't perform any of these functions, which are based on human natural intelligence, it can't promote or support any of the above properties of instabilities. How can we confuse it with digital natural information? So the conclusions: natural intelligence is definitely different from artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence cannot emulate natural intelligence in these advanced ways. There we are. Thank you very much. I hope I completed in time.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Alex. You spoke on the critical instabilities to understand the natural creative intelligence. Now the paper is open for discussions. Any questions from those who are online? Questions, clarification, those who are online?
I have a question, Dr. Alex. So you say that you like the work of Brian J. Ford. Brian Ford, yes. Yes, he's supposed to speak in this session. Yes. And his computer had some problem. Tomorrow he's going to speak. So he talks about cellular intelligence as Shapiro, James A. Shapiro. He talks about cellular sentience. So how you have convinced yourself about cellular sentience or intelligence? Can you give some practical examples about cellular intelligence or sentience? Can you hear what I'm saying? Yes, yes, that's fine. But how can you want me to comment on cellular intelligence? I told you two stories during my presentation, and one was about the algae living in strings, and the other was about the amoeba in a drying up lake. Now, I'm trying to think of the third example that I usually give. It's not coming back to me. I would have to look it up. But these examples are, I believe, very powerful. And Brian Ford certainly believes they're very powerful. He's a very remarkable man. He's written about 70 books, which have been translated into 50 different languages. So he's very, very highly regarded. He's also a remarkable person because he doesn't have a bachelor's degree. He got bored with his undergraduate program, and he left university to write his first book instead. is a part of our conference, Science and Scientist Conference for last many years. And also we are in agreement with that idea because Vedanta talks about consciousness at all levels, starting from single cell to the whole organism. So they have individuality.
Maybe I can comment on that. Consciousness has often been regarded as a field which is beyond scientific inquiry. And there have been many people, and they've written extremely rude and stupid articles about it, saying that either consciousness doesn't exist. That has been the essential feature of these funny people like Patricia Churchland, whose article is published in Jonathan Shear's book with David Chalmers, Consciousness, the Hard Problem. And there are people like Daniel Dennett who have said, well, even if you do have it, it couldn't have free will. And he's reasoned very strongly about that. And there was a philosopher, I forget which university he was at, it could have been Princeton, Jaegwon Kim. And Kim presented an argument based on supervenience, stating that you couldn't have, because he was a materialist, you couldn't have a consciousness that was independent of material systems, so it couldn't take a decision independent of material systems. Now, one of the things that was talked about this afternoon, I think it was in Bhakti Natyam, was the idea of a subtle level, particularly as you talked about the levels of the Pranamaya Kosha and the Manamaya Kosha in your Natyam language. And the subtle body, Sukshma Sharir, which is not just one body really, it's at least two of the koshas. But the Sukshma Sharir is what interacts with the physical body. So when I've been talking about these aspects of consciousness, it's to do with the Sukshma Sharir. And I have worked out a whole physics of what I call the physics of the subtle, which I wasn't allowed to publish because the journal got terrified of what the fundamentalist skeptics would say. The physics of the subtle depends on instabilities, critical instabilities in critical phenomena. So the whole field is ripe for very considerable expansion. Really, that's what your question brought out. So thank you very much.
Last question?
Yes.
Last question? Yeah.
My question is about two important concepts that you mentioned. One is the critical instabilities, and the other one is self-observing loop. How the critical instabilities is formed, and how does this self-observing loop is being created?
It's a very good question. When I first wrote about this, I mentioned that in fluid flow, there is a concept of a critical point. When a fluid flows, it goes from smooth flow, which is called laminar flow in technical terms. It goes from smooth flow to a kind of flow where it becomes turbulent. Now, you see turbulence taking place all the time. You can create a turbulence depends on the creation of vortices. And a vortex is a spinning loop, or in this case, fluid.
you see laminar flow, smooth flow, changing to vortices whenever you burn a stick of incense. I know you'll burn them 10 sticks at a time, which I think is very extravagant. But if you burn a single stick of incense, you see the smoke rising, and then it begins to... Yes? This is the smooth flow. This is the beginning of turbulence, right? And it's forming vortices. Now, when that begins, just as it wants to begin, it can't get enough energy to form the vortex. So there's a sense that there's an unmanifest avyakta, if you like, vortex, at the particular point in the fluid where the vortexes first want to start forming. Now, I then developed a system where I presented an arrow for laminar flow, smooth flow, which is obvious, and I then added a little vortex to the places at the critical points, and I said, look, there is an analogy. There is an analogy. There is an infinitesimal vortex attached to that loop. Now, this is like an information process. The loop, the arrows are actually information about the velocity of the fluid at any point in the fluid. And at the point where the critical Reynolds number has occurred, they develop these attached vortex loops. And my point was that this is analogous to what happens in consciousness, where with an infinitesimal vortex loop. Now, the sad part of the story is that Brian Josephson, the famous Nobel Prize winner, who's a friend of mine at Cambridge, Professor Emeritus of Physics at the University of Cambridge, Brian said to me, we haven't actually proved it, Alex. Okay? So I've added this dimension of talking about instabilities from the perspective of annihilating the quantum fields that would otherwise stabilize them. Now, it's still not a proof, but it's another step in the logical reasoning. Okay? So I've told you the good news and the bad news.
Okay, thank you very much.
Did you see another question?
Short time. Okay, last, please be brief.
Last question.
We have said, when you observe some like conscious acts like telepathy, or like, some other type of, special type of conscious acts, you are saying it is a corresponding instability seen in the what to say, in the cell system. Instability that just now you are saying.
Yes. Now, let me say one thing. Of course, I've had to leave out steps of the whole description because it's a limited presentation. You can't say, oh, the fluid has an instability, it must have developed consciousness. It's not like that. The instabilities have to be at stages where there is an information process going on, right? Now, these instabilities in physiological processes are involved in the regulation of cell function.
So the regulation of cell function is caused by information coming in saying, oh, here's a new molecule we want to digest. So the cell says, oh, if we're sitting in milk rather than water or soup, and we want to digest milk sugar, lactose, then we have to develop a new enzyme that will do so, or we may need a couple of enzymes. So beta-galactosidase, as it's called, is developed by an epigenetic process which regulates the expression of genes. Now, I've done extensive work I've been able to do in the lactoferrin system. Sorry? The lactoferrin system, is that what you refer to? Lactose? Lactoferrin. Yes, you're right. This is the lactoferrin. It also occurs in bacteria. But the thing is, what is not talked about when biology is taught in university, what is not talked about is that cells have to continuously adapt to different conditions. Yes. And the current picture, the molecular biology picture of biology, fails to explain how organisms will adapt adequately. And if they can't adapt, then they become ill and they can't compete. So they're very inefficient. And by modifying I've created what I call a sandwich model of biology, but in India, I call it a Radha Power model of biology, because you know, if you order Radha Power, you have a lower power, the Radha, and the upper power, and it's a nice sandwich. This is molecular biology. And this is the epigenetics, which keeps the whole thing functioning smoothly in face of require adaptations, stresses on the system from the environment. Okay? Now, this is complex enough to support information input and memories of response, and correspond to a kind of inner intelligence of the cell.
Yes, like our director, he says this thing, that life, that the living processes, they constantly break the laws of physics. They constantly defy the law of physics. Like at the higher level, the bird is flying with an objective. Like it is an undetermined process. See, physics is a initial condition defined process. Physics. You have initial conditions, and then everything comes out from that. Physics. But in biology, it is undefined. The bird is always thinking, I have to go there, I have to go there, I have to go there, and then the whole thing is, turning towards that. And even at the molecular levels, there are, like, the question can be asked: why such a small reaction has to be conducted?
As I understand it, what you're saying is that most people think of biology as a collection of molecules, and since the molecules are stupid, I think the collection be intelligent. Is that what you're saying? I can answer.
When we say write down the codes of the algorithms that are happening there, then we see that it is not according to the laws of physics. It is something like cognitive, something intelligent.
There are different ways of looking at life. I was told by my West Indian friend who lives in England, who's currently at a conference in Pune. We had a discussion yesterday morning, and he pointed out that in Charak Sanhitra Sutrastan, whatever it is, Adhyaya 7, the 7th part of Charak Sanhitra Sutrastan,
it talks about essentially feedback processes and that life should be understood. This is the way he interpreted the sloka. It's a new interpretation. Life consists of feedback processes which go all the way down to the very smallest levels of the paramanus in the human physiology. And so here is a really interesting way of looking at life, which says that we should start from the feedback processes. And as he put it, Madame put it to me, this is because life is a far from equilibrium system. It exists only as a result of the energy throughput, which enables it to keep going and to maintain its own internal order. Now, I'm telling you this seed idea, which I think is going to answer your question properly, although there are no publications on it as yet, except the charts on here. There's infinite wisdom in the ancient Indian literature and in a lot of the modern Indian literature dating from the last 1,000 years. And I think it needs to be taken infinitely more seriously in the West. And I'm going to undertake a series of lecture tours, both in India and abroad next year, pointing this out and illustrating it with many different things. Points from the talks of many of the participants will be brought out. You know, there's someone who should be talked about in the rudest possible terms on any occasion of a conference like that. There are actually two people. The first one is Lord Macaulay, and the other is Max Muller. And they simply told lies as a wonderful statement by Macaulay. He said, I came and I spoke to these Brahmins and these famous Muslims, and I told them that there was nothing in their literature which was worth an iota of what was in the English literature. And they looked at me and they didn't argue. Well, the point I make about this conversation is that when a man utters ignorant stupidity, you know it's no point in having a discussion with him. He's a complete turkey, as we would say, approaching Christmas, and he should definitely be put in the oven and roasted. That's my opinion of Macaulay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for your nice presentations and the nice, very good interactions with your audience. Now, the announcement is there. Thank you very much.
To conclude today's session, I would invite Dr. Jatan Kumar Rai Chaudhary. He's a practicing gynecologist at Krishnanagar, Nadia, to present mementos to all of our speakers. Yes. Shri Bhakti Nishtam Shanta Maharaj, please come. Sir. Shri Bhakti Vigyan Muni Maharaj. Professor Rajakishore Nath. Professor Ranjan Kumar Panda. Ms. Ankita. Professor Asha Mukherjee. Sir. Professor Uma Anantani. Professor Jagannatham. And Professor Hanke. Professor Navneet Chopra. And I would request Shri Bhakti Nishkam Shanta Maharaj to present a memento to Dr. Rai Chaudhary.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, sure. So I'm really honored that such an august gathering, august speaker. And basically we studied MBBS, MBA, and we had to cover nervous system extensively. We had to study every neuron, every conducting system, their connections and all those things. But still, whatever you have discussed has passed over my head. So I learned a lot from you, and I was just trying to acclimatize myself with the way you are taking science, the behavioral science, the biology, practical biology, the practical application. And I also came to know a lot of things. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will request Nishkam Shanta Maharaj to conclude today's session.
So we would like to thank all the speakers and participants, and many thanks to all the devotees who are helping in the background for making this first day of the event successful. And I sincerely thank my colleague, Dr. Bhakti Muni, and all the participants for your kind cooperation. By your cooperation only, we could do some humble service. Thank you very much, and looking forward to meet all of you tomorrow morning. Again, we are starting at 9 a.m. So looking forward to meet you all. Namaste. From morning 9 to evening 7 a.m. Okay. There are some interesting talks in the evening. Professor Ford is speaking, and also Perry Marshall is speaking very nice talk from USA. He is associate of James Shapiro. So you are welcome to join. So I think we have to also end the June session. Whoever I think moderating. So we request to end the session. Thank you very much to all the online participants also.